Ah, very nice. That is, of course, Skybros. Skybros, one of my favorite channels. Really, really good shit. And it's crazy. I like how Skybros doesn't try to like emulate animation. Like he's not trying to replace what you see in animation. He's not interested in that. He's going above and beyond and making something that only AI could make. And like not even trying to hide it. It's pretty cool. Who do you think would win? Psylocke? Good shot. Psylocke or Domino? Me personally, I have to go with the Psylocke. Sure, Domino's lucky, but she's gonna eventually run out of ammo. And Psylocke has like it's pretty much a never-ending supply. How's it going, ladies and skeletons? How's it going? Chris Pro Farrakhan, Suburban High, Moaitis, everyone is just hanging out, checking out what the hell's going on here. We've got way too many tabs featuring all kinds of locales, including Chris Chan. We got this one. Have you seen this? This guy's a locale guy.
You open the door, please. Open this door, I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me? You know what my name is?
Harry Dresden.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door. Now, or I will fucking end you.
Who are you talking to right now? Who is it you think you see?
This is my neighborhood, though. Do you understand me?
You clearly don't know who you're talking to. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot. You think that of me? No, I am the one who knocks. Fucking kill you! Wow. Christ. Do you even know what's happening? The full scope of what's happening? What? Relax.
Yes.
Here, really. Got dipping sticks. You want some?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking.
Wow.
I got dipping sticks. If you're not a fan of Baki, you have no idea what was this happening right there. Maybe you might like Smiling Friends.
Bill, wake up. Bill. Hey, Bill. Oh my God!
Oh, Charlie, you're gonna love this place. There's so much to do here.
Look, Pim, the castle is right there. Okay, so let's just get this job done with as few distractions as we can.
A hand? Anyone?
No.
It is yours if you stop her. Bring me her head.
No.
Just bring me an egg.
No.
Open your mind to me.
See, that was not even fantasy. That's just an alien, Pim.
Even animals think I'm terrible.
I don't mind it. You just need to keep working hard at it, and you'll definitely find an audience. Practice makes perfect.
You were meant to kill the bard, my liege.
What? I was the one who wanted to help her.
You and the urge are wedded now.
Child of slaughter.
You are mine.
Charlie, how is this possible?
Look, I could barely explain the nutty adventure I just went on. So I'm not going to. I don't want to talk about it. I see the devil.
Oh, Charlie.
I'm completely naked. Be careful where your hand goes, dude.
I've got to finish that game someday. I don't even own it. I didn't even buy it. I just had versions. Okay, so we got a lot here. We got locales. We got locale live falling down. There is a new channel that I saw. I love finding channels, small underrated detractor channels that don't have a whole lot of subs. I like discovering them and sharing them. It's not that one. That's Beg TV. We got more of this.
We can mutate the whole world into pig cycles! Ah! So, I heard you're trying to stream. OBS can be a real handful, huh?
Totally. Every time I go live, the preview lags and I drop frames. I don't know what any of those sliders do.
Yeah, it fights back. See this right here? You want your bitrate to match your upload speed.
Hey, what did... Oh, god damn it. DSP teaching a horse how to use OBS, and the rest is history. More Cyrax, Blade, Turkey Tom, Magic Mush, we watched him before. Urban Style Individual, where is it? Okay, what is this? Cell Shader. I think he made a song, too, for the King of the Ring. This guy, it's got like 89 subscribers. Could definitely use more. What is this?
Damn, son, where'd you find this? Real snort music right here. We got that grease for the streets. Certified beggars only. Big ups. That being said.
Eat it!
Oh yeah, we did see this.
Holy fucking shit. Me! Wow, absolutely god awful. Oh my god! Oh! Oh lord, that is fucking hideous. It's honestly, it's at this point, it's disgusting. It really is. Do you really think I'm gonna get $1,000 tip? I mean, I'm not expecting it. It would be very nice and very helpful right now, but I'm not expecting it.
Anyway, hey, how's it going? Hey, Rush 25K, big ups. We still have, I have a big long, it's almost 5 hours of the entire Sora compilation up to episode 100. I'm still going through it. I need to make sure everything's okay. I need to do like a quality pass, but it's a 5 hour long video, so it's going to take me a while. But once I approve it, it's going to go live. I'm in no hurry, as with all things. In fact, I think I want to play video games today. I don't even want to work on the Russell Greer video today. I'm in no rush. In fact, it probably would help me. Not probably, maybe. It maybe would help me just to like sit on the Russell video until something in the case happens. That would make for a good conclusion or finale to it. Because right now the case is still like open-ended.
I smelt your DoorDash from across the street.
But just the thought of that is just making it so like, you know what, I can wait. I'd rather play some vampire crawlers. There it is. That's where we were.
Sliders do.
Yeah, it fights back. See this right here? You want your bitrate to match your upload speed.
Oh,
Drop it
thank
to
you.
4500. Use hardware.
Thank you for the bits. We put on a vest and we get bits. 29th run of Bloodborne. I haven't hooked up the PS4 through the capture device in a while. It would probably be a pain in the butt to get Bloodborne running.
Sir Snort out his beat, honey. Another shift at the YouTube streaming factory and not a single tip.
Maybe that's because the internet hasn't been invented yet,
Don't
sugar.
remind Dr. Begnosis. All day I'm yelling, hit that donate button, and the engineers... Game tilts you? What's left? Salt. Sir Snorkout bottled it, cooked it, and now you can crunch it. This is My Salty Gamer Tears Crispy Chip Splash with the same kind of salt that pours out when Dr. Begnosis gets bodied by lag.
Walls look a little too successful? Introducing Failheads, life-size wall graphics of the internet's most spectacular flameouts. Like Sir Snorkout himself, captured mid-excuse and mid-snort. Printed in high-def vinyl, removable, reusable, and comes with that classic "it wasn't my fault"
Hey, Dr. Begnosis is in the saddle. We gotta talk about something, okay? Times have been rough. Tips are slow. Bills stacking up. Sir Snorkout, that's me, needs that money. He really does.
I love how it just like he immediately hits the ground and just starts begging.
We gotta talk about something, okay? Times have been rough. Tips are slow. Bills stacking up. Sir Snorkout, that's me, needs that money. He really does. Can't keep the lights on with just goodwill, you know? Maybe
He just doesn't even miss a beat.
you can help a pig roach out. Maybe toss a few oats toward the car.
So we're stuck on this island, right? Just the three of us. Me, a billionaire, you two, a captain, and
First
whatever
mate.
you are. Yeah. Anyway, it reminds me of when I invited Trump and Clinton to my island. One got lost in the rough, the other tried to impeach the Your buttons over here. My finger hurts. There's a callus. Ow! Ah. Oh, what is this glitch? Wait a minute. Hey, where am I? Sir Snorkout did not sign up for this. I'm in the game. Oh, great, perfect. Okay, Dr. Begnosis is gonna.
Ah, man, what a video. We gotta go through it. We'll go through it eventually. How iDubbbz burned all his bridges. Cyrex calls out North Korea, not Snort Korea. Broside Phil talking about DSP's workout. Vlade about a TikToker. Let's see, we don't want to start with the big long ones to start out with. And we don't want to start with Phil. Kind of burnt out on Phil at the moment. A little bit overdosed on DSP. Oh yeah. So this video right here.
I have seen 8.
As I say that, I go right here. Now let's go here. Leaving the lolcow.
I'm using you on live today. I think I can get you back some credibility.
I'm scared. They're going to slave drive me. I'm just going to say the word.
Everybody deserves a second chance, a third chance, fifth chance, 1,000 chance. How many have I had?
Unfortunately, today, I made the mistake of trying to get Iceman to appear on the show as my little token to Steak, so Steak could just wrap him up, chew him out, get rid of him, and maybe get him out of the universe.
All right, you called me. Look, I just wanted to get Iceman in the same room as Steak.
Yeah, obviously. Steak's in the fucking main chat. Ass mad as fuck. Just like, yeah, three drunks. I'm gonna fucking roll them.
You literally drink more on a daily basis than I drink in my fucking last 2 decades of life, you dickwad.
What is Cat Lady saying about Steak? Because he just called me and asked if he needs to sue the company to get her information to sue her. Apparently the stuff she's saying can cause IRL damage to his real life. And he wants to sue the LCU so he can get her information to sue her.
Cat Lady mentioned talking about committing felonies, sexually harassing women consistently throughout the LCU. I mean, that's like the Amber stuff or whatever when he like flirts with women.
Steak has sexually harassed a woman on air. He's also done it in the Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, we did Riz Notes for money. People paid for it online.
I'm not talking about Riz Notes.
It's with the Amberlynn Reed stuff about turning her straight and like, you know.
Oh, yeah, her faking being a lesbian. I accused her of that, and she giggled and blushed like a little girl.
You accused her of being a lesbian because she couldn't get good dick, but you could give it to her. I'm sorry if you want to play that. It's not sexual harassment.
For 3 months.
But it looks like it is.
Boogie, my moderator. Big tough man has to drag a fucking 40-something-year-old mother of multiple kids, right, young kids, through the fucking legal system to get her docs information. Why? What happens next?
What you chopping for?
Steak sue somebody? I know he didn't because there's never been any paper served. Did he vent to me? Yeah, he said, man, how would she like it if I was going after her the way she's going after me? Is basically what he said to me.
When you dog whistle going IRL, you were not human to me. It's not about your fucking gender. You were not human to me. You are scum of the scum, and you deserve to be removed off this platform. That's my opinion. If y'all don't like it and you want to pull the woman card shit, go for it.
Steak is going in the garage. Yeah, he's going in the garage.
Hold on. Well, this very successful,
Stop. Okay, should be running better now.
very busy man spends 3 to 5 hours in the Discord smoking weed and drinking alcohol in his garage by himself, chatting with people in the LCU.
Old paper retards.
Yeah. Saying some racist shit. Remember when he called fucking Buff a boy and then trying to sweep it? I didn't know that's what it meant. Yes, the man living in Texas who was in the military for however many years didn't know that boy was a racially charged fucking term for black men.
He knew it.
Hey, we were supposed to be grilling some steaks. Now we're grilling some retards.
This is one reason I really hate LolCal Live is they're all just like a bunch of soy boy leftists. like for the most part, like they all just present themselves as like these edge lords who are just like they're so edgy and they do all the edgy shit, but then they turn around and they like get mad at you over pronouns and shit. It's like so self-defeating.
Nobody wanted you here. This is not something I even care to fucking do. We were gonna grill and do Memorial Day. Yeah, the last time you looked.
So it's like you're not even sure how you're supposed to act. Like, should you act irreverent or should you like care about people's feelings? Because at any moment, one of these retards is gonna turn on you and be like, "Oh, you misgendered me."
This hard nightmare whooped your ass. You got proved not to be a man right in front of your fucking autistic girlfriend who couldn't even understand why it happened.
I want to know who the hell is Cat Lady to make any comment about Steak smoking weed because she worked with Gidget that smoked weed and never said a word.
They will gladly take money from Keemstar, who said and did far worse.
I know, exactly. Like, it would be so annoying if you were part of the LolCal universe and people tried to cancel you over left-wing stuff. I would just get so incensed. I would not be able to handle it. I would call it out for what it is, which is just like rank hypocrisy.
People like to fucking change what people are saying or stuff words in their mouths because, again, nobody gives a fuck about accuracy, do they? I don't care that people drink. He admits he's had a problem and he's working on it. I don't care.
Hello.
I've never seen this.
I'm just
channel
jumping in real quick because I'm sick of this damn loop.
I've never seen this channel before. I don't know what this video is about. It's not that long. It's only like 7 minutes. Even if it's bad, we can endure it.
It is not about weed. It is not about vapes. It is not about fucking alcohol. Hypocrisy.
So we've established we are all hypocrites here.
That's also the point I'm making.
Again, you're boring.
Once again, cat piss. You get a fleck every time you're.
Notice how nobody interrupted that dono, but Boogie wants to read it again because it's anti-cat lady. This is the manipulation and bullshit I'm talking about.
Manipulation. This was the show Keem planned for you. W's or L's in chat for the show.
This is the show that Keem planned for you. Boogie was the one that was trying to get Iceman on the show.
Behaviors that are shown on air are actually behavioral flags for unstable schizophrenia.
Do you want to answer Steak's question?
Cash cow sparkles. What kind of schizophrenia do I have?
I don't know. I don't have to.
You don't know because you don't know anything, you dumb bitch. You're just going off of nothing. What kind of schizophrenia do I have?
What kind of schizophrenia?
How is that a gotcha question? No one knows what kind of schizophrenia you have. Only you know. Look, they didn't address the hypocrisy at all. They forced them to loop over and over again. They gaslit the fuck out of them. Oh, unfortunately, that's what the current state of LolCal Live.
All this fucking therapy language, like the hypocrisy and gaslighting. It's like coming from you. It's pretty rich,
and it's probably going to stay on that path for a long time.
The end.
Just
of
like you're attached to
riding that motherfucker to the moon.
One can only
I'm
hope.
strapped on.
Yeah.
Taking Boogie to the moon, bitch. I told everybody when I came in here that it wasn't for money, it was for fun. And I don't know, man. When the crime started fucking tacking up, the gay ops started tacking up. It wasn't about just trying to make content. I don't know. It got boring.
Yeah.
It was great being
do
here.
love you very much.
I got a year in.
And I'll see you again soon.
Thank you for all the shit I learned, man, from all the people I learned from. It was a great opportunity. I had a blast, bro. I picked my family over this shit.
Is that a word,
anytime.
or do we go with learned?
The LCU was allowed detractors, IRLers, people who fucking threatened to have people fucking walked out of the LCU and you for too long.
Hey, Dominic.
I'm done with it, bro.
Days before on local.
I'm not firing you. I ain't got the ability to.
Oh, right. So shut the fuck up and move on. And I don't know what do you want me to say. What do you want me to tell you?
That we were helping you out. I want you to say thank you, your mama, for helping me out.
Kill yourself.
Why wouldn't you thank me for helping you?
Because I don't fucking like you. I don't respect you, and I don't think you have best interests for this universe. But I don't respect the guy. I don't like the guy. I think he's very anti-LCU. It's very simple. Can't wait to get fired on life. Bro, I won't get fired. I quit before I get fired. I'm telling you now. 15 months of being shot on by this fucking queef. And I was thinking he was trying to work me up. I'm good. I'm good, bro. This ain't working me up. Y'all trying to put me in the same headspace I was in back in the end of last year. Go fuck yourselves. You ain't winning this time.
I think Boogie was a follower, and then he had post-nut clarity. Desi said it on Rain. It's going to be Boogie and Keem tonight. Boogie had plans on everybody quitting but him.
Video.
Yes. That's
Interesting,
right.
I guess.
Boogie can't quit. He'll never be free. Those are the lyrics.
Okay. Bizarre video. I don't think I'm going to sub to this channel, but I'll keep an eye out, I guess. Let's see. The story of Liquid Chris. We got two videos here about Chris Tran. One about Liquid Chris and one about Blue Spike. If you're not aware. Dude, go away. Fucking Gemini can eat a butt. God damn. Okay. Urban style individual with his spoken word commentary. Magic Mush. Okay, what do you got, Turkish Thomas?
Tyler Catastrophe is a 27-year-old TikToker from Dallas, Texas. While making a meager living doing art, design work, and activism.
I guess like YouTube is broke and TikTok is the new woke. Because all the new locales are just coming from TikTok now. They're not coming from YouTube anymore.
They've recently
end of an era
gone viral due to an unhealthy parasocial relationship with a former Minecraft YouTuber.
I have had a crush on Will Gold since 2019 when I heard him laugh in the background of someone else's video and it felt like life itself leaned in to listen.
This one-sided obsession grew so strong that Tyler was turning down relationships and allegedly trying to move across the Atlantic Ocean to live closer to Wilbur. But once their account went viral, this fascination ultimately turned from Tyler being interested in Wilbur to the internet learning more about Tyler's past.
I have a lot to say. There's a lot you need to know and apologies that need to be made.
This is the cautionary tale of Tyler Catastrophe and the dangers of parasocial relationships. Before standing Wilbur Soot was Tyler's claim to fame, the lore was already being built up. You see, prior to all of the cringe in the Western Hemisphere clumping together on TikTok, it was collected in a little corner of the internet known as Tumblr.
Yes, 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 yes! Yeah!
In the mid-2010s, Tumblr was seen as the manhole, or they-hole to be inclusive, from which all kinds of online insanity crawled out. Whenever you saw someone joke about weeaboos, furries, or bronies, you knew they were talking about something coming from Tumblr. It pains me to say that ultimately, Tyler Catastrophe is another of its unfortunate alumni. Before there was a Tyler Salona, there was an Emily. I'm not going to say the last name here, but it is relevant to say that their real surname is not Salona. But you may wonder why it's relevant to even point this out, which gets us into the first interesting detail in the Tyler Catastrophe universe. As funny as it is to joke about nowadays, Tyler happens to be the kind of white American who dislikes or finds their own actual ethnicity boring, so they make something up about their identity to make it more interesting and exotic. One of the first manifestations of this was when Tyler made a post asking anyone from Greek Tumblr if anyone was interested in having an LGBT American friend who wanted to move to Greece. They had a fixation on Greece, which I think is what led to Salona being picked as the last name. Given it's a Greek name that means wise, and versions of it are also the names of an ancient city as well as a philosopher. It's one thing to just like a culture a lot, or even prefer it over your own for aesthetics or whatever reason. It's another to try and actually pretend you're something you're not because you just dislike being seen as a run-of-the-mill white person, which seems to be what's going on here. Here's one Tumblr post that Tyler made. One thing I hate about being white passing is that I feel so incredibly separated from the culture that I could be a part of if people didn't assume I was white or that I was lying when I tell them I'm actually half Portuguese. I'll stop right now to say what probably most of you are thinking. Portuguese is still white. You're not white passing, you're white. Portugal is in Europe. That's a European ethnicity. The people there are white. Cristiano Ronaldo is white. The Portuguese can enter Agartha. Ronaldo is a creation of the great scientist Jakub.
That is a white child. That is Caucasian from the mountains of Caucasus. That is a Slavic baby, a Viking from Iceland.
I strongly doubt that anyone would ever say,
"No, there's no way you're half Portuguese. You look too white."
Most Americans can't even differentiate between Spain and Portugal on a map. In what world does Tyler live where they're getting treated as a second-class citizen and singled out for being Portuguese? Also, not to nitpick too much, but you can look atypical for your nationality and still identify with it and represent it without any issue. You don't see Canelo Alvarez talking about how he feels less Mexican. But I've learned from Tumblr that I'm supposed to be quiet when a person of color is speaking. Or in this case, a half Portuguese white American born and raised in Oklahoma. My siblings and I have the exact same parents, but my little sister looks Hispanic and I'm a carbon copy of my pasty redheaded mother. We went to Mexico as kids for a family reunion, and Border Patrol tried to accuse us of smuggling my sister over the border because of how dark she got in a week we were there, while my brother and I burned like lobsters.
Obviously lying.
And I assume that after
hold on. It's not how it works, man.
After this, everybody stood up and clapped. And
the most this totally happened story ever.
That little sister's name was Albert Einstein.
Right.
I'm not going to go out on a limb here and say that Tyler is straight up lying, but this kind of smells like a tall tale to me, especially because of how it ends. A coworker and I went to get dinner after work, and I complimented a guy's jacket, and we were exchanging pleasantries, as one does, and I have no idea what made him ask, but he asked if I was from Mexico, and when I told him that no, I'm actually Portuguese, he was super interested and said that made sense, which, one, no one has ever asked me if I was anything other than white, and two, I was so overwhelmed with gratitude for that moment that I ended up thanking him for making my night as I left. I feel like I'm having a tiny little stroke whenever the implication is made that Portuguese is not white. I don't think anyone, even super online scientific racism people, consider the Portuguese non-white. So it really boggles me to see Tyler Catastrophe of all people make the distinction here as if it mattered. I'm also slightly disturbed by the notion that being acknowledged as something other than white gives Tyler feelings of overwhelming gratitude. 2 decades ago, white people used to pretend to be Japanese and study the blade just because they liked anime. Or they wore their hats backwards because they liked 50 Cent.
You happen to be white. I'm talking.
Now we have people trying to act like they're exotic because their dad is half Portuguese or something. How far have we fallen?
You are white! He's white!
Now, this would be stupid and funny enough on its own, but this Portuguese business is actually just the tip of the iceberg. If you go through Tyler's TikTok and Instagram posts, you repeatedly find these odd references to looking white. Tyler even uses brown emojis to signal non-whiteness, as well as making Tumblr posts like this one. In Oklahoma, you learn how to square dance in 1st grade for some reason. We also had Land Run Day every year. A land run was basically where the white settlers, colonizers, all lined up one day and raced to claim previously native land for their families. Oklahoma was originally native reservation, then was taken away again, making it stolen twice. So basically, they would have a bunch of toddlers dressed like cowboys and pull a bunch of wagons into an empty field to claim land and have a picnic, basically teaching a bunch of white kids how fun it is to colonize. And they even stayed true to the original and picked kids to be the Sooners, who basically cheated the system and claimed land before the start time. I didn't realize this was a weird, only in Oklahoma thing until I was 21 and moved to Texas. So, you know, white people are weird. I will say right now that I'm no history buff, but it is pretty ironic that Tyler picked Portuguese as the ethnicity they'd LARP about, considering that before England took over everything, Portugal and Spain split the non-European world half and half for the purposes of colonization. Well, actually, given that Mediterranean Europeans aren't white in Tyler's mind, I guess this was actually a case of black on black crime or something. Leave it to a late Tumblrian arena to take issue with a bunch of kids playing cowboys and running around at school. The cherry on top of this weird obsession of Tyler's with ethnicity is it turns out that it's directly intertwined with their beliefs about gender. Although Tyler has stopped talking about it for the last few years, Tyler is a self-professed two-spirit, which is a historically debated concept that Native American tribes had some kind of third gender concept.
Tumblr died, and then all these people went to Reddit, and that's where they dwell.
Which has now been revived by more recent LGBTQ movements. Additionally, Tyler claims that their aunt, who is Native, I assume Native American, unless we're talking about the Portuguese again, gave them the two-spirit pass, because apparently you have to be some degree of Native to call yourself one.
And referring to myself as two-spirit as a way of honoring the weight of my own soul and the way it guides me home, with the blessing of my deadliest auntie, by the way, is something that you would consider morally corrupt, then I don't think we will ever understand each other.
I think any tomahawk-wielding, tobacco-smoking chief, regardless of tribe, would not jive well with this stuff, but whatever. The mind of the modern Portuguese Oklahoman two-spirit truly is an enigma. Indians as a whole are sort of an enigma. No, not the Native Americans. I mean true Indians. In the summer of 1926...
Or even just like the idea of Native Americans. It's like, I was born in America. I'm actually more of a Native American than the sort of like Apache chieftains, because they weren't born in America. They were born on their tribe before America existed. Like, they're not Native Americans. People born in America are Native Americans, like literally. But whatever. We have to give these people some sort of extra special privilege for some reason.
My great-grandfather, Turkey Thomas III, traveled all the way from his home country of Bulgaria to the far eastern lands of India. He was in search of a spice, but not just any spice. He was in search of swag. He spent his entire life questing for it, but sadly passed away in 1973. Now, 100 years after his expedition, I have come to the Far East once again, and I'm glad to say that I have found this elusive swag. Available only at turkeytom.shop. We have a large merch time into making internet. Now back to traditional native dances and ceremonies and referring to native cultures as ours. I know it's a meme for white people who are 1/16th.
Go find another BPT whore we can punch each other for fun.
Native to make
fucking Tom.
Make that their personality, but in this case, it's literally just what is happening. With that being said, a lot of Tyler's audience was not okay with them using the term two-spirit, so Tyler revoked this status so as not to offend any Native Americans. Despite the decision, to this day, Tyler claims to have Oklahoma-rooted Native American connections.
But if there's one thing I hold to be absolutely true, is that the land remembers her people. And while there is a lot to be said about the generations of rooting out the savage, quote unquote, something I hate saying, and the very racist intentions of Blood Quantum, but when it comes to me personally, the land I was born to holds a great deal of importance to me. When I'm sure of nothing else, I'm sure of where I come from. And somewhere in the years of educating myself, and learning the stories and the histories, and finding the truths and the lies I was taught, I found the ways of my home.
I've yet to hear Tyler name the specific tribe, probably because this native stuff is vibes-based and has no actual backing. This emphasis on being a native even spilled over into Tyler's professional life. Although I use the word professional pretty loosely here, since we're talking about a TikToker who makes bead bracelets for a living. According to what seems to be a DM from Tyler, their bead making is motivated by their wish to bring a higher value back to an ancient art form that a lot of people overlook.
That being said, is on Sunday, not lately, so it's tomorrow.
I don't think
But we don't have a DSP stream today, at least.
Selling bead bracelets on Etsy is an ancient art form, but who am I to say? On one hand, I'm a YouTuber who makes videos on people who stick objects up their butt, so I'm not exactly the definition of a professional. But then again, my job also makes me a specialist on absolutely meaningless drivel. And to me, Tyler's career here definitely fits that bill. Now, a TikToker named Tim Stratford's wife, I honestly have no idea what is going on anymore. This TikToker bought one of Tyler's bracelets because, as she puts it in her video, she fell for Tyler's "I'm a trans man in Texas being discriminated against, and I need you to buy my stuff so I can move out" narrative. According to her, the items were very expensive, with her saying one of them cost her an entire paycheck. But despite their costs, the quality was terrible. One of them instantly broke apart, another arrived already shriveled up and had to be pulled extremely tight in order to be usable. And if that wasn't inconvenient enough, this TikToker discovered that it was only the case because Tyler likes to model their creations before they're sold, meaning they were adapted to Tyler's size, which was significantly larger. And on top of all these defects, some of the rows of beads were missing or screwed up. And oddly enough, she claims that the bracelets were greasy, which I can only assume is the result of Tyler's modeling.
It came greasy? Like, and I thought this was a shipping issue, but no, it is like genuinely just like it is greasy. Like I feel the grease residue on my fingers right now.
Imagine priding yourself on your work as much as Tyler does, only for the reputation of your work to be that it's covered in grease. Must be sad for anyone not named Colonel Sanders. But I don't mean to reduce Tyler to a bead stringer. We're dealing with a much more all-around, jack-of-all-trades type of artist. Back before Tyler became two-spirited, around the time of the pandemic, Emily was a singer. And according to a Tumblr post, they'd even auditioned for The Voice when they were 15. While they didn't make it on the show, they went back for more 6 years later when they were 21. Unfortunately, I can't find any footage of their auditions for the show, but this is just one of Tyler's many talents. On Tyler Catastrophe's art shop, you can find pretty much every kind of hodgepodge imaginable. So much so that it would be too much to name all of the categories of items laid out here. But to focus on what Tyler offers up only tells half the story, as the other half is what's mentioned by the girl who bought the bracelets. The real engine that makes the bracelets and the paintings fly off the shelves is that Tyler has spent years farming up pity from people online in a variety of different ways. One of the telltale signs that someone is bound to become the laughingstock of the internet is that they chronically overshare and offer up way too much information about their personal lives for no gain whatsoever. Case in point, Tyler's life objective has been to share as many details as possible about themselves online for, one note on Tumblr.
Like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
This particular post is a long, drawn-out, symbolic letter to Tyler's dad, basically laying out how he ran out on his family in minute detail. As I understand it, he went to a bar and didn't tell anyone, and hid a gun in the house, which Tyler takes issue with because none of them are mentally stable enough to be around one. But things escalated pretty quickly, as Tyler's dad is first described as hitting his wife and then dragging her around with his truck and nearly running her over. Tyler then goes on to say that this traumatic event caused them to have trust issues with men, which is highlighted by Tyler being, quote, nearly raped. I'm not going to make light of or even question this claim, but I will say that generally, I don't think sharing this type of stuff with strangers online is good for you. But ultimately, it is Tyler's choice. Regardless, Tyler talks about how their dad leaving led to a lack of trust in men generally.
Thank you, Overseer, for the Prime sub. Let's get a costume change. See what it's going to be. Still got the... Oh, all right. Regina. Regina Dino Crisis. First name, name of game.
Generally.
And hello, Regina Dino Crisis.
And repeatedly says that their dad chose a gun over his family. At the tail end of the post, Tyler references being on psychiatric meds, and at the top, there's a drawing about abandonment. There's also one other old Tumblr post about Tyler's dad, which accuses him of faking disabilities. I hate seeing my biological father in public with his fake service dog when I am very actually disabled, and know that if it was a real service dog for the tasks he says it performs, he would lose his driver's license and his job. It's always something with that man. He has Tourette's syndrome like I do, but he says that she's for seizures. She isn't. They bought a vest and a random lot of patches on Amazon, and that dog is dumber than a box of rocks. It's so embarrassing. It's interesting that Tyler is accusing their dad of pretending or exaggerating his disability for sympathy, because we'll come back to this topic later. On the other hand, we also have Tyler's mom, who is described as a bit of a gaslighter narcissist type. In the same post that Tyler says their paintings are worth $1,000. Do you really think that the originals for any of these paintings are worth $1,000?
So some rando, aka the art collector X, just told me that $1,800, $1,800 was way too much to pay for this gorgeous piece of art right here that literally took me a year and is 4 feet tall.
Whoa.
So that guy
That's
is $32,000 now. Yeah, that's how I want to live my life now.
The last piece of info about Tyler's family that they provide on Tumblr is that besides a brother and sister, who I can only assume are biological and children of the same dad, there's also a stepbrother who, according to Tyler, is black and suffered discrimination by southern middle-aged white ladies. Just so we're in the clear here, counting Tyler, that's 4 siblings, counting the ones that aren't blood-related. Yet, in the post about Tyler's mom, she supposedly has 10 kids. Either this woman has been pumping out Oklahomans pretends like there won't be a tomorrow, or Tyler deliberately avoids explaining that his mom just remarried someone else with a bunch of kids so that his family sounds more like Encanto. But it's when we get to around age 20 that the story gets to a pretty interesting wrinkle. You see, on Tyler's old Tumblr, there are a few posts like this one. Being disabled in the very specific way that I am is so strange. Like, I can't bend over, I'm in a constant level of pain at all times, and my body just stops breathing if I'm not actively telling it to. But I'm still very capable of lifting heavy objects, if their starting point isn't on the floor, or even going on moderate length hikes if I have a cane handy. So like, I think I could carry a few of my wheelchair using friends in the event of an emergency. But there's also a thought that I'll probably be a wheelchair user by the time I'm 30.
Wheelchair! Of course. That is great. That is a great statue. Yum. Yum. She's like 90% of the reason why people want a Dino Crisis.
We're gonna need a wheelchair! Here!
Looking good.
I don't know, man. Life is weird. Don't get hit by cars. This is the second time I've made a video on an unreliable narrator who claims to have a social circle of severely physically disabled people. Tyler says a few of my wheelchair using friends. And tell me if I'm wrong here, but that sounds like more than 2 at least. I find that statistically unlikely unless your job requires you to work with people with disabilities. Secondly, although the post attempts to sort of beat around the bush a bit, the whole point of it is to advertise that Tyler's been in a bad car crash that has severely affected their life. In another post, more specifics are provided, with Tyler saying that the surgeons put their shattered rib cage back together, and how they can no longer bend over at the waist without feeling extreme pain, on top of chronic pain where Tyler feels like they're being stabbed from the inside every few days. Based on the dates, this surgery took place in late 2019, which leads me to think the car crash also happened around that time. And in an Instagram post which featured Tyler, more details about the crash were given. Tyler was hit by an SUV in 2019, leaving him physically impaired. He is now missing a rib, has 2 titanium ribs, and suffers from chronic pain. On a podcast, Tyler retold this story, adding the information that they had been riding on a bike and there was no traffic light, which technically made the accident their fault. Because of the amount of information provided by Tyler, people were actually able to find the crash report from the right date, with the right vehicles, and with a matching description of Tyler, which labeled them as at fault for the accident. By going over the crash report, we can find some things that Tyler neglects to mention or outright says the opposite of. The crash wasn't just labeled Tyler's fault because of some technicality. Tyler failed to yield the right of way. It's also worth mentioning that the vehicle Tyler got in a crash with had a 7-year-old girl in it. Lastly, and this I'm actually dubious on, Tyler was apparently unlicensed, or at least didn't have their license with them when the crash went down. All of this is to point out that Tyler was clearly in the wrong in this situation, yet spent years making themselves out to be the victim. It obviously sucks that Tyler got injured, and that shouldn't be wished on anyone, but the other driver did not do anything wrong, at least according to this report. In a Tumblr post about it, Tyler says, "I was hit by an SUV while riding in October. People who ride for thrills forget that car drivers who don't also ride aren't trained to look for or even see motorcyclists, and they put everyone on the road in danger. In fact, most motorcyclists don't have motorcycle licenses and don't have the skills to avoid risk, and way too many riders seek it out." I'm gonna say here that there's a chance Tyler's actually being self-aware, and this is basically from the perspective of someone who has been reckless while riding a bike. But ever since the accident, Tyler has always put an apostrophe and tried to justify why they weren't actually at fault for the crash. So I don't think that's what's happening here. For some reason, Tyler doesn't see the irony in talking about how some unlicensed bikers are reckless, when that's exactly why they got hit by an SUV in 2019. Besides the story of the crash itself conflicting with Tyler's claims, there's also the after effects which Tyler has spent years bringing up, even blaming the crash on why they lost their singing voice, or being told by doctors they'd never sing again. Tyler also says that this crash caused PTSD so severe that it completely went away in less than a year, and Tyler went right back to riding his motorcycle by August of 2020. To add insult to injury, in 2021, Tyler wrote this post. "So a giant truck rear-ended my motorcycle today, and I'm really glad I saw him coming and held the brake a bit longer than normal because I almost ended up in the middle of a no-light intersection. The only real damage was a reflector on my license plate, but I was pretty shaken because the PTSD from my last crash is still pretty fresh." But the driver was an older black gentleman, and he was super apologetic and explained that his brakes had been acting up and that he misjudged the distance and handed me a $100 bill. I'm I'm honestly just glad he hit me and not some other white person, because I know a lot of people in the Dallas area would have immediately called the police, and I know I would never involve the cops in anything I do. I just hope he takes it as a sign to get his brakes fixed, because I have a feeling that he won't get so lucky twice. I should probably light a candle. Once again, I must ask the question, what does race have to do with any of this? Why is it even being brought up that the truck driver is black? Why is it being brought up that any other white person would have called the cops? Tyler's making it out as if this truck driver isn't driving around with busted brakes and rear-ended the bike. I can't think of a greater example of the bike cuck mentality than getting rear-ended, and your first thought is, I'm glad this happened to me and not some racist white person, because then this black truck driver who rear-ended me would get in trouble. The cherry on top of this story is you have to consider Tyler wrote this and posted it to Tumblr, again, to advertise how much of an ally they are, that they won't even complain about getting rear-ended if a black person does it. Jokes aside, this whole crash thing was one of Tyler's last notable Tumblr posts, because from this point onwards, they took their business over to TikTok. Their first available posts on the platform are pretty much the same as what they ended up posting there since. Complaining about life a lot, promoting homemade jewelry, and hopping on whatever audio is trending on TikTok at that moment. Even if Tyler didn't get into a bunch of controversies later on, these videos are entertaining enough to get a bunch of traction, because some of it is unbelievable.
Random people used to come up to me on the street and tell me that the way that I looked is how they pictured Jolene from the Dolly Parton song Jolene.
But it wasn't all hate. One of their videos about paintbrushes got a ton of views and engagement, as well as one showing a painting inspired by a now deceased Minecraft YouTuber named Technoblade. But as you can imagine, combining the attention from the TikTok communities revolving around art, Minecraft YouTubers, and social issues, the fanbase Tyler grew was pretty sensitive when it comes to hot topic issues. Naturally, the more attention Tyler got, the higher a standard they were held to. And this generally leads to an almost inevitable fall from grace. At some point, Tyler decided to capitalize on the fan base that was slowly coming together on TikTok, and this materialized into crowdfunding. Tyler wanted to raise money to purchase a suit to attend a wedding, and it actually worked. So Tyler got to thinking bigger. And this is when we get into another fascination: England. After all, Tyler does come from Tumblr, and those people have had a very strange fascination with England ever since the website started. In the 2010s, this was so prominent that a new term was created to describe Americans who fetishize being British: Teaboos. In 2022, Tyler visited the country and was overtaken by a strong sense of culture shock, talking about how amazing it is. Advertisements are way more pleasant here. Even the YouTube ads? And we all know how anti-ad I am, but it was nice to see. English people have a tendency to become immediately flabbergasted if I compliment them or offer assistance of any kind. I plan to do it more just so they become a little less surprised when people are kind. I told my mother I had fallen in love with England and wanted to move permanently. With this newfound appreciation for the British also came fantasies of dating a European hunk and living there. Except there was one major issue. Tyler is broke.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Well, not really, because if you can afford to live comfortably enough that you spend all of your time recording TikToks and stringing beats together, you're not actually broke. But basically, Tyler needed some cash to fulfill their British dreams, specifically $22,000, which led to the launch of a GoFundMe. So far, no issue. I believe it's anyone's right to shake their coffee can at strangers online, no matter how silly their dreams may be. However, it's when you purposely mislead your potential donors that things start to get questionable. Here's how the description of the fundraiser reads. Hi friends, my name is Tyler and I'm a disabled transgender artist from Oklahoma, currently stuck in Texas. I've been given an amazing opportunity to move to England and further my art career, and considering everything that's currently working against my safety here, I'm doing everything I can to make it happen. I don't want to have to live in exhaustion and fear for the rest of whatever life I have left, and I'm hoping that it isn't too much to ask for. So if anyone is at all willing and able, I would greatly appreciate any cent of support that could possibly help. This fundraiser will help.
Like at this point, when these people are like, oh my God, I'm in so much danger. Trump is going to send the secret police after all the trans people. At this point, I'm just like, yeah, I know, right? Man, yeah. I know, like, you're absolutely right. Like, what are you going to do now? I guess leave. I guess that's really the only option, huh?
With bills, medications, updated documents, moving fees, plane tickets, and finding housing once I'm able to. This opportunity means the world to me, and I'm hoping that once I'm stable enough, I'll be able to help others as well. Now, this sounds relatively harmless, all things considered. At most, you can say that Tyler has a penchant to lean too heavily into the I'm in danger
And it's just like, it's kind of sad because like these people just, they scare each other. They just make up these stories and like they just traumatize each other and make each other just fearful and to the point where they just get sick, like actual ill. And they're just doing it to each other. And like at that point, like what can I do? Like, can I convince you it's not true? Probably not. So I'm just like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
Narrative to try and guilt trip people into paying up. The way I see it, the greatest
You're in
threat to
danger.
Tyler's
Yeah, I
well-being
agree.
is not
You're in
Texas.
so much
Instead, it's the
danger.
red Yamaha and intersections without traffic lights. What isn't true is the part where Tyler says they got an opportunity to move to England and further a career in the arts. On TikTok, Tyler spoke about a job offer that came during the first tourist visit to England in 2022.
But the actual job itself will be in an art studio with a group of just amazing artists who run a nonprofit, and I'll be able to make things and just do all the things that I do for myself just on a larger level.
But according to Tyler, the offer fell through at the last minute. Like most half-truth merchants, Tyler expects people to simply not follow up or question the things being said on the TikToks. So they keep talking about this dream job opportunity until every last drop of sympathy can be squeezed out of the audience without ever actually explaining what the job was supposed to be. Because of course, the more details that Tyler provided, the clearer it became that this whole thing is a lie. In 2025, Tyler decided to do the opposite of coming clean, and instead accuses the people who supposedly had the job offer of ghosting and feeding false hopes. Namely, Tyler blames British artist Stuart Semple for being misleading, and in one post even outright says that Stuart was at fault for leaving him almost homeless and halting his career and ruining his desire to paint.
I was supposed to have a job in England waiting for me, and then they pulled out at the very last minute. Actually, Stuart Semple. So I asked him point blank, hey, can I have a different job in the studio and I'll just move to England? I'll raise the funds myself. I've got to be out by this date. Could it happen? And he said yes. So what do? I put my career on hold, sell basically almost everything else I own, start turning down opportunities thinking I'm going to be in a different country when they happen. Doing the work because I go all in or nothing. And what does he do? He ghosts.
The word homelessness and the idea that Tyler was selling off stuff in America to move only to get their hopes dashed starts popping up a lot around this time. And the complaining about being tricked by Stuart really starts boiling over, which eventually got Stuart's attention and a reply. Years ago, Tyler swung by. Nice bloke. But visiting the studio isn't a job offer. Tyler saying he was close to me in the studio was an overstatement. He sent a lot of messages to a lot of the crew, and I know everyone was lovely to him. I think one of the crew...
Like, there's this weird just like need for identity, and people feel like they're not special enough, so they need to find ways to make themselves feel special. That's how you end up with things like this gender ideology and DSP overemphasizing his Italian heritage, even though he's only a quarter Italian, because he has really nothing to attach to. There's no community that he can be a part of, so he just has to attach himself. Like, I'm literally more Italian than Phil is, and I never bring it up. I never talk about it to anyone because no one cares. I don't need to wrap myself in an Italian flag to feel like I belong somewhere.
Members was in touch with him a bit more. He may have felt we were friends, but perhaps to us it was a little less than that. We were pretty hospitable when he passed through. He spent about half an hour with me, and eventually he asked me for a job. I was trying to...
It's like, if that's the most exciting thing about you, you sound really boring.
Be nice and said if he ever made it back to England, we could talk about it. He was really lovely and I wish him well, but sadly there was never a job offer. Certainly nothing that should have made him sell all of his belongings and plan to move halfway across the world. Even then, some people were still considering the possibility that Stuart may have miscommunicated with Tyler due to the "we could talk about it." But Stuart then took to Reddit and shared messages he had with Tyler where it's very clear that no job offer was ever made. He then further clarified he was given a firm no from the studio a little later. My assistant was very clear with him. We swapped a couple of DMs a few weeks later, and it felt very much like he understood that there was no hard feelings. And he was talking about applying for a job in another studio. He was fully aware there was no job. It was his choice to carry on with the crowdfunding.
Big ups, Dominic. We'll keep this costume for a while since we like it.
And his attempt to move to England. Again, I do wish him well, and I really hope that he makes it to the UK if that's what he wants. So at this point, you can see what Tyler was doing, lying about a story for sympathy to explain why their life wasn't going the way they wanted. And this brings us to the breaking point. The big reason why anyone even knows Tyler Catastrophe exists in the first place. Wilbur Soot. Wilbur used to run a channel called Soot House that got a ton of views and engagement, where he and his friends read posts from Reddit and other sites to laugh at them. Then in 2020, when Minecraft YouTuber Dream was blowing up, Wilbur joined his server and became a part of that whole phenomenon, growing a fan base of a few million subscribers. This eventually allowed him to transition out of...
Yeah, I did finish most of that costume. I'll wrap it up in a bit.
being a typical YouTuber.
It shouldn't take me too long. Actually, I kind of screwed up. I deleted one of the hands, and I'm going to need to import the hand so it works again.
And into a full-blown musician with his band Lovejoy. While YouTubers making music generally has a negative connotation, in this case the band has been fairly successful, reaching tens of millions of plays on some of their songs. But things took a turn for the worse in 2024 when Wilbur's ex-girlfriend Shubble claimed that she had been in an abusive relationship. Specifically, she claims that this ex-boyfriend would repeatedly bite her even after she had communicated she wasn't okay with it.
And I would yell out the safe word because it hurt so bad. He'd clamp down even harder. I'd say the safe word and he'd grind his teeth down on my skin.
While she didn't name Wilbur as the target of her allegations, people figured it out pretty quickly by simply checking the time frame of when Shubble claimed this happened and when she was with him. This was huge news at the time, and a lot of his former associates distanced themselves pretty quickly. Wilbur eventually responded, where he made a few concessions, but did fire back at the more serious claims. He says that Shubble's feelings are valid, and that towards the end of their relationship, he became slobbish, disrespectful, and selfish. However, he claims that the allegation of abuse related to him biting her was shocking to him, because, in his words, throughout our relationship, I understood from our numerous conversations and text message exchanges that this behavior was consensual, playful, and reciprocally enjoyed. At the end of the day, I wasn't there, and I have yet to see dead to rights evidence that either side of this situation is definitive.
It's funny, Tom kind of faced his own similar scandal.
Definitively in the right. What seems to have pissed people off the most is that although Wilbur presented as if he were apologizing and saying he sought therapy to fix his issues, his response actually lacked a straightforward apology. Shubble then addressed Wilbur's response and doubted he was being genuine in it, and as this drama broke out, even more allegations were made towards Wilbur, pretty much cutting him off from his past as a well-connected Minecraft channel. The stan base around him from the Minecraft days died, but the band Lovejoy has continued despite everything, with a decent level of success, all things considered. And this is where Tyler Catastrophe comes in. Tyler has always identified as a huge fan of Wilbur Soot and his band. They even wanted to audition for it at some point. In a fit of extraordinary delusion, Tyler even offered to become Lovejoy's second vocalist.
So hi, Lovejoy. Do you want a second vocalist? My name is Tyler Salona. I'm 26 years old. I live in Texas, but I'm trying to move to England anyway. I'm a massive extrovert. I've been performing since I was 10, and in 2019, I was actually a semi-professional vocalist, but then had to spend almost 5 years getting my voice back after losing it completely because someone hit me with their car.
Whenever Tyler wants something really bad, the accident always comes up without fail. It's a pretty crafty move. This is kind of unrelated, but I got my wisdom teeth removed a year ago, and this is what I looked like. So please subscribe or I will literally die. In December 2022, Tyler wrote, Wilbur Soot being an age-appropriate crush really is a huge win for me. I'm not even sure I like men, but damn if I wouldn't romance him. I'd candlelight dinner and rose petal footpath him. Hands down, bro. But this fixation on Wilbur went even further back.
I have had a crush on Will Gold since 2019 when I heard him laugh in the background of someone else's video, and it felt like life itself leaned in to listen.
Tyler then describes how they don't have many romantic interests, but Wilbur in particular was extremely fascinating.
And since then, I have only briefly dated one other person who was wonderful, but it didn't work out. And so in all of that time, regardless of how many people have tried and been interested.
Big ups, Dominic. I did see some of your posts, and I agree with you.
In me, I have not been able to find the interest for any single one of them because I have a fucking crush on a guy I have interacted with once.
Apparently, the two have even met in real life when Tyler attended a Lovejoy show. This moment meeting Wilbur was so magical that they've continued to crush on him for years. The brief meeting even inspired Tyler to start making music again.
And I don't even officially know his sexuality. I have tried so hard to move on from this, to let it go, because I want so badly for it not to cross over into parasocial territory. He somehow managed to make me want to write music again, something I have not done since my last band broke up in 2019 and I got hit by a car and couldn't sing anymore.
Tyler spends the entirety of this 3-minute video talking about this one-sided obsession.
I was just saying, I saw some of your posts on Twitter, and I agree with you about Gio Scotti.
With Wilbur Soot, with the main goal of even talking about it being to finally address it so it can just be out in the open and hopefully put the entire thing to rest. This obviously did not work, as talking about something to hundreds of random strangers around the world usually just makes more people aware of it, and thus makes more people talk about it. But even with how silly that stated intention is, a big point of conversation around this whole issue has been the idea of a parasocial relationship. This is something Tyler acknowledges in the video, that there is a one-sided fascination fascination with a person you do not know. In the age of the internet, this idea has become increasingly widespread, as headlines have come out of horror stories where obsessive fans stalk streamers. While this is the most extreme end of the spectrum, there are in-betweens like what Tyler's fallen into, where the fan doesn't pose a physical danger to the object of their ire, but nonetheless, the parasocial relationship has negative consequences. In this case, apparently Tyler has turned down potential romances because the people they meet in real life failed to live up to their expectation of Wilbur Soot. Of course, the great irony here is that in the hypothetical world where Wilbur did actually fly out Tyler Catastrophe and attempt to fill the Grand Canyon, so to speak, they would still be disappointed because Wilbur Soot and any YouTuber anyone watches is not the idealized version they present, or the version of them that some fans will conjure up in their heads. As beloved or hated as they may be online, in real life, they are real people with real flaws. But the parasocial obsession with Wilbur has clearly blinded Tyler to that, instead only seeing him as the British indie rock guy he presents himself as.
So no matter how many times I try to sweep this out of the rug and move on with my life, there's always that little thing in the back of my head saying, there's a non-zero chance. Oh my god. Because honestly, it doesn't matter what I'm doing any day ever for the rest of my life. If he was like, hey, do you want to get dinner or something? I'd say yes. Obviously, I'm delusional. It's fine.
As you can imagine, within a short period of this video being released, Tyler went viral, being branded as the
Nice.
cringy Lovejoy fan from TikTok.
I do not think that Wilbur Soot is an abuser. This is just a reminder that I still feel that way.
Now, if this was coming from a teenager, it'd be a bit more understandable, even if still absolutely delusional and parasocial. But in 2019, Tyler was already grown up enough to be riding around on a motorcycle and getting hit by SUVs. We aren't talking about a kid here. We're talking about a fully grown-up adult who has continued to actively fantasize about dating Wilbur Soot for years. Another issue Tyler ran into regards the allegations around Wilbur. The reason why I was kind of middle of the road regarding the claims made when I brought them up earlier is because I just don't know what happened with him and Shovel. I wasn't there. And while I'm not going to accuse anyone of lying, I'm also not going to jump on the train to accuse Wilbur without definitive evidence, even if I myself have to admit that his response to the allegations was not very good by YouTuber standards. With that being said, among younger Minecraft stans, and especially the audience that Tyler has built, you're kind of expected to believe allegations unquestioningly. And as a result, anything opposing that can get you in some serious hot water with those people. When Shovel came out with her claims about Wilbur, despite having no solid information on it and only having met the guy once, Tyler instantly took to antagonizing Shovel on Tumblr. If Shelby Shovel has no haters, assume I never existed, because I'd still be hating from the grave. I wish Wilbur Soot would call me baby. Can I be honest now? I can't stand a Shovel. Like, in general, not a fan. In the hashtags of this second post, we once again see the phrase age appropriate, which really confuses me. Why is this being emphasized in the first place? I'm not implying anything, I'm just genuinely wondering if this is something people regularly say on Tumblr, or if it's just Tyler that does it. Besides coming to his defense, Tyler basically bragged about being parasocial and stalkerish, made clever little references to the kind of abuse Wilbur was accused of, and even shared a fan fiction about him. At 2:14 a.m., the signal was supposed to go dead. Wilbur, or the man the world knew as Argbur, had spent a year building a world out of digital shadows, hiding his heat in the static, because he was too cowardly to even say the words out loud. But when the rain started falling on the bridge and the departure clock began to tick, the poetic metaphors crumbled into raw, bleeding desperation. You were supposed to be on a plane. You were supposed to leave everything behind for a life lived in the light. But you didn't choose it. You couldn't. The tags on this post include angst, happy ending, too much kissing, smut, praises, and multiple orgasms. Humanity is beautiful. After years of all these questionable elements of Tyler's online presence had gone completely unnoticed, their public parasocial attachment to Wilbur Soot had people scraping through Tyler's content and scrutinizing everything they'd done up until this point. The reason it took off so much is because, one, TikTok people don't play about those accused of abuse, and two, people made fun of Tyler for just being generally cringe.
And I know I can pull, and thinking to myself, hey, I bet if this guy knew me, he'd probably like me back. If there's a chance.
Damn,
is
dude.
also not parasocial.
But as
Does this guy record himself and then like watch back and be like, okay, how can I sound more annoying? All right, more cringe, more cringe.
criticism flooded in, Tyler's first response was to downplay it.
Is it embarrassing to publicly admit that you have a crush on someone? Yes. But
Sound
having
more
a
cringe.
crush about
Hold
a
on,
person
try that
you
again,
don't
another
know
take.
is not inherently wrong. I'm not out here writing self-insert fanfiction or building a shrine to our love in my fucking closet. And y'all are out here acting like I trained an AI chatbot to talk like him. And for the record, we are
Everything just sounds so rehearsed. I'm like, it's so annoying to listen to.
strictly against AI in this house, just so you know.
I don't really know why.
Of course. Like, why is... I'm losing my mind. Like, what is with the Venn diagram overlap? The Venn diagram overlap between hating AI and being on the far left. It's got to be something there. Ignorance? Just ability to be fooled by propaganda?
They're bringing up these examples as if those were crossing the line when Tyler is on the record sharing self-insert fan fiction about Wilbur Soot. It's honestly not that far away from making an AI chatbot to talk to him.
If he asked me out, I would say yes. That is all I said.
I don't mean to be the crusher of hopes and dreams, but this is the kind of thing someone should only do in private because of how strange it is. Tyler Catastrophe is the latest iteration of a long line of people who have lost track on why human beings have a biological built-in function of cringing. We feel bad for embarrassing ourselves because it's a sign of social dysfunction. Now, while it's true that Tyler made a series of bizarre, questionable decisions, people also went overboard in the other direction. As documented by Tyler, several people were sending death threats and making fun of them for self-harming in the past. Found your mom.
Starve yourself. You'll be more respectable.
What began as a one-sided obsession with Wilbur Soot had now turned into a one-sided obsession from anonymous people with a cringy TikToker. Who, cringe as they may be, Tyler is relatively harmless. This kind of hatred is just not warranted whatsoever. In videos about Tyler, commentary channels repeatedly hit on Tyler's desire to move to the United Kingdom, saying that it was another manifestation of their borderline stalker desire to be near Wilbur. But Tyler fired back, basically saying that the move and the fixation on Wilbur were actually totally unrelated.
If y'all think I would make a massive, life-altering decision that takes years of work to achieve, just because I was willing to admit on the internet that I think a musician I don't know has a pretty laugh, then y'all really have the wrong idea.
While this may be true, Tyler still failed to understand why people were even creeped out by this obsession with Wilbur in the first place. But Tyler's story went the way that most of these stories go. Eventually, the fortitude to keep rolling with the punches was worn down. An anonymous person, speculated to be Tyler, made a post to the r/advice subreddit. Hello, I am a 27-year-old queer artist that has recently become a target of online bullying, harassment, and misinformation. Without revealing too much of identity, I am being flooded with loads of hate from individuals as young as children to people older than me. Countless videos and posts have been made about me attacking my art, shaming the amount I charge for each piece, my fashion sense, my identity, my singing, my medical history, my love life, etc.
He'd probably like me back.
Now, I'm not one to care what others think of me, but it's become quite a disruptive time for me and people who may know me and my art business. I've been getting fake orders from my shop where people make a refund right after purchasing, refunds on a GoFundMe I've set up to help me with expenses out of my hands, entire TikTok pages and Reddit dedicated to me, and more. I've been researching my legal options here, but it's just too vast that I'm not sure what to do. Additionally, I live in a red state, so I'm not sure how seriously it'll be taken by lawyers and professionals and all that jazz.
Hey, they're coming after me. The other Ludwig.
You are a fucking chomo.
No, Zipper, can you pull up Madoka Magica?
What are you getting him to do that for?
I'm just asking a question.
1,000 years old? That's what I'm saying. That's what we always do, and we always make excuses for these fucking people.
Okay, so just tell me.
Right. So what are we doing?
Go to images. I'm just asking if Puella Magi Madoka Magica would count for this category you're talking
If
about.
I meet somebody, if I start a new job and my coworker says this is his favorite anime, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you after work.
Yeah, we're
by
gonna
the way.
kill you, man.
Wouldn't do that. We're gonna beat the shit out of
What the
by
fuck?
the dumpster.
We're gonna turn the water up slowly until you don't.
There's something weird about someone who looks at this and just immediately assumes sexual content. Like, if you're just automatically assuming sexual content from just like an anime girl, there's something wrong with you, actually.
The shit out of you after work.
Yeah, we're
by
gonna
the way.
kill you, man.
Wouldn't do that.
We're gonna
beat the shit
Go ahead and try. You're the one going down first, shithead.
out of by the dumpster.
Oh, I'd love you to try.
We're gonna turn the water up
I haven't killed someone in a long time.
slowly
I'm kidding.
until you don't notice it's boiling.
I'd talk to them less.
It's a good show.
Okay.
Yeah, but Ludwig.
Okay.
Why is that? When is that ever a good enough reason?
Good enough. But fuck you. How about that? That's a good enough reason. Go fuck yourself.
It's like saying that children's are at fault for PDFS editing.
Like, can we even like have a conversation, a discussion? Like, can we talk about things at all without being accused of committing crimes? It's very odd. It's very anti-speech. It's very anti-expression. Very, just shows you who's on the wrong side, I guess.
If any other poor soul has suffered
This just
anything
shows
like
they
what I'm
don't
currently...
know Makika at all. They just see the art style that
Yeah.
anime is a very dark anime KEKW.
And they just see like cute girls and they just automatically assume that if you see those cute girls, you're fantasizing about having sex with them. And it's like, that's a you problem, bro. That's as you projecting. Like, can we talk about things like gushing over magical girls without like death threats? It's like, that's a show, like, it's actual smut. Like, be honest, it's kind of like just openly pornographic. And the kids are the girls are like high school age. Like, okay, it's not my favorite show in the world. It's not great. It's just kind of good, I guess. I saw it. It is what it is. Like, am I going to get decapitated now? Like, what the fuck? Can we talk?
having to bask in. Any advice on what I can do? Someone left a comment saying that hiring a lawyer would be pointless and that they could tell who was making the post, and it was deleted shortly thereafter. But the post itself does show that Tyler was looking for a solution to the current predicament, with the next attempt being a video addressing everything. The first walk back regards being two-spirited, with Tyler saying they tried to bury the entire thing because it was stupid to do in the first place.
I do not refer to myself as Two-Spirit. I have mistakenly done so in the past, and I am genuinely sorry.
Now that he was allowed back in the teepee, he moved on to discussing Wilbur Soot, apologizing for defending Wilbur in regards to his allegations.
And because I saw a lot of people treating Wilbur's statement as an admission of guilt, when to me it did seem genuine and like he honestly didn't understand the extent of the harm he had done and was doing therapy.
But I am looking forward to the next season. I think it will be cool. I'll watch it. No hurry though. No rush.
Stuff to be better in the future. I felt very strongly about the way it was being treated from an outside perspective.
Tyler basically says that it was a mistake to ever speak about it in the first place, given the limited information the public had at that time. The final acknowledgement regards the trip to England, where the studio had supposedly made a job offer, only to retract it. Tyler admits that Stuart Semple and his collaborators hadn't done anything wrong, and that the truth had been stretched to paint Tyler in a more sympathetic light. There was, in fact, no real job offer in the first place.
I wound up blaming Stuart for a lot of things that were entirely on me, and now it's a lot bigger than any of it should have been.
Because of how viral this whole situation had been, word actually made its way to Wilbur Soot himself, who made a brief attempt to address it.
And I know what a lot of you are thinking, because obviously I've seen what people are saying on the internet, and no, it's not about a specific person. And if I can be quite frank, I think the way that
Sorry, excuse me. I tried to mute it beforehand, but it was just a second late.
Social relationships needs to be something that's discussed, but the way some people go about talking about this person online makes me a bit fucking sick. It's kind of bullying. It's kind of ridiculous, and this is just my way of saying I'm not going into it. And I think that the people making fun of this person, a lot of them are just as parasocial. And I think everyone needs to take a good look inwards, all right?
Inwards.
And figure themselves out.
We don't say inwards here.
You stare long enough into the abyss, and the abyss stares back into you.
It's clear that he doesn't want to really bring attention to this drama, but there is some truth to his point that many of the people talking about Tyler have taken it too far. It's clear that he doesn't really want to make this a bigger conversation than it already is, and he probably did the best he could with that intention in mind. Of course, parasocial attachments, especially ones being paraded around in public, aren't healthy and can make people feel extremely uncomfortable. But harassing people in their DMs over it isn't good either. Tyler quickly found out about the response and decided to throw in the expected 2 cents. Yes, I've seen the clip from Wilbur's stream. I'm very grateful he said something before the song releases, especially because it probably would have really sucked for me if he hadn't, but it also really sucks that he needed to. Either way, I know a lot of people wouldn't have ever said anything, so the fact that he did is something I appreciate very much, and likely always will. I still wish him and the band all the best, even if one new song will probably be difficult to listen to for a while. While Tyler is still the same parasocial person that thinks being Portuguese makes you two-spirit or whatever, as of right now, they haven't really done anything terrible that warrants the level of hate they got. To be honest, after looking into the whole thing, I'm surprised it got as big as it did. Did Tyler lie about the job offer with Stewart? Yes, and that should be corrected. And the GoFundMe's existence is pretty unnecessary even without that falsehood being addressed. As of now, the GoFundMe has raised 3/4 of its goal, so maybe Tyler will end up moving to England in the end, living the rest of life as a tea-drinking, crumpet-eating bead seller. Only time will tell. I've been Chicken Thomas. Thanks for watching.
Wow. Abrupt ending? Okay. We don't usually watch Turkey Tom. Now I know why. Just reminded why. Tom is kind of cringe. He's kind of cringe himself. He's a bit of a cringe lord. But he covers other cringe lords in an effective way. This is random. How about this?
Cecil is a man whose entire methodology of protecting Earth revolves around careful management, crisis prevention, and emergency preparation. So how would that work when the world's most powerful superhero is one he'd have no hope of ever controlling through conventional means? Thankfully, Saitama happens to be an incorruptible hero with the sense to do what's right despite having the power to end the world in a single punch. But as we know, Cecil's not the kind of guy who'd let Earth's future rest on such vague footing. So could Mr. Stedman control our favourite bald superhero if he were to be discovered within Invincible's world? Well, first we'd need to imagine how he could be discovered. Picture it, Cecil standing in the GDA control room, while the dispatchers monitor communications and hotspots in the region. Donald appearing a moment later and saying, "Sir," with a vaguely concerned look on his face. Cecil knows that look. Something's not right, or something's happened. Probably both. Then he asks Donald what's the problem, with a face of his own that's prepared for the worst. A giant sea monster attacked the beach downtown. It might be the biggest we've ever seen, but Donald, contact the Guardians immediately and get them down there. I'll try to get hold of Invincible and... Sir, it's already been killed, with 0 casualties.
Give Saitama a
Not by one
discount
of
coupon
ours
for
either.
groceries.
Yeah,
There you go.
right?
Ooh, that's
Just some expensive meat
sir.
and it'll be fine.
It was. And then the camera would transition to a worn pair of Crocs at the beach, slowly panning upward to show a mysterious figure standing there in a pair of swim shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, rising higher and higher until it reaches a bald head with a blank expression. And Donald would finish his sentence by saying, "It was a man they said was
Invincible."
Come on, you have to admit, that would be so good. It's not too much, it's not too little, it would be just right. Now, this isn't a full-blown what if, so I'll not dive too deeply into scenarios, and if you're watching this video, I'm going to assume you know these characters already. Anyways, it wouldn't take long for Cecil to get Saitama into the GDA's headquarters after that incident. At this point, Cecil will be hitting him with the GDA version of 20 questions. Who are you? How did you beat that monster? What are your powers? Wait, what do you mean you beat anything with one punch? Do you have any relation to the bum known as Two Punch Man? You get the idea. Saitama wouldn't be anything crazy to look at, but with his power already proven and Cecil accustomed to people being far stronger than they look, such as Invincible himself, Cecil will be taking Saitama seriously right off the jump. It's important to note at this stage, the GDA would be aware Saitama has a concerning level of physical strength via supposedly one-shotting a giant monster. However, they wouldn't be thinking he's above Viltrumites just yet. For Cecil, a Viltrumite threat is at the top of his oh my god list. But if Saitama had a mustache though, that'd probably make Cecil crap his pants. Anyway, while they wouldn't be thinking this newbie is on Viltrumite level, it wouldn't be a surprise to think the gears inside Cecil's head are already beginning to turn. Then, Cecil would offer to make Saitama a hero. To everyone's surprise, Saitama will probably tell them that he's already a hero. And while Cecil and Donald would respond that they've never heard of him and that heroes are usually registered with them, he will tell them that he just does it for fun. But not before being disappointed that no one knows who he is apparently. However, any previous experiences of finding crime already solved or dangerous monsters dead on arrival would start making more sense to Cecil and Donald the more they thought about it. Whether it's immediately or after they invite Saitama back at a later date, Cecil would ascertain that he's not got some run-of-the-mill cape on his hands here, but a powerhouse with huge potential. This is where he'd bring Saitama in for testing. Saitama would probably think of it as a drag, yet since he's got nothing going on, and this is somewhat interesting given he hadn't heard of all this GDA stuff before, he'd play ball. And because there was a mention of a buffet, Cecil would have asked how Saitama's power came to be. And after Saitama gives him the training routine story, Cecil is just going to raise his brow and be like, yeah, okay, and then get to work on trying to quantify this whole thing. Much like how he had tested Mark's strength with GDA's equipment, he would put Saitama to the test. He'd start with tests of strength, more typical of those with super attributes, yet it'd become apparent very quickly that Saitama is far beyond. The scientists would raise the numbers, yet still to no change of effort from Saitama. Until to Cecil's surprise,
Yeah, you know, like,
Saitama is casually...
Saitama is really popular when it comes to like power scaling discussions and also SCP, because you could put Saitama against any SCP and you get the full, like, you understand how powerful the SCP is. Whereas if you put them up against someone weaker, then they might die. But against Saitama, they can just go all out.
lifting
So
with
he's a
one
really interesting, just like what if character.
arm beyond the highest recorded lifting force.
But if this is corny, we can move on. I thought it was gonna be more interesting than it was. Liquid Chris. Now this guy's interesting. Right?
It was me, Barry. I made them draw Lola Bunny with fewer sexual features so that you would be horny and reduce your blood flow to make you a millisecond slower. Slow enough for me to kill Iris. Remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch.
Liquid Chris, real name Dr. Christopher Morton Duckworth, born July 1990, claimed to be the true and honest Christian Weston Chandler, and the
I
one
love
and
when
only
people
creator
try to do
of the
Gaku vs
Electric
Saitama
Hedgehog
or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like,
well,
you don't understand the joke, right?
Well, it lets them just go all out and just like scale up until the battles are just like huge and epic, which is cool. People like to see that.
Pokemon Sonichu. In reality,
like one of my favorite animations I showed was Sonic versus Saitama. And it's like Sonic with all the Chaos Emeralds can actually give Saitama a fair fight. But the only problem is that they destroy the solar system if they went all out.
he was simply an impersonator on YouTube who initially just made videos to amuse himself and his friends. Chris portrayed Liquid on YouTube and in the PVCC forums, while his identical twin brother, John Duckworth, a musician, portrayed him during the SingStar Challenge.
Yeah.
Liquid Chris gets his nickname.
Yeah, Liquid Chris was in the Cyrax orbit for just a little bit. Man, it was like only a week.
From Metal Gear Solid,
really short.
a video game which featured a storyline of the clone brother of the player character,
Brother!
Solid Snake, hence why Christian Weston Chandler is referred to as Solid Chris in this saga, and he will be for the remainder of this video. Eventually, Solid discovered Liquid and he actually believed that he was an impersonator trying to take credit for his glorious creation of Sonichu, rather than just being an impersonator. Once he was in Solid's sights, Liquid decided to up his game by playing along with his rivalry with Chris Chan, as did his fans, and became a full-time professional troll. Now, before the video begins from Goyim to Goyim, I need a little favor from all you Gentiles. In exchange for the start cash with Little Globe and Israel and Star as the imposter, Ian Brandon Anderson, based on the initials of the IBA.
Whenever a YouTuber is like, but first, or before we get into that, I'm just like, okay, skip.
Handler YouTube username. Liquid eventually got into fights with Solid over Casey's heart, briefly halting production of videos when Liquid was kidnapped by Solid, portrayed by the other twin filming the video. Liquid made a triumphant return to defend Casey's honor, and they retired from trolling Chris after getting married. This saddened Chris, though he quickly got over it and moved on to finding another sweetheart after about a day, as he usually does. On the 21st of June 2009, Liquid would create his YouTube channel C-Chan Sonichu Quick, under the premise that he was the real Christian Weston Chandler. Solid Chris did not notice his channel at first until the 21st of July 2009. Liquid would upload a video where he talked about him selling official Sonichu merchandise at Otakon, an anime and video game convention. This video caught the attention of Jack Thaddeus, who sent this video to his daughter Samantha, stating, "This man was at Otakon, he made some mad cash, he made an opening confession and all, tell me what you think." In reality, this was Solid Chris pretending to be Sam in an attempt to get his PlayStation Network accounts back from Jack. Upon seeing this video, Solid would rage in the comments and make a response to Liquid, officially starting the saga. At the end of the month, a new YouTube account was created. C-Chan Sonichu Quick appeared with a simple premise that the real Christian Western Chandler, henceforth Liquid Chris, was back online after a long absence, during which he lost his account to hackers, so all the weirdness on C-Chan Sonichu was the work of hacking trolls, and he announced that he was ready to resume posting honest and true content on his new account. The new Quick posted 4 more videos, much of which were parodies of earlier videos by Solid Chris. Notably, Liquid Chris sported an official Sonichu medallion made out of paper, never Crayola fucking model magic, a striped shirt, brown, a pair of rather bulky glasses, which would look ridiculous on anybody else, obesity by means of stuffed shirt, later removed, a distinct nasal voice, and a hefty dose of autism.
The prophecy is true.
All of which, of course, made him almost indistinguishable from Solid Chris. Solid himself made no comment, probably because he didn't notice the new videos among the chatter of all the other trolling. The alternative? That Solid just ignored them. It is far too reasonable to consider. Ian Brandon Anderson was a name given to Chris as part of an in-joke during the Liquid Chris saga. The name originated from the first 3 initials in Chris's new YouTube screen name. As Chris later explained, the real meaning of IBA Chandler was that it was a magnificently stupid wordplay joke, meaning I be a Chandler. As in, I, Christian, am one of the Chandlers, inspired by Bob's old license plate, which read, I be Mr. Chandler, I be Mr. C. However, when Chris later uploaded Rolling and Trolling, he gave the real trolls ammunition to use against him, as they were able to support Liquid's claim of being the true and honest Chris Chan, whilst claiming that the actual Chris was really a troll.
That was a pretty good video, where he's like, all of this was a joke, I'm actually normal, you trolls have been played.
And using the video as proof of their claims. During this, one of the many YouTube trolls involved came up with the idea that IBA was actually an acronym for the imposter's real name, deciding that it meant Ian Brandon Anderson. Liquid himself later picked up on this and began accusing Chris of being Ian, as well as leading directly into the rest of the Liquid saga, such as the SingStar Challenge and the conflict over Casey. Of course, suggesting that Chris was anything other than the true and honest Christian Weston Chandler was a serious insult to him. Every instance of Liquid calling him Ian in phone calls or in a video would cause Chris to rage and scream about how he was the real Christian, resulting in such humorous videos as Chris Chandler, in which he infamously screamed about the name.
Minutes. Redo the video for the full 9 minutes something length. And commentary, you can put them in a separate video. Separate. So, sing the whole 9 minutes something song. And another thing, Chris, your real name, as I have been told by Casey, is only Chris Chandler. No chin, no defer, just Chris.
No defer.
So, admit that. And another thing, my name is not Ian Brandon something!
Man.
Ironically, Chris's over-the-top reactions over being called Ian Brandon Anderson only helped the nickname stick even further among trolls. When Chris later included Liquid as a character in the Sonichu comics, his character name was IBA Chandler, just like the YouTube screen name. Though Chris did tard rage over being called Ian several times during the Liquid saga, it should be noted that he only ever reacted to Liquid calling him as such. In spite, what you may think, Weens commenting on Chris's YouTube channels and calling his house to scream into his phone haven't done anything to Chris, because even he's aware of how childish their attempt at getting under his skin are. A letter to Chris by a fan dated 21st of October 2021 included the name transliterated into a Perso-Arabic script at the bottom.
ساموا رسول أهل العزائم القول قول الصوارم كي تسترد المظالم حتى الأراضي.
When Liquid first showed up, his gimmick was that he was supposedly the real Christian Weston Chandler, and that C-Chan Sonichu account on YouTube had been hacked by an imposter a short while ago, and it was the imposter who was now operating the IBH Chandler account and pretending to be the real Chris. In this narrative, Ian Brandon Anderson was supposedly the real name of the imposter. Solid has mocked Liquid on several points, including his nasal tone.
It really is all about the Jews, huh?
His brown striped shirt. Actually making money off Sonichu.
Hello, I like money. Hello, I like money.
And most importantly, his general appearance. It's a bad sign when one is fighting a mirror, and it's worse when the mirror is winning. Worse still, if it has a funhouse mirror made especially to mock you. In early August 2009, Solid began to believe that Liquid couldn't be the real Chris because only the real Christian Weston Chandler is a retard who is the laughingstock of the internet. Therefore, the fact that Liquid isn't trolled and doesn't do dumb shit suggests that he isn't the real Chris. Of course, previously mentioned theories seem to disprove this assertion. In a further fit of irony, Solid ended up impersonating Liquid in a bizarre attempt to woo Liquid's girlfriend, Casey. And, in a last irony, Solid impersonated Liquid, who was impersonating him, impersonating or something.
Heyo, what up? This is Christian Weston Chandler here.
What?
I said, no, I'm not really Christian Weston Chandler. I'm not the creator of Sonichu because I live in Philadelphia. I was born in Philadelphia. At least as far as I know. I don't know my own originality or I get the points because I never put
I'm
a page to
convinced.
myself. In real life, it's just I only mock this new Christian Weston Chandler in Virginia. Except now, I am mocking Alex Vincent Leary. I am pretending to be Alex Vincent Leary. Oh, look at me, I'm Alex. I draw terribly. I draw everything in squares. I think I'm images in the background. I kill everybody. I got coral.
I'm a piece of shit and I hate myself.
I
Yeah.
even killed the original. I even killed the second dude who pretended to be the original. Anyway, I'm schizophrenic. I live in Philadelphia. I also have a girlfriend. Her name is Katie. Except we're married now. And she could have the real Christian Weston Chandler who lives in Virginia. Except I'm just a Christian Chandler who lives in Philadelphia. No, I'm sorry. I don't say Philadelphia. I meant to say Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. Where I pretend to be the real Christian Weston Chandler and read movies from Blockbuster and Pennsylvania. And the phone call was sent to the real deal, the real man in Virginia. Yada 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 yada
La 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 la.
Hey baby, I did one more time. I got an info on my head. Bye now.
What really cranked the saga up to 11 was a chain of events that started with Solid Chris getting his C-Chan Sonichu channel back. First, Solid posted a series of videos on the 10th of July 2009 where he called out 3 trolls by their YouTube handles and dropped their docs, well, dropped supposed states of residence.
Following is addressed to this individual whose YouTube account is this only. The opinions and the feelings and emotions expressed in this video are not representative towards any persons other than this one. Thank you very much. Hey! You! I know you. I have your name. You live in Sacramento, California.
Uh-oh.
I have a detective on the case, and I am going to send him against you as soon as possible. Which that will be within the next few days, or tomorrow when I can get in touch with him. And I will get in touch with him. And you think you're so smart, you think you're so corny
smart.
by doing the things that you have done so far. Mr. Hacker. You think you're so smart? Well, you know what? You're just a naive retard. And
Whoa.
naive is my least favorite word, because it sounds like nails on a chalkboard. You naive, retarded bastard.
Wow.
You should just go hang yourself after you give me
Yikes.
back what you have stolen from me. Do it now! Give them back to me!
Now, now,
Or I
now!
will send the detective and the police on your case! You bastard, you naive, retarded bastard.
Yikes.
And not only that, but you are such a coward, you dare not even show your face like others have done, harshly, on their YouTube videos. You are such a cowardly, naive, retarded bastard. That's right. I'm calling you out.
Oh no!
That resulted in the permanent ban hammer for Shat Sonichu. The next piece to fall into place was when he posted his Rolling and Trolling video on his new YouTube account, IBAChandler. Rolling and Trolling was a video of downtown Quickville, commonly known as downtown Charlottesville, uploaded on the 17th of July 2009, in which Chris attempts low-level humor. Notable is a video message to real-life trolls, including several quickie editors. The key component of this message is that in a shocking turn of events, Chris was engaging in the most elaborate trolling scheme in history and has duped us all masterfully. And if only that were true. To sell the deception, Chris changed his look to have a normal hairstyle, a goatee, sunglasses instead of large square pedo glasses, plain blue t-shirt and jeans, navy blue sleeveless unbuttoned shirt over his t-shirt, a dog collar bracelet. His forearms appeared to be covered in thick tattoos, complements the tattoo sleeve from the Love Quest, no Amnifest ring, and a chain with some dog tags instead of his trademark Sonichu medallion. Of course, the disguise unintentionally gave away the truth. The lack of the ring and medallion suggested that Chris was not entirely true and honest when he made this video, something that he indeed confirmed later on. Chris also is continuing his pattern that started about a month before of sometimes not speaking clearly. However, his dialogue is especially unclear here at many parts. In some parts of the video, his voice suddenly sounds like that of a man in his 20s.
Here live from Quickville today. We're over at the Quickville Pavilion. The Hedgehog Boys and Master Christian Mayor, they perform here every Friday night, and
What is this voice?
it draws a crowd. It's
And
very good,
you know, I am a normal person.
However, in other parts of the video,
It sounds like those cartoons where like the kids would like stand on each other's shoulders and like wear a big coat in order to try and look like an adult and sneak into a movie. Oh yes, I am indeed a adult man. Yes, I enjoy black coffee with my cigarettes. I would like to see this R-rated movie, please.
his voice starts cracking as it normally does, like a young boy's voice. No matter what, he still sounds like, well, an autist.
These are graffiti wall in the middle of the city.
Quite
of Quickville in the
so,
metropolis.
fellow adult.
The children are enjoying it, obviously. This is
Yes.
also part of our beautification project in the city. And I gotta say that the project just looks fantastic.
Yes, I must say, I must
from here.
concur with you.
It all looks very good.
Yes, yes.
I tell you
Yes,
what.
yes, yes.
Give me the liberty to know, to utter, and to argue according to conscience above all liberties.
Right.
In his Internet Dream Lounge podcast interview, according to Chris's recollection, the cameraman was a mysterious magical man, a friend of Chris's gal pal, Kim Wilson. Interestingly enough, Chris behaves, or at least makes a poor attempt to behave, as a normal person would. This implies that he knows to some degree that what he's doing in real life isn't completely normal. To what degree he realizes, this is unknown. When it hit Encyclopedia Dramatica, newbie Christorians everywhere momentarily shat themselves, thinking that they had been trolled by a Grand Master. Trolls, however, did what trolls do best. They started riffing on it. Pretty quickly, YouTube comments popped up referring to Solid as Ian Brandon Anderson. Such was the price of success for Solid's small drop of near win in his sea of epic fail. He had delivered onto his enemies a weapon that they'd use for months. Even though the damage control from that episode would have probably kept him from noticing Liquid's videos, Liquid however, then raised the stakes in an attempt to get Solid's attention. The SingStar Challenge was a video competition phase of the Quickville War initiated by Solid Chris. Previously, Solid, posting under the YouTube handle IBA Chandler, attempted to reestablish his true and honest identity with videos showcasing his multiple talents.
12 pack. All the cans are in there. 4.26 liters total. Estimated weight? I'd say over 50 pounds, I think. So now, what's this? Alright? One.
This is DSP's workout. This is these are his curls. He's maxed them out. In other words, he drank all the Fanta.
5. 6. 7. 8.
It's so funny, like on that call DSP had with Wings, and Wings was like, "Hey, have you ever lifted 100 pounds?" And DSP is like, "Oh, yes, of course. Oh, absolutely, of course I have." Okay, can you lift 200 pounds? I not a lot of times. But I could, yes. And then he talks about getting the workout machine delivered, and he's complaining about lifting 45 pounds up the stairs. Oh, yes, of course, I've lifted 100. Oh, yes, 100. I love that number, 100. I've lifted it many times.
9.
It's like, okay, you just say shit, man.
This cunning plan backfired
You literally
miserably,
just say
as Liquid
shit.
Chris, posting as C-Chan Sonichu, outdid Solid's talents in his own videos. This included playing More Than a Feeling on a real guitar, shaming Solid's Guitar Hero rendition, Butthurt that Liquid had an actual talent, Solid recognized that the clear solution was to formalize the contest, thus eliminating such dirty tricks. The challenge would have a unique legacy among Christery, as it cemented the popular image of Liquid Chris as a relatively harmless troll in the eyes of many fans who look at the classic era with rose-tinted glasses. Years later, fans would recreate the story of the challenge as a mod to the ever-popular online rhythm game Friday Night Funkin'. Chris would eventually create his own spiritual successor after his extended stint in jail, challenging the vocals of an artificial intelligence version of his voice that could sing popular songs instead of Liquid Chris. The work began on the 21st of July when Liquid uploaded a video that reeled Solid in having sold Sonichu merchandise with Samantha Thaddeus at Otakon. A rebuttal was in order.
You've got mail.
Do not buy from the imposter C-Chan Sonichu quick. He is crappy and his nasal voice just downright awful. Also, if I wanted to buy paper, I'd go to Walmart and buy 500 full 8.5 by 11 sheets for about $5. His church, he must live in frickin' Ohio with Julie. Never drives greater than 7 hours just to even visit Wesley Memorial in Virginia. Fuck him to hell. Solid also took time out from his busy schedule to post threats on Liquid's YouTube comments. The final showdown. Hey dumbass, you wish you were me, I would say you are stuck in -2nd gear. I'm calling you out. 14 Branchland Court, Ruckersville, Virginia. Before August 2nd, 2009, if you really want to be me, then come face me. Oh, by the way, your nasal voice is more grating than the word naive. And metal nails on the chalkboard. But naive is even worse than nails. You are a nerd and a wimp. Have a good day. Christopher Christian Weston Chandler. Even at this point, Solid Chris still may have let this all go, as he was simultaneously getting blackmailed by Jack Thaddeus, who was holding his PlayStation Network account to ransom. But, as that wound down, Liquid caught Solid's eye again by picking up on the Ian Brandon Anderson meme. Hello again, loyal fans. it is I again, Christopher Weston Chandler. Not Christopher Christian Weston Chandler, as everyone knows. I changed my name from Christopher to Christian. P.S. That troll, as some of know, informed me his real name is Ian Brandon Anderson. Anyway, I'm working very hard in Sonic 2 issue 9, and things may be progressing heavily with my new true gal pal, Casey and I. Also expect more announcements of this developing caliber in the future. Stay true, Christian Weston Chandler. Despite being one of the most important events in history, the Liquid Saga is addressed in only 2 pages within the entirety of Sonic 2. On the 17th of November 2009, Liquid made its very first appearance in Solid Chris's Sonic 2 issue 9. Solid, being the slanderous imposter that he is, had the nerve to claim that Liquid's name was Ian Brandon Anderson, and once again tried and failed to convince everyone that he was the true and original creator of the Sonic 2 franchise. Chris planned a future plot where Giovanni captured Rose 2 and forced Chris to cede control over Quickville to Liquid. This, however, has not yet been done. Since Liquid's fate in the comic remained nebulous at best, Ben Saint commissioned a piece from Solid Chris that explained Liquid's ultimate fate. To the surprise of Saint himself, Chris actually delivered. The piece was revealed in a YouTube lecture by Saint on the timeline of the Sonic 2 canon and included commentary by Beal, Sonic 2 Rose 2, and Chris himself.
This is the point where I have to say that I really love the Liquid Chris character in the Liquid Chris saga, so I'm personally invested in it enough that I went and personally commissioned Christian Weston Chandler to draw some original art that explains the ultimate fate of the brown-shirted imposter. Yes, this is canon as far as I'm aware. So let me just read it here for you. This is Beal. He's a devil. He appeared in the Force and Garbage chapters. So, you want to know the fate of the past imposter of Christian, as the original person was known. Simply put, I.B.A. Chandler, he was dragged down to hell, punished of identity theft, and all of his memories and past reincarnations reset. His soul was born a fresh blank into a newborn child, and his old body burned in hell's lava pool. And then I specifically asked, have Sonichu, Chris, and Rosichu give their thoughts on the matter. Punished by loss of total identity after stealing another's. That sounds appropriate, opines Sonichu. Chris chimes in, why ask us? Neither of us were there at the event, but I was feeling most appalled of his attempting to claim my own identity and all of my characters and content. Rosichu finishes, yes, but his fate was fitting of his crime. We'll never see him again. Oh. So if you ever wondered what happened to Liquid Chris, that's it. He was reincarnated and his body burned in hell's lava pool.
However, in Sonic 2 13 it's mentioned that an Ian Brandon Anderson was elected as the head police chief of Quickville. Whether these two were meant to be the same character, thus making the commission comic page non-canon, or a totally different person with a similar name, was never explained. In Quick Update 29th of July 2009, Chris explains that he is a troll trolling trolls. Note that he somehow grew his full goatee back instantly.
Well, that's what...
He will later replace the video with an extended version, which adds a close-up of his driver's license, and Chris asking his viewers to read about the private will of corrupted citizens in Wikipedia, which he claims to be the new official Sonic 2 website. Also of note is the addendum in which Chris horribly mangles the language of Cervantes and infuriates many speakers of the world's second language with most native speakers. In the Spanish section of the video, there are a total of 18 jump cuts in this 193-second video, suggesting that rather than speaking Spanish as a second language, he simply wrote a script based on his limited knowledge and consulted it after every sentence, hoping no one would notice, which unfortunately for him wasn't the case.
Captain's log, stardate, May 29th, 2009. I, impostor Enrias de Marron. Yo tenía 2 años de español en mi escuela secundaria, Manchester High.
Okay.
Mi señora bonita. Yo recibe durante los clases.
Shortly after that mess was published, Liquid uploaded his own variant, which simply put is an objective upgrade regarding every aspect of Chris's old video.
Hola, este es el verdadero Ricardo Weston Chandler, impostor en el pequeño chaleco. Yo no solo comprender su último video, pero tiene un excelente dominio de la idioma de Cervantes. Puedo establecer mi identidad Hablan muchos idiomas. Je parle aussi français. Comme je l'ai pris de français de mes années lycée à Manchester.
Muchas gracias caliente
Zwei
chalupa supreme.
Jahre von Deutschen und bin in
I've also learned to learn to speak
sprechen
fluent
fließend
German.
Deutsch. Usana ja Otoha.
Is the photo, the efforts have been made. Well, if he is the real Chris, then he should be able to read this.
Seka Puhu Asumeha. Asoni wa Tadashi Chris Naraba to yomeru kare daga kanomandai wa subete korera no gengo de oto suru hitsuyo ga arimasu.
Okay. All right.
Shortly after that absolute low diff by Liquid Chris, one of the most absolute greatest events in all of Christory came into existence, the SingStar Challenge.
Alright.
Hi.
Christian, Mr. Brown Striped Imposter, since you have been able to accept and complete my question challenges, it is time to issue a new challenge. I challenge you in a SingStar
He said it!
competition. The rules are simple. We are to each pick one song of our own library, our own playlist, and sing them verbatim without any printed lyrics and without any karaoke equipment. And I will show you right now how fair I am. My room layout.
Oh, yeah.
No karaoke equipment whatsoever.
So this is a tweet from Catsburgers, who's a giant douchebag, but sharing reviews of DSP's local TCG shop. It's curls and twirls all over again. Shane's Cards. I'm here for the momentum to show my support. I tried to tip via PayPal or Super Chat. Best WWE Champions card shop in town. I came here on the weekend looking for some Pokemon cards for my nephews John and Howard. The store was lovely with plenty of stock and the staff were very helpful. There. I came here on the weekend looking for some Pokemon cards for my nephews John and Howard. The store was lovely with plenty of stock and the staff were very helpful. There was, however, a sickly looking middle-aged man lurking about the store who absolutely reeked of cologne. He was constantly snorting and clearing his throat, which made me think he was sick, so I asked him if he could please wear a face mask next time. He responded by calling me a mouth-drooling moron and quickly shuffled his way out of the store, laughing in a manner I could only describe as bleating, like a sheep or a goat. Other than this very strange interaction, I had a great time here, and my nephews were super excited about the packs of Pokemon cards that the staff suggested I buy. I'll be back. Very funny.
And also, we must have the MP3s played behind us, so therefore, no musical instruments whatsoever in any video. And only in song number 5, no song before, we will allow each other to pick one song and challenge the other with that song. And the deadline for each uploaded song is approximately 24 hours from the previous one. So your song number 1, the deadline for that will be approximately 24 hours after I upload and start my first song. So, with that, we will soon be commencing with the first track, Sonic Boom. And with that, I will be showing you my little layout.
Sonic.
My speakers are over there. My camera will sit here. The only thing that I ask anotherly in this, no separate microphones, but only the microphones on our webcams. Oh, I forgot one thing. you may use your MP3 player of choice. My PSP is mine, attached to my speakers. You may show me yours in your first video, Mr. Christian. Any mutiny against the rules I have set forth in this video will be not countable, and you will have to do it all over again. And so, with that,
So many cards.
thing. No imported music, which means no Japanese, no Spanish, no German, no out-of-country language. Only English. Shame. Would love to play Sailor Star or Flame Sniper. And also, once a song has been sung of that specific title from that specific band, it will not be reusable in a future song. Neither by you, neither by me. Abide by the rules. Game on. Umbrella Contesta!
The first round of the SingStar Challenge pitted IBA Chandler's rendition of Sonic Boom from
The
Sonic
gauntlet has
CD
been laid.
against C-Chan Sonetchu's singing
Oh hell,
of
I
You're
challenge you
Pitiful
to
by Weird
karaoke,
Al
bitch.
Yankovic. IBA Chandler uploaded his first challenge video on the 31st of July 2009. As said in the announcement video, his first song was the ending version of Sonic Boom from Sonic CD. In the opening seconds,
song.
IBA Chandler puts down his webcam, displays the Sonic CD,
Sonic
filled with his
Boom.
medallion, dramatically removes his glasses, and sweeps back his hair. IBA Chandler's sign is out of tune and mistimed. He stumbles and even
I was pissed when they re-released Sonic CD and they didn't have Sonic Boom in it. I was like, betrayal!
mispronounces words.
If you're strong, you can fly. You can reach the other side of the rainbow. It's alright, take a chance.
This isn't
'cause
singing.
There is no circumstance that you can't handle. When you use your mind, Mr. Bad's got it good.
You're just reading.
But this ain't his
The
neighborhood, he's
it's
taking over.
No.
No.
The video closes with IBA Chandler dramatically pointing at the camera and addressing C-Chan Sonichu Quick directly, telling him it's his play.
Your play.
On the 1st of August
Yeah,
2009,
that's good.
Chris addressed accusations that he cheated in his round 1 video.
To prove a point, he responds to some of the battling commentaries in the background of my first song in my own contest. Thinking of me breaking the rules, are you? Well, it'll show you wrong. Look at this exact same setup. Remember the PSP right here? And I reach back for the remote attached to the PSP.
Right.
Let me show you a close-up, zoom-in view. And to the remote. The remote. And to the mini system over there. Get the picture, Einsteins? So, back the fuck off.
Einstein.
Nobody is breaking any rules. The challenge is on. The start date is Wednesday, August 5th. His due date for his video is 24 hours from noon Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday, August 5th. Good day.
C-Chan Sonichu Quick uploaded his first challenge video on the 1st of August. The video begins with him accepting the challenge and announcing his judges.
Hello, imposter. I accept your challenge, and I hope that you don't back out because I'm gonna give you a real whooping. Yeah. So, yeah, my judges there are I got Casey, my sweetheart. You know, I dedicate this song to her. I love you, Casey. And you know, I got my YouTube friend Seth. And my other YouTube friend, Spaz Kid. So, those are my 3 judges. And you know, I suppose, you know, the imposter would have his sweetheart as a judge, but yeah, somehow I doubt he has one. Oh, and another thing, I am not cheating. I have my computer here, but it's only on iTunes. You know, it's only gonna be for press and play. Yeah.
The second round of the SingStar Challenge saw IBA Chandler's version of Don't Say You Love Me by M2M go up against C-Chan Sonichu's cover of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air by Will Smith. IBA Chandler uploaded his second video on the 1st of August, not long after C-Chan Sonichu. He performed Don't Say You Love Me by Norwegian pop duo M2M, which was featured in both the Pokemon the First Movie soundtrack and Christian's favorite hits. At the end of the video, Ian taunts the real Chris.
It was also track 2 on my favorite hits. Ta-da! Your turn, imposter. I believe you fail.
Ironically, Ian is singing a song about how you really can't love someone when you barely know them, which is ironic given that he's quick to declare his love quest over when a service employee asks, "May I help you?" One of the song's lyrics even goes, "We sit there and you start kissing me, what's that about?" Though Ian's version replaces that line with, "You said you love me," which still works. With that said, this is one of the slightly better attempts at singing, as he's trying to at least hit different notes, even if they're all way out of key.
Don't say you love me, you don't even know me. If you really want me, then give me some time. Don't go there, baby, not before I'm ready. Don't say your heart's in a hurry.
It's reading.
Not like we're gonna get married. Give me some time. Don't say you love me, you don't even know me.
C-Chan Sonichu's second entry is the theme from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air by Will Smith.
In
there,
West
imposter.
Philadelphia, born and raised, on the playground is where I spend most of my days.
Yeah.
Chilling out, macking, relaxing,
I seen your latest video. And guess what? It wasn't even on my my video. That song was never on my playlist. Looks like you're the imposter. So let's get started with this song for y'all.
This man is a doctor.
Well, this is a story all about how my life got turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel-Air.
Almost immediately after this video was uploaded, Chris angrily accused C-Chan Sonichu of breaking the rules with this cryptic statement. "I said real songs, you are ad-libbing, you are so disqualified, stay tuned." Chris is obviously unaware of what the rap music genre is about, the actual meaning of ad libitum as an improvisation or at the performer's discretion, and also the minor detail that one doesn't get tuned on web pages. Chris was also unaware that the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme is a real song, and even if it were just a song composed for a TV show, it was both released as a single and is featured on some of Will Smith's greatest hits album. The True Quick responded, "Wrong, I'm not ad-libbing, as it's only the title title, which is different as a random access humor joke. The song is real. The third round of the SingStar Challenge had IBA Chandler singing Autumn Goodbye by Britney Spears versus C-Chan Sonichu singing Heaven by Bryan Adams. While IBA Chandler sang his third song, he sits and makes gestures as if he were driving a car, possibly mimicking playing Burnout Paradise. Liquid's entry is exactly as godly as you expected, and at the start he dedicates this song to his ever-beloved Casey.
Hello again, imposter. Imposter Christian Weston Chandler. Well, got nothing much to say to you, except I hope you like my next song that I dedicated to my sweetheart, Casey. Casey will always be my true sweetheart because she is honest and caring and loyal. Enjoy.
The fourth round of the SingStar Challenge involves IBA Chandler singing The Touch by Stan Bush alongside C-Chan Sonichu covering Think Twice by Eve 6. IBA Chandler chose to cover The Touch by Stan Bush from the Transformers the movie.
Like, this was King of the Ring before King of the Ring. People would hotly anticipate the SingStar Challenge
soundtrack, especially using the 2007 re-recording of it. Ian makes no comments before or after the song, but occasionally closes his eyes, touches his heart, or raises his hand for dramatic effect. With moist cheeks and sniffles at several points in the video, Ian seems close to tears and being choked up. Reportedly, this was uploaded just after an angry, berating call from Casey. Either 1.5, where she repeatedly insulted Ian's appearance as he posed as Liquid, or 3, where she confronted Ian for impersonating Liquid over the phone. C-Chan Sonichu responds to the challenge and also gives Chris the song he should sing next, Smell Your Dick by Risque.
And the final song.
Oh man, one stream out, it was just a karaoke stream and I just sang a bunch of songs, and that was one of the ones that you guys had me sing.
For you to sing
Damn
will be
it.
entitled Smell Yo Dick.
Can I smell
your
dick?
By Risque. And you have to sing the whole thing. You can't change words because that's cheating and that's ad-libbing. You have to sing the real thing. Yeah. So sing it like a man if you want to win the competition. Peace.
The fifth and final round of the SingStar Challenge, so the two competitors each sing a song at the other's request. IBA Chandler sang 2 versions of Smell Your Dick by Risque. C-Chan Sonichu likewise performed 2 versions of Lift Up Your Eyes by Planet Shakers. Ian sings the final song requested by C-Chan Sonichu, Smell Your Dick, but changes the word dick to duck in each instance,
Smell your
therefore
duck?
disqualifying him.
Oh,
However,
no.
in the information section of the video, Ian claims to be sorry for all that he has done to the real Chris and Casey, and he says that they are both his close friends. In both the Smell Your Dick videos, Ian manages to pronounce roughly 10% of the lyrics, with the other 90% being incoherent babbling, implying that Ian made virtually no effort to learn the song before singing it.
Hello, Chris. Well, I have been mistaken. I have been in error. And I humbly apologize from the bottom of my heart. I did you wrong, I did Casey wrong. But still, she had to know. That was why I communicated in the first place. But she still cares about you, man. At least, that's... You're a real lucky guy to get that. Even after lying to her like that for months at a time. But still, dude. My humblest apologies. Let's just hope we can put this behind us, and please, dude. Please. Stop pretending to be me. It ain't worth it. It's not fun.
It's not fun
You're
for
gonna
me.
get yourself in jail, man. Identity theft is a serious crime. Especially after the hefty bill you put up. Counterfeited my driver's license with your picture on it. Counterfeited my high school diploma. Counterfeited my Piedmont degree. You really got yourself up a big bill, man. I hate to see. I mean, before I would have personally seen you there, but after talking to Casey, she cares about you very much, man. I just hate to break up that relationship between you and her, especially since it's so honest, so true. She loves you, man. It just made me feel bad if you end up going to jail after all this. So please do, come clean. Yes, your name is Chris Chandler. That's it. No Chin, no Christopher, no Ricardo, no Weston. That's you, man. So please,
That's you,
man, take off that paper medallion. Stop selling the fake merchandise. Come clean. Please. Come clean and all will be right. Between you, between me, between Casey, and the whole world. Anyway, I'll leave that up to you. As you will sing Lift Up Your Eyes after I sing this track. Alright.
There we go. Took him a while.
Alright. Let's do this thing.
Let's do it.
Smell your duck.
Smell your duck.
From this game.
Can I-
DJ! Dice! Stupid!
After being caught by the real Chris replacing every instance of the word dick with duck, Chris is given 4 hours to sing the song truthfully or face disqualification. Chris obliges, takes down the original and replaces it with a new version, then uploads the original just so that the others can see his original message.
Well, I told you not to, and you did. And you ad-libbed, you changed the song, and you are disqualified. No, wait. I take that back. I will rescind your disqualification if within the next 4 hours you record the true and original version of the song, No Changes. Or else I won't even have to sing your song, because I will be the winner by default. And I will be crowned the true and honest Christian Weston Chandler. Peace. And you didn't even do the introduction to the song. And do you know how many words you missed? You will not. You will sing. You are supposed to sing all the words, and you are supposed to have it memorized, or else that's what the contest. This is about the lyrics. So you will do it right. Peace.
Liquid later uploaded another variant of his song after allegations made by Ian Brandon Anderson about differences between the video and song lengths on the previous video. The real Chris ended his version about 3 to 4 minutes into the 10-minute song, as despite having an instrumental build-up, the song just repeats the same bars over and over again. Nevertheless, he obliged, sang the complete song and noted the length of it.
Hello, Ian.
Jesus.
I'll sing your whole song, but it's just the same thing over and over again, you know. I mean, I don't really see the point, unless you got some sort of secret plan to troll me again. You know, you troll me so much. I see heaven before me.
After the 5th round of the SingStar Challenge had finished, Solid began a campaign against Liquid on various fronts, mainly through video. A direct confrontation between Solid and Liquid. Exposing Jeff, for by his detective work, he finds that C-Chan Sonerichu Quick's true name is Jeff. This name is a callback to a previous trolling affair.
Well, Mr. Brown Stripe, I want to get a few things off my mind while I'm thinking about it. I know the truth. Your real name is Jeff.
Chris Chandler, a video that shows the rage held by Solid over the accomplishments of his rival. He tries to demotivate Liquid by using his girlfriend, Casey, as a deterrent. See Quick's final warning to the second Quick, where he threatens legal persecution and gives some anecdotes about his life, mainly his name change, and again mentions Casey. Look at the truth, where he tries a comparison between him and Liquid, acknowledging and reaffirming his failures. This is also a video that shows a side of Solid few people have the fortune of not seeing, his man boobs. Trying to steal Casey from Liquid by the pretense of her being in love to the real deal Chris and not the imposter, this resulted in the following videos. Quick hand-drawn original, where Solid shows the viewers the process behind the Sonichu drawing. This insight reveals that Solid is incapable of holding a pen correctly and that the materials used are Crayola markers. For Casey from Quick, Solid tries to impersonate Liquid and invite Casey to his home for a visit. A telephone interchange between Solid and Casey, where Solid describes his graphic details detail the sexual activities that he wants to do to her. Liquid was not happy with these events and began his crusade for vindication. A telephone conversation between him and Solid, where he tries to convince Solid to drop his charade and accept that Liquid is in fact the true and honest Quick. Solid loses it again, threatening Liquid with the police and involving Bob in his debacle. Ian, talking time is over, the real Christian Weston Chandler is sick of your lies, come clean. Liquid strikes again, exposing Solid's faults and weaknesses.
Another thing, I think that warrantless searching through my emails is a federal offense. Enjoy your stay with the real police, Ian. Enjoy them well. And I have access to writing, to handwriting and threats made against me. You may think that you are one step ahead of me, but all truth be told, I am 2 steps ahead of you! Now, I want to make a warning announcement to all my fans about this Ian Brandon Anderson guy who has been mocking me and fake imposturing against me. He is dangerous. From the mugshot, he looks like he is a sex offender, a transvestite, or a pervert in general. He is possibly a pedophile, as I have obtained audio of him soliciting sex from a 13-year-old brat named Julie. He is also a murderer, as well as some will tell you. Yes, that's right. He kills people. This Ian Brandon Anderson also wants to make love to dogs. Preferably, in his own words, collies. Now, I don't know, but
oh my god,
I'll be worried for my own. Sadly,
man, this really is when like lolcow trolling really took off, because this shit is more entertaining than Netflix.
Deceased dog. If that were just me. But does this sound like the true and honest Christian Weston Chandler that you have followed for so long? He is not the true Christian Weston Chandler because he uses just cruel and foul language that I would never use. He drinks the slow-acting poison known as alcohol and says it goes down salty. He tries to say that he's wearing the same blazer that I made in my first video talking about things to do, the life lessons. No, he is not. He would have followed that if he really meant it. In Quickville, he would have been thrown in jail. He is also extremely fat. Fat, fatty, fat, 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 fatty, fat. In the original comics, the adventures always feature a not overweight Christian Weston Chandler. And speaking of my comics, Ian, stop printing them out from the internet and arranging them in laminated binders. That is my work, and you're taking credit for my original characters, Sonichu and Rosechu. He uses his autism as an excuse not to do anything. Do you have autism, Ian? I got my papers right here.
He's a faker! Fakes!
Where are yours? Show them or be doubted. Show them or be doubted upon. Now, about my girlfriend, Casey. You tried to rape my girlfriend. You gave her your number pertaining to me, and she called you and thought that she was talking to me, and then you tried to get her to your house. I have called the police. They are investigating this case. If I ever catch you near my girlfriend again, I will find you, and I will beat you up. Ian, give it up. Come clean. Stop hacking my email and my YouTube accounts. Stop trying to steal and rape my girlfriend, or I will get the feds on you. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. Peace and love. Oh, and another thing about that video today, that is just another proof that I am the real deal, because the real Christian Weston Chandler is not a woman. The real Christian Weston Chandler does not have boobies. And the real Christian Weston Chandler is not some she-male freak. The real Christian Weston Chandler is a man. Not you. Not a freak. Peace.
After the 5th round was over, and the judges had voted, 3 appointed by Liquid and 3 appointed by Solid, in the end 4 of them voted for Quick and 2 of them for Ian Brandon Anderson. After the voting, Liquid uploaded a video where he declares himself the winner.
He is literally
Captain's log. Stardate. August 11th, 2009. Hello, my loyal fan space. I would like to address the imposter, Ian Brandon Anderson, for a moment. I officially declare myself the winner of the Sing Star Challenge contest because your judges have not followed any rules, uploaded any videos. My judges have been following the rules and giving me scores. Therefore, because you have no scores, you're out of the running, and I am the true Christian Weston Chandler. Now, I don't care if you're stealing my original work and comic pages and arts and uploading onto a dimpy little website where no one will see them while the true comics are about to be published by Dark Horse Comics. Yes, you heard it right. Dark Horse is they are working furiously to create and draw and write the first Sanchu Episode 0 comic within accordance from Sega and Nintendo. Now they are also working with certain Microsoft as well. My current status on the project is they may hire me as production manager. So, keep my fingers crossed. But,
or Dark Horse Comics.
And other things, I present to you another true Sonic Jew merchandise selling site is quickstore.blogspot.com. And it's your one-stop shop for anything Sonic Jew, Roast Jew, or Quickville related. I will show you a bit of the site right here.
Why did I do that?
And on another note, they're going to start selling Lego sets of Quickville, along with guides to the city. So be looking forward to that one, true believers. The Sonic 2 Crystal Chronicles game has come along pretty well. It's going to be a RPG-style game, role-playing game, and outside the city of Quickville. And it is currently being produced in tandem with Microsoft for the Xbox 360. Look forward to the official revealing of it in the Austin Game Developers Conference. Anyway, yeah, so that's about it for now. Still making lots of monies, rolling in the dough, and who knows what the future holds. Peace. And to my darling sweetheart Casey. Eventually, a magical lighthouse randomly shone its healing guiding light upon my previously shattered heart and tortured soul, and mended them back to good shape and form. One girl walked into my life, like a sailor soldier having just vanquished a heart snatcher. Bit by bit, I've noticed your shining lustrous hair, your shiny blue chaos emerald-like eyes, and personality, strong and caring, like a true buttercup bloom. I followed my recovered heart's instincts and followed you. As I got to know you over the months, and my heart was growing stronger as I was falling for you. I blushed more strawberry pink than I have ever before. And everything around me was shining like a sun's mellow color, yellow. For you, I would travel even 1,000 miles just to be with you. Fortunately, you lives only about 2 hours away from my house, and I meet you when we date. This feeling, it still is, so pure and true. It was as if I was born to love you. When you smile, I feel like I'm walking on sunshine. As I give my replying smile, I gaze into your eyes. And your hair is the softest and most warm tingling. Cloud 9.
Tingling?
I feel like I'm on 10. Casey, my love, would you marry me?
Again, this man is a doctor. This man performed surgery on your
In the
mom!
aftermath of the SingStar challenge, even to slow in the mind, it was clear that several rules contradicted themselves immediately, such as not being allowed karaoke equipment, but being allowed to play the song itself in the background. Happily, Solid couldn't have chosen a worse medium for a duel, as Solid is so tone deaf he doesn't even realize that he is tone deaf. In his mind, his singing voice had a Frank Sinatra or Bing Crosby flavor, making him a surefire winner.
That's wild.
After losing the contest, Solid uploaded "The contest never was to determine who was who," where he pulls a massive retcon out of his ass and Hail Marys by saying the contest was just for fun.
Oh my god.
I'm doing this new video to clear a record. The SingStar challenge was never to verify which one of us was the real Christian wrestling channeler, because everybody on the internet knows that I am, that he's the imposter. They should quit encouraging him. And I wish that he would quit his stupid, damn, dirty game. I don't know what the heck is wrong with his head. He ain't right. He don't even let me get a word in edgewise. He just keeps on going on and 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 on. Worse than my father.
Wow.
Anyway,
Bob taking
it was
strays?
just basically a fun thing.
What did Bob
Only
do?
for fun. It never was meant to determine who was who. But just to play it safe, I am going to give y'all the big sample. Again, contest was only for fun, never to determine who was who. Because everybody knows dang well. Anyway, here is the classic.
They sure do.
Of which that has been in my heart, that made women realize that there was still a guy out there, a virgin, waiting.
This saga marked a new take on previous attempts to gaslight Solid to believe that someone else was taking all the fame and glory of his Sonichu creation. By confronting a doppelganger who was successful in everything he tried to be, Solid began to show a violent side of his psyche. While fruitlessly trying to prove that he was a true and honest person, his actions produced a surge of content unparalleled to anything produced in 2009, even to the point of jump-starting the production of Sonichu Issue 9. On the 9th of August, after the Liquid video stating that he was the winner of the SingStar challenge, Liquid called Solid up and confronted him over the slanderous lies he was telling on YouTube. Solid tries reason, and when that fails he threatens to get Liquid arrested for identity theft, dragging Bob into the debacle along the way.
Hello? Hello, Ian. Yeah, I think you know who this is. Look, Christian, stop this. Look, you are giving me a lot of stress right now, and I am not going to handle it. Look, Chris, listen, I was kind enough to accept that you said that you are actually a Christian W. Chandler. But you yes, my name is Christian Weston Chandler. Alright, fine. Your name is Christian Weston Chandler, but the fact is you were born with that name. You are not the Christian Weston Chandler that was born as Christopher Weston Chandler, who's the original creator of Sonic and Roast Shoe. I have asked you nicely to please stop pretending. For the sake of Casey, she really cares about you. I'm not pretending anything, and you
They sound so alike.
me with your live onto YouTube. You think that my family has nothing to do with your YouTube videos, and you think that they're all talking about. If you do not come clean right now, I am going to get my father in on this murder, and you are
I'm
going
gonna
to
call
get
my mom!
arrested, thrown in jail, and you will not get to live the peaceful, happy life with Casey that I would like you to live because Casey really cares for you, man. That's true. I am on a roll.
On the 14th of August 2009, Liquid announced that he was departing YouTube for the time being to pursue turning his Sonic 2 series into an acclaimed media franchise. Of course, this sent Solid completely over the deep end and absolutely crashed out by uploading "No Dicking Way Imposter."
Oh, no, you don't, Chris. You're not getting away that easy. You do all that, I will sue your sorry ass. And I'm going to tell Nintendo in my right way to stop you. Because they know as well as I do. I sent them a letter previously, months and months ago, with the original printout of the number 0 book. They know. They have the records. They know. I've been a customer of them for years. They have my money a bunch of times. Long before I gave up to Sony and gave them over Nintendo has like over $5,000 worth between me and my parents. But anyway, you will not you will not succeed. You are the imposter! You are the imposter! Stop that brown stripe in the shirt with the paper medallion. Stop that imposter. Sonic you and Roast you are mine alone. I am the Christian Weston Chandler, born with the birth name of Christopher, February 24th, 1982. I'm the one with Robert Franklin Chandler Jr. as my father. I'm Barbara Ann Weston Chandler as my mother. 14 Branchlight Court, Virginia, 22968, 434-990-0198. Stop that imposter bastard has been posing with my name, my address, my phone number, everything. Stop him. He deserves nothing. Die, you.
Wow.
Especially after that disclaimer video I made, where I told everybody not to buy anything from you. I implore Nintendo, now Microsoft, and Sony, do not buy anything from him either. He's the imposter. I'm the real deal. Look at the history on ED and everywhere else.
ED?
You will rot in jail, mister.
I know. An encyclopedia.
You will rot in jail. Nintendo has known me for years. So much longer. Practically my whole lifetime. They know me. And they know you to be the imposter. You go into Nintendo's doors, they will kick your ass out. Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, stop him.
They know
Put
me.
him in jail. Call the police on him. Everybody else in my true loyal fan base, do the same thing. Please help me. Put him in jail when you see his sorry face. And you know what? Let's top this off. Right now. No Shin. We're going with the original. Just for that imposter that has worn the brown stripes all this time. Hershey!
Uh-oh. Get out of the way! Move! Get down!
On him. Have a nice day.
I don't want to get hit by one of those directly.
So did Liquid suspiciously, the apparent victim of foul play. Viewer discretion is advised as the next video is extremely disturbing.
Captain's log, stardate August 13th, 2009. Tell them your name.
Christian Weston Chandler.
Are you the real Christian?
Yes.
No!
Yes.
No!
Yes.
Then why do you dress up like him?
It's simple so we don't have to be afraid of scum like you, Ian.
Oh, you do, Christian. You really do. Huh? Yeah.
So good. God damn it. What a better time.
You think you've made Quickville a better place? Look at me.
Look at me!
You see, this is how kicking me in the balls works out. I would tell you right now I was coming for you. And now since I finally have you, I'm gonna give you that piece of my mind I told you about there. Peace, Christian Weston Chandler.
Chris's sweetheart Casey was distraught over the event and posted a video confirming Chris's disappearance and announcing a withdrawal from their engagement. Liquid Chris reappeared on the 15th of October 2009 with a new video explaining the trials and tribulations of the past few months and igniting a heated love triangle with Solid for Casey's affection.
Captain's log, stardate, October 15th, 2009. Hello, my loyal fan base. As a lot has happened to me this past month and a half, I shall tell you first and foremost that I am safe and straight, and I would like to note there that what happened to me there, and why you have not heard from me for so long. Oh, and my Sanchu medallion, I do not have it at the moment because it was stolen from me. I was ready for my bus to Redmond, but just at the bus stop there, all of a sudden I felt someone touching me on my... Yeah. So I turned around because, you know, I am taken by my sweetest Casey. And it was none other than the imposter Christian Weston Chandler himself, or as he is better known, Ian Brandon Anderson. I called him out and I said, "Hey you, Ian," I said, "Hey you, Ian Brandon Anderson." He started screaming and covering his ears, and then he knocked me out with a Chun-Li kick. And so I woke up at meat in a meat packing factory.
Like a spinning bird
meat packing factory because there was a lot of pictures
Hey Ludwig, how you doing, bud?
Hey Lonely Solly.
Ducks.
Playing some games.
Hanging around. Yeah.
We're looking at some Chris Chan videos. After this one is a video about Blue Spike. Very interesting time in locale history.
He made me get on camera, and then he force-fed me a lot of DRUGS.
What?
I didn't even know there were so many kinds of them. I passed out before I could even find it, before I could even tell. Oh my God! And the next thing you know, I'm waking up in the middle of the Sahara Desert and my anus is bleeding. I'm bleeding out of my... So just all y'all, so you know by now, that imposter is a homosexual. I had to get an operation. So I crawled through, I crawled through the desert on my stomach for like a whole month, and until some really nice guys from Aladdin picked me up, and they let me stay with them in their tent. And they took me to a city, and where I found out that I had been kidnapped and taken to Africa. And so about a week ago, I called my sweetest Casey, and she was so happy. She was so happy to see me. And I have been talking to her about getting our engagement reinstated. And I asked you, Casey, will you please marry me again? Opening to my heart. At a very upcoming date. And on another note there, I am going back to Redmond to my own office with my own secretary to take up my rightful job as the owner of the Sanchu franchise. And just so y'all know, that Project Needle Mouse game that Sega was working on, that was gonna be the Sonic 2 game, but when I got kidnapped, they had to act like it was just another Sonic title. So now I am going back to work that out and put a jump start in the comics and the game. As for the imposter, I want to see his head on a pike. Peace.
He really knows the character.
In the video addressed to Casey's parents, Solid called him the previous Chris in a desperate video for Casey. Solid called him the other Chris repeatedly. When the dust had settled, Solid's behavior had offended Casey's father and, though his immaturity, pushed Casey back into the loving, true and honest arms of Liquid. Liquid Chris is now married to his beloved sweetheart Casey. As the one true and honest creative Sonichu, his artwork and comics extremely popular, and he often attracts many beautiful boyfriend-free girls with his medallions and his guitar of win. After Solid Chris destroyed his PlayStation 3 in an attempt to get the $9,000 bounty, Surfshark Tito would mistakenly give the money to Liquid under the belief that he was Solid. Liquid makes mad cash by selling said medallions at Otakon and other anime conventions while voicing Solid in Sonichu the animated series. He's also made several $100,000 from his two critically acclaimed games, Pokemon Lightning version and Sonichu the Crystal Chronicles for the Nintendo DS and Xbox 360, respectively. On the 27th of July 2011, Liquid said goodbye to the trolling universe on YouTube by closing his account. Solid Chris then considered Liquid Chris a friend. What I'm gonna say now is pretty crazy, but nonetheless, it's true and honest. After Chris Duckworth abandoned his Liquid Chris persona, he acquired a Bachelor of Science in Oncology and is currently working as a cancer research doctor. Time will tell if his findings will bring us one step closer to the cure. While Chris Duckworth has retired from trolling Solid Chris, he did record or parody the theme song of the Cleveland show at some point prior to November 2015. When the video was re-uploaded, the song was eventually animated as The Chris Chan Show in November 2020, which attracted the attention of Solid. In the years since, Solid eventually forgot about much of the Liquid Chris saga. However, in fall 2019, Chris recreated a Twilight Sparkle Secret Ship Fic folder card of Liquid Chris, showing he still held some animosity towards him. The card describes Liquid as a villain, utilizing pretentious acting. During a February 2024 livestream, Chris refused to believe that Liquid Chris was a doctor, and said Liquid was trapped in his own stupor and mentality and arrogance and everything. After ending his saga, Liquid wrote one last final farewell to trolling. And with that, brings to the end this absolutely colossal video. This video took quite a while to make, so I'd really appreciate a subscribe. And with that,
you'll get a like.
Goodbye.
Get a like. I'll like your video. Okay, what you just saw was the best of Chris Chan trolling. Now for the worst of Chris Chan trolling. Quite the dichotomy.
On the internet, the story of Kristen Weston Chandler is the stuff of legends. It can be argued that there's never been a single person in history that has been as extensively observed and documented as Chris Chan. But odds are you've heard that statement more times than you could possibly ever count. But still, you get the idea. There's so many different complex twists and turns to the many sagas that Chris has endured. It's impossible to deny that a vast majority of everything that has happened to Chris over the years has been his own doing. Time after time, he responded to trolls and negative commenters in an attempt to clear his name, because for whatever reason he deeply cared about how random people perceived him. Nobody could ever properly convince Chris to not respond to the trolls. Even if people tried to intervene and act as a buffer between him and the criticism he so rightfully had coming his way, Christian would make every wrong decision that he could, time and time again, without fail, with masterful execution. There wasn't a single thing he could do at that point outside of removing himself from the web, and Chris being Chris, that just wasn't going to happen. He'd tell off the trolls, make remarks about how he was straight and the trolls were homos. A fervorous passion for God, Jesus, and China fueled Chris's passion to weather the storm. He'd fight and kick and scream to the best of his ability. Even then, the trolls would never back down, persistently egging him on to do increasingly foolish things, yelling at the camera, tearing apart his possessions, stomping his feet in fits of rage, and over-explaining the intricacies of his more adult interest. Oversharing was one of Chris's biggest faults, as he confused it with being true and honest. People would create unique and somewhat clever identities to conceal who they really were when interacting with the internet's favorite punching bag, opting to convince him that they were of some kind of importance to him, that they could solve his problems or offer him something that he wanted. This could range from comic book or video game production deals to the prospect of achieving sexual intercourse with a pretty boyfriend-free girl. The latter, of course, would be his weakness, as his hubris was always his deep-rooted desire to have a girl to hold onto his chubby arms and give him some poon. Snatch could make people do some really silly things. There were countless fake girlfriends that entered his social circle and left their imprint on him. You know, for the most part anyway. He'd eventually forget about quite a few of them, which is fair, because after the years of being lied to over and over, it likely all started to blur together. This would continue before and even after the subject of today's video. Rather than just read from the quickie directly, I thought we'd take the time to analyze and consider the finer points of Chris's story, namely the impact that one particular person had on the entire timeline. A young boy who was molded and shaped by the internet, engaging in long con ops to fool Chris into doing increasingly asinine and dangerous things. The strength of this young man's participation in the trolling has been felt for years, resulting in some of the most iconic of Chris's misadventures. This is the story of Blue Spike, the youngest troll to leave a lashing on Chris, and one of the most prolific members of Christory. Keep in mind, there are things in this video that can be shocking. It's not my job to tell you what is right and wrong. You should be more than capable of doing that yourself. This video is intended for functional adults that can discern good and bad behavior. I don't co-sign anything said or done regarding Chris's trolling, but I'll also never deny that this stuff is both hilarious and timeless. So, without further ado, let's get right into this. Before we can truly get anywhere, it's important to understand that many of Chris's sagas overlap or rather coincide with others, because Chris's escapades on the World Wide Web had moved a lot faster than most people would expect. This includes the Clyde Cash saga, Panda Halo, Miyamoto, you get the idea. The point of the matter is that Chris's life has had many moving parts that were being loosely manipulated or directly influenced by trolls. Clyde Cash, as you're most likely aware, was the arch nemesis of Christian Chandler as far as the internet goes. He had been engaging in a series of back and forth bickering with Christian, doing whatever he could to get under his skin. Clyde worked with a variety of different people that also had the intention of bringing untold misery to the life of an autistic man that never learned from any of his mistakes. More often than not, though, Clyde was just assuming the roles of different people in Chris's fantasy world, serving to help convince Chris that not only was he a victim, but he was also the center of the universe, an infallible person who's being dogged on by the internet for no good reason at all. He essentially stroked Chris's ego as other people to keep him motivated in his fight to disprove the trolls, but then would go under his normal alias and taunt him in order to make Chris go a little crazy. This was a constant feedback loop that Christian was stuck in, but realistically it's pretty much all his own fault. Others would show up and try to make contact with Chris, and while some were successful on that front, rarely did they ever do anything that'd actually stick with him for very long. It's debatable whether or not at times the trolls were as dumb as Chris, as typically the best detractors were always the ones who had elaborate schemes in place to help them better antagonize their target. But damn, all of that precious time they spent clowning on Chris could have been spent on doing something much more productive. Clyde and pretty much all of Chris's observers had come to the conclusion that Chris's Achilles heel is his desire for romance. The long drawn-out quest to find a woman that not only would be willing to be with him romantically, but would also provide him with sex and maybe even a daughter. Chris was rarely, if ever, accepting of friendship from males. This was largely due to his hostile interactions with them during his time in public schooling. Well, that and his automatic assumption that all boys are cruel and unkind and just mean-spirited. So the best course of action that also seemed to be fruitful was to impersonate women. Chris being, well, autistic meant that he didn't pick up on all of the same social cues that most people would, oftentimes falling for the most obvious of bait. He unfortunately was unable to figure out whether or not somebody was clearly lying to his face until it was far too late, often choosing to accept whatever they say at face value, because nobody would ever lie on the internet, right? All of those people that did it before were just a strange, exceptionally uncommon anomaly. But this doesn't mean that Chris never learned anything. While he was still incredibly easy to fool, it was also becoming somewhat apparent to him that his trolls were relying on the same methods to get a hold of him. But there was a new avenue to get in direct communication with him: IRC. Chris had been using IRC to have a direct line of communication with his fans during 2008. That means Internet Relay Chat for those of you that are too young to have participated in the golden age of the internet. And one particular name that popped up in these chats was Julie, under the pseudonym Blue Spike. This Julie person had been active in Chris's newfound circle, oftentimes trying to begin conversations with Chris about the many facets of his life. Hell, Blue Spike even encouraged Chris to make a house tour video long before he had done one for a later love interest. So it goes without saying that Blue Spike is the username of the person who was actively contacting Chris, but this person is going to play a few characters over the course of the story, so I'll be referring to them by 3 names depending on what the person or the character they were playing was doing. Oh, and how can I forget, the person assuming the role of Chris's latest fangirl was actually a minor, who according to the Quickie was born on October 12, 1998, meaning they were a little over 12 years old at the time. Trust me, their age is something that's gonna really concern the hell out of you when you learn what he was getting roped into. Anyhow, the personality he adopted will be revealed in due time. Anyway, Julie Mulvana, born July 13, 1989, was a Mulvanian Methodist. Her supposed country of origin will be significant later on in the story. Julie would discuss questions about the Sonichu series and other really pressing parts of Chris's life, such as how Chris would take care of his family if he were to have a wife and child. Please describe how your dream marriage would be. Would you support your wife and daughter? Who would clean and take care of the child? Who would pay the bills? In a nutshell, a simple, happy marriage. I would be the house husband. I would open the opportunity to bring the bacon to my wife. Me, I would manage the bills. Oh, so he just wanted to sit on his ass. Awesome. Chris was also questioned on the prospect of a movie being put together in regard to the tumultuous life that Chris had endured. The people truly wanted to know what esteemed celebrities would play what characters in Chris's life. If the story of your life or Sonichu were made into a big Hollywood movie, what famous actor would play the role of yourself? What about any other actors or actresses come to your mind for other characters? I would play myself, as well as the voice of Sonichu, Britney Spears, Jim Carrey, my mind is blank. Cool! I hope someday that movie is made. These friendly and generally positive interactions were enough to get Julie invited to Sonichu Girls, a short-lived web forum where the genuine female fans of Chris's robust works could talk to each other and also have another way to talk to Chris. Because what lady out there wouldn't want to have contact with a highly regarded comic book artist? Chris's interactions with Julie became increasingly more sexual as time moved forward. At one point, Chris, Julie, and some of the other girls in chat discussed the potential steamy orgy between all of them, with Chris acting as the meat of the sandwich. Julie was quite interested in the potential session of collaboration, and the following day, while under the influence of Chris's unmatched charisma, Julie threatened to harm herself after it was revealed that Chris had promised his virginity to both her and Panda Halo. This was a dangerous situation because, well, women can be pretty frightening when they're also crazy and angry. Panda Halo was not too enthused to learn that Chris was promising his own cherry being popped to someone other than her. And I mean, Julie was threatening to off herself if she didn't get that bent duck inside of her. Of course Chris was going to make the worst decisions possible. I think I'm going to end my life, even though I didn't have sex with him, because of you, Chris. Don't do that, Julie. Goodbye. Imagine that feeling, but over 9,000 times as strong.
Over 9,000!
I'll see Ryan soon. Chris tried to remedy the situation by suggesting that instead of fighting to the point where there would be no resolution, that they could all resolve their problems just by having a threesome together. This was confirmed in a private Skype chat between Julie and Chris, which just so happened to get leaked later. Funny how that works out, huh? Julie, listen, I've promised my heart and my virginity to Panda, confidentially, aka IRL, Sarah Cassandra McKenzie, but if it's any consolation, after our first time, she is willing to do a threesome. Aside from that, I'd still like to meet you as guy and gal pals. I apologize for getting carried away with my flirtatious moments. I accept your apology. Julie had even requested that Chris come out and see her in Ohio, but Chris refused, suggesting that if she wanted to receive his mighty peen, she would have to trek all of the way out to Virginia. Chris knows how much women love to be dismissed and do all of the work while their potential mate just sits on his ass and plays Little Big Planet. Chris is known to keep a direct contact with people he believes are either his buddies, gal pals, dedicated fans, or imaginary friends. This unfortunately always spells controversy for Chris, because wherever he ends up going, trouble just has a unique way of finding him. As such, Chris kept a line of communication open with Blue Spike, with the two exchanging a variety of messages over the period of a month and some change. From January 4th to the 18th of 2009, the two would rarely have much in the way of full conversations, but that's not to say that Blue Spike wasn't consistently reaching out to see if he could get some kind of reaction from Christian. Over this period, the two most significant conversations are the hacking of Sonichu.net, which isn't exactly related to the story at hand, and the potential threesome between Chris, Blue Spike, and Panda Halo. Chris, believing Blue Spike to be a genuine fangirl, was pretty partial to the idea of entertaining two of his biggest fans and admirers. Outside of this, though, there wasn't much of the relationship of Chris and Julie just yet. Chris being Chris, he saw her as just another potential hole to fill. The next period was between the 19th and 22nd of January, and the primary topics were Chris destroying a sex toy on video, Chris's ongoing squabbles with his many online trolls, and Chris's dealings with Panda Halo. Blue Spike was mostly just poisoning the well, trying to get Chris to respond to the negative experiences that had been thrown his way recently, but Chris had been feeling especially lazier than usual and didn't seem to care to try to defend his honor. For once, Chris was willing to let the bullshit happen because maybe for just a fraction of a second, he understood that the internet doesn't really matter all that much in the real world. At least, it didn't back then. The topic of Chris destroying the adult toy is interesting because Chris claims that he received it as part of a thank you package from Adam and Eve for ordering a slew of paraphernalia from their website. He used the aforementioned plastic rod as a symbolic representation of the trolls' penises, and stomping it not only reaffirmed that he's straight, but was also inflicting a destructive blow against something that was meant to represent the genitals of his enemies. I mean, he touched it, and that's supposed to be their meat, so I'd argue that's kinda gay.
And another thing, you Sandra's trolls. You can kiss my foot.
Oh.
And you know what else?
Hey.
And don't you forget it.
The next notable period, from January 28th to the 4th of February, covered Chris setting up a voice chat client, his continued interactions with Panda Halo despite them hitting a rough patch in their relationship, and how he and Julie could possibly have a child at some point in the future. Oh, and a hefty serving of disgusting sexual conversations. Without going too deep into the topic, allow me to read one of the standout messages from Chris that made me feel all twisted up and sick. When I have a threesome with 2 women, and that is the only type of threesome I would want ever, I'd like the 2 women to do the scissor position that I've heard about, but I'd put my dick in between the kissing vaginas. Winky face. It was also revealed in this conversation that Julie had a diabolical shit of a brother called Max, who did everything in his power to annoy his sister. Again, the supposed personality was nothing more than an alias adopted by Blue Spike. Anyway, Chris's trolls have been using Mumble and other instant messaging services to relay information back and forth to each other. While there's no logs that I could find that were made during the time of it being used by trolls, we can safely assume that they coordinated their trolling operations through these services. Mumble is a voice chat application that allows users to host and run their own private voice communication servers, wherein people can join and have conversations through spoken word and text. Chris had opted to create his own Mumble circle for his true and honest fans, particularly the ladies of his following, because everybody knows that women get all gooey and creamy at the thought of conversing with a man who inserts himself into his own Sonic the Hedgehog and Pokemon fanfiction. The first recorded Mumble chat occurred on January 31st, 2009. This call happened during the tail end of the Miyamoto and Panda Halo sagas. Chris was still under the impression that he was in talks with Nintendo Big Shots Miyamoto and Reggie, and was still somehow pursuing romantic endeavors with Panda. The first Mumble chat recording starts right in the middle of a conversation as Chris is discussing one of the most important factors of his life, Transformers. This chat would gradually run its course and move on to differing topics, such as video games, his filthy room, Legos, how hot lesbians are, how sister-on-sister incest is acceptable in his eyes, and his quarrels with his father, Bob. The only important thing to the topic at hand is that a name was brought up a handful of times, Julie. She was an active participant in the chat, however there's no audio of her talking, so it's safe to assume that Julie was using the chat window to strike up and exchange a dialogue with Chris.
I haven't been able to buy Toro or the Ape Escape costumes yet, Julie, just to let you know. I mean, I'm not getting my tugboat for a few more days. Yeah, that's why, for those that were recreating the UMD, I just would assume buy the UMD instead of wasting memory stick duo space. And, Julie, I will definitely consider doing that for you, but not at the moment.
The next Mumble chat was on the 4th of February 2009, and covered topics like Chris's nude photos that were circulating the internet, Clyde's actions against Chris, adult topics in Sonichu, that sort of stuff. Julie also appeared in the chat but isn't heard, but also didn't seem to be a major participant in the conversation either. Regardless, this shows that the Julie character was forcefully making a habit of appearing in places that Chris could easily be found. However, the following day, Chris would engage in another Mumble chat, but this time, it was just between him and Julie, and entirely through voice. How about that? Now, I gotta give a little more context about Julie before we move forward. Like I mentioned earlier.
Because it was like, it's like a play on words. It's like, instead of saying my ship has come in, it's not a ship, it's a tugboat. So he calls it a tugboat.
Spike was a kid at the time, so if you happen to notice that Julie sounds suspiciously close to a young boy haphazardly impersonating a girl, well, now you know why. It's also worth mentioning that Chris is just really naive, despite how much he hates that word. Most people are able to immediately pick up on the fact that Blue Spike, or rather Julie or whatever, sounds very young, and some have even used this as an argument to try to prove that Chris is some kind of pedo fork. That's stupid, and the people who think that way are also stupid, because anybody who's spent a decent amount of time observing Chris can tell you you that he is in fact stupid, and he also doesn't pay attention, and his autism likely makes his facial and vocal blindness a bit
it's Bob who
worse.
called it that?
Besides, Chris is far more interested in old ladies. Julie's country of origin, Mulvania, is brought up during this conversation. Julie reveals that her home country was destroyed. This sparked Chris's curiosity, who tried to gather more information about the catastrophe that happened across the pond. While Chris was right smack in the middle of trying to research the latest developments, he was quickly shot down by Julie, who instead offered her own interpretation of what had happened. Julie knew that if she didn't step in and prevent him from doing his due diligence, that she'd inevitably have her cover blown. Mulvania is significant because the country just, well, it doesn't exist. It's a fictional country from a parodic travel guide called Mulvania, a land untouched by modern dentistry, by Tom Gleisner, Rob Sitch, and Santo Solaro. The country is described as, quote, the owner of Europe's oldest nuclear reactors, and, quote, the birthplace of the whooping cough. I don't know about you guys,
Okay.
but I bet the women from this place are bad, you know what I mean? I bet they know how to make that shit work. Fine European ladies with 3 teeth, a bad cough, and radiation poisoning. Anyway, Chris could have finally had the ammunition needed to properly label Julie as a fake troll, but his desire for China made him blindly follow the social cues of women, at least what he interprets to be women, which led to him accepting Julie's convenient explanation that the dictator of Mulvania was taken out.
Well, I have unfortunate news about Mulvania. It appears to have been destroyed. I know that sounds strange, but I don't know what happened. I'm very worried.
Maybe I can find something
I
on
miss my hometown.
I hear you. Hang on, I'll Google Mulvania and see if I
No,
can
it's
find...
alright. I'm pretty sure I know what happened.
Tell me in your own words, what you think happened.
I don't know. It's just, I think the dictator of Mulvania, I think he was assassinated.
The dictator was assassinated.
As far as I've heard from Cameron before I lost all contact with him.
You mean her, don't you?
Sorry, I keep getting confused. My English is awful. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're trying. You're doing okay.
Thank you very much.
During this conversation, Chris's nemesis Clyde Cash was periodically popping up on the Mumble server and disconnecting after a short while. He mostly remained in the inactive channel, which meant that not only could he not access the section of the server that Chris and Julie were in, but he had no way of knowing how to get in or what they were talking about, unless, you know, someone was on the inside. However, this didn't dissuade Chris from speaking freely. Julie took a moment to ask Christian a very important question regarding his comic book creation. Does he feel any attraction to the characters he's made? I mean, look at how superbly they're drawn. Who wouldn't want to bone them?
Yeah, about your comic, I actually have a question I've been pondering for a while.
Yes.
Do you find yourself attracted to your female characters that you create at all?
Do I find myself attracted to my female characters?
That you have created, yes. I'm sorry if it's a bit too much, but I feel like I've been pondering it.
Think about that. Are we calling the rose shoes?
Huh. What?
Hang on a second. We got an interloper here.
Oh, really? He must be a troll.
Oh, there he goes. He got kicked out.
Oh, there he goes. Thank goodness.
Right, so, are we talking, in addition, the human female characters, are we also talking about, maybe attractive to the rose shoes?
Yes, I've been pondering. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I would say they all have a good, they all think I'm handsome, like my mother. My mother tells me constantly that I'm handsome, and, you know, I agree with her.
That might have been a bad
I
idea.
look at myself in the mirror. But it's like, you know, every time she tells me I'm handsome, I'm like, if I'm so handsome, why don't I have a girlfriend?
But shortly after this topic had come
it
to
your
pass,
personality?
Clyde managed to weasel his way into the voice chat channel, likely
All right.
through means of expert-level hacking and cracking. Clyde made sure to shake his fist at the mayor of Quickville, menacing as he makes sure that both Chris and Julie know that no matter where Chris goes, no matter how hard he tries to keep himself hidden away from the attack of Clyde and his cronies, that he'll always be able to reach him despite Chris's efforts to the contrary. Shit like this is why I adore Clyde as one of the main antagonists of Chris Chan's story. He's cheesy and hard to take seriously, but to Chris, he's the perfect arch-rival, a foe that monologues and taunts him, like something out of a cartoon.
And who cares? Clyde? What are you doing here?
I just wanted to stop by and say hi, Julie.
Get out.
Yep.
Look, Chris, I just want to tell you something.
What
I'm
is
off
it?
my medication right now, I'm off my weed, and I'm still angry at you now. But last time was a mistake. I shouldn't. Vivian told me. Tell me, Chris. I just want you to answer one thing.
What is
Why
it?
haven't you killed me yet? Why haven't you killed me yet?
Chris, I think he's trying to kick me.
Clyde's impact would be felt throughout the duration of the chat. Turns out that Clyde had been stalking Julie, and given his history of assaulting women who dare show any kind of kindness to Chris, it's safe to assume that she might have been in some kind of danger. Julie took the time to express her concerns about the potential forthcoming attack that would likely render her bruised, pregnant, or even worse, possibly dead. I mean, none of the outcomes could possibly be seen as good, but you get the idea. Regardless, Julie had remarked that she had seen cars outside her house that were driven by Asians, which was of the utmost importance because Julie suspected that Clyde was of Asian descent. Chris tried his best to be a gentleman here, saying that he'll do whatever he can to protect Julie from outside forces, as if he'll jump in front of an oncoming barrage of bullets and they'll just bounce off of his gargantuan gut, shielding Julie from an unfortunate early demise.
Yes, but he's able to follow me. I think I've seen the car around my house with someone Asian in it. I think Clyde is Asian. I'm worried. He looked at me with an evil glare. I'm worried. I think he was half Asian, actually. I'm not really... I'm just really scared that if I try and leave my house, he's gonna do awful things to me. Awful, horrible things to me. I'm scared, Chris.
Hear you. I feel for you. Be scared too.
But, as the conversation continued to move forward, Julie announced that there was someone outside of her house, approaching, with possible malicious intent. She cowered down and informed Chris that she might actually be in danger. Chris tried to play that he was worried for her, but he also didn't seem to take it too seriously. Not because he suspected that something was afoot, like say, a troll was currently trying to pull the wool over his eyes, but rather that his ability to interpret and respond adequately to negative situations was less than optimal. Thankfully, it was just a salesman, meaning that Julie was safe for now. Clyde's influence could be felt during this conversation, meaning that he might just show up again real soon. We shall see.
Yes, I do see someone outside of my house. I don't know who it is.
Just try not to think about it.
I won't.
I mean, it's not like he's. I mean, it doesn't. It's not. It's not holding it. It does not look like he's holding a gun, is he?
I'm not sure. He's holding something. I'm worried.
So just best not to try not to think about it.
Someone's pounding on my door.
Someone's pounding on your door.
I'm going to go lock it. I'm worried, Chris. I'm going to go lock it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it was... I looked outside, Chris. Turns out it was a salesman.
Oh, that's
sorry,
a relief.
I acted so silly.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's only human. You're only human.
Now that the dust had settled and the two were seemingly safe once again to discuss adult matters, Julie brought up the topic of the two's first time together sexually, which was undeniably a topic that Chris was quite interested in. He pondered what the experience would be like to finally lose his godforsaken virginity to a boyfriend-free girl. Or rather, I guess she wouldn't be boyfriend-free if she was receiving the pendulous penis of a politician like Mr. Chandler, carefully detailing the supposed activities the couple would engage in. Remember, Julie aka Blue Spike is an underage kid during these conversations because I gotta keep beating you over the head with it, and it really didn't seem like Blue Spike was all that interested in keeping his voice low so as to not be heard by his family. That makes me question where the hell his parents were. If they were home, how did they not hear any of this? Did they not care? Did the conversation only happen when they were away? Which troll thought it'd be acceptable to knowingly have someone this young be a part of a discussion like this with a grown person? There's a lot of major issues with what was going on here, and there's no positive angle to look at it from. It's all fucked from top to bottom.
Chris, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. How do you think our first time would...
I do the best I can. Hopefully not prematurely, but ejaculate.
I hope not. I want to enjoy it as much as I can.
But certainly I would try my best to make it as satisfactory as possible. I mean, I've watched a lot of pornography, educational, or just sets, and I've learned from that.
I see. What position do you think you like best? Can I ask?
I don't know. Cowgirl.
The conversation gets worse and worse, as the sexual topics only become more gratuitous as they continue to exchange ideas, or rather Chris just laid out the many things that he had witnessed in pornography that made him get all hot and bothered. I'm not gonna make you sit through all of it, but I think this next bit here is just shocking enough to make you question the moral standing of the people that were trying to destroy the life of Chris. Not that he wasn't making himself into a target, of course.
By the way, I would be wearing a condom. So, either way, while I'm wearing it, I could lay it out while inside you and be protected, or I could, pull it out and just lay it out onto your bosom, or into your mouth. Whatever you want. I'll give you a burn necklace, or I'll just feed it to you.
Lastly, before we move on to the next mumble chat, Clyde appeared again, and the expected outcome occurred. He made ominous comments about coming to harm Julie, made a remark about the alleged salesman that pounded on Julie's door, and even got into a heated debate with Sonichu's father. Clyde did, however, suggest that he was going to use his extremely frightening powers to inflict harm upon Julie if Chris didn't meet his demand. And this demand in particular, mind you, was that Chris had to finally come out of the closet.
I'll give you a 2-day reprieve. Just make a video to YouTube, 3 minutes, proclaim your love for men, how gay you are, and I'll give you a 3-day break to try to save Julie. While I go smoke some weed or something. If you don't do it within the next 3 hours, we'll see Julie's funeral in a few weeks then. Alright? You understand me?
You shut up. Clyde, you shut up. I'm straight.
You just gotta make videos on YouTube. I want to destroy your image. And if you don't do it, I don't want to kill Julie. Just maybe cut off an arm.
Chris didn't want to risk Julie being harmed by Clyde, because we all know that Clyde has a history of being violent and oh so cruel. Problem is, well, Chris isn't gay, or at least that's what he says anyway. This entire debacle made him incredibly uncomfortable, but he made the video that Clyde requested, for the most part.
You know, the word gay tends to be thrown around a lot, especially when one's words is heavily understood one way or understood another way. I respect my fellow man, and I have some feelings for the man as well. But, yeah, in a nutshell, I have to come out of the closet. And so, one closet, simply put, and I'm willing to say this in sound, mind, and body, I am a Gabian. Yep, you heard me. I am a gay man. A male lesbian. Thank you.
Chris is visibly uncomfortable during the entirety of this video. Something to note is that Chris is holding a toy of Optimus Prime, and a Sailor Moon poster is visible in the background. In Chris's eyes, these two things represented his unshakable heterosexuality, and their mere presence in the upload would signal that not only did he maintain his stance on being straight, but he was also being forced to proclaim that he was gay against his will. The real glaring issue, however, was that Chris didn't say gay in the way that his nemesis had demanded. So, it goes without saying that male-identified lesbianism is a bunch of nonsense, and because of this, Chris didn't meet the mark. The video was not satisfactory as far as Clyde was concerned, who scolded Chris in a second mumble call the same night, demanding that Chris redo the screw-up of a video or else Julie was gonna get it. Chris moaned and groaned, irritated that doing the bare minimum and trying to sneak in symbols of his straightness wasn't going to cut it. Even then, despite his whining, he left the chat and went to redo the video one last time.
I'm good. I'm gay. I'm gay.
The next mumble chat occurred on the 6th of February, and this was just Chris and Clyde arguing back and forth about Clyde's requests and how Chris was continually failing to meet them. Clyde was beating Chris over the head with the fact that not only is he a target for manipulation, but he's also incredibly naive, Chris's least favorite word, and too stupid to even do anything right, being seen as nothing more than an autistic horn dog. There were discussions about other sagas, like the events of the meeting with Miyamoto and what have you, but the most important thing in this conversation, at least in regards to Julie, was that Clyde made a new demand of Chris. Chris. He wanted him to destroy his possessions in order to keep his heart suite safe. Chris, being the obsessive hoard collector that he is, didn't want to consider getting rid of his toys or video games to make sure his woman was safe, because that'd mean he'd actually have to be proactive about something. Instead, he searched up and down his room, looking for something he could safely part with in hopes of avoiding an aching heart. After a bit of searching, he settled on finally eradicating that adult toy that I mentioned earlier.
Dun dun dun.
Rather than actually destroy it, Chris opted to disassemble it. Maybe he didn't want to part with that either. It probably feels better in his butt than his fingers do. I mean, hell, it vibrates. Meanwhile, Chris was still communicating with Julie behind the scenes, and on the 5th and 6th of February, the two would discuss how Julie wasn't convinced that Panda Halo could be trusted, how the coming out videos had actually affected Chris, and what he did to maintain his heterosexuality during them. Max had recently changed Julie's login info for the PlayStation Network, but despite this, Max eventually gave Julie's PSN back to her as a reward for Chris, the mayor of Quickville, for finally admitting that he was openly gay. Chris was likely elated because this meant that he could continue to go on virtual dates with a woman he believed was ready and willing to receive his mighty tallywhacker, minus, appearing to be gay. A mumble chat happened on February 7th, where Clyde grilled Chris about his inability to provide for himself, let alone anybody else. This call perfectly demonstrates just how badly Chris misunderstood the buying power of $1. Chris was convinced that if he saved $100 a month, he'd be able to stretch that amount out to take care of his immediate family. Now, even back then, $100 wouldn't last a month unless you were providing for just yourself and you survive on the literal bare minimum, basically living like a homeless person. It simply wasn't possible with the amount of expenses that a functioning adult has. Not just groceries, but bills, payments for services, that kind of stuff. Everything you need to just get by in society has a pretty efficient way of stacking up. Chris completely disregarded the logic that Clyde lovingly bestowed upon him, but did anybody truly expect anything less? This topic was also brought up in a mumble chat just a few days later on February 10th, but it was largely the same.
I mean, it's not just controlling your spending. You can do that easily. The thing is, you need more than $800 a month. Way more to support a family.
Maybe so, but at least I'll have some money tucked away before I start that family up.
And how much do you have tucked away right now?
I have about $100 tucked away right now.
How much do you think it costs to feed 2 adults, I'm saying you and Julie, for a week?
I'd say probably about somewhere between 20 and 50.
Conversations on Skype with Julie continued to persist for the time being, and from the 7th to the 11th of February, Chris expressed his desire to see Julie's identification card and face. Alongside all of this, he had recently received a letter from Nintendo. Chris revealed to Julie that he had learned that he was not actually in contact with Miyamoto, and the entire supposed business venture between him and Nintendo was a farce put together by the trolls. Aside from this, Chris wanted to verify that Julie was who she said she was. I mean, that is fair considering the amount of times that he had been duped up to this point, but I also think it'd be smarter if he just demanded some kind of tangible proof before she comes out there. At this point, it's ID or bust, or she could turn on her camera during a video call on Skype. It just seems like a no-brainer, Chris also requested that Julie speak to him on PSN rather than other services because he felt vulnerable being in lewd chats with her on Mumble or even Skype. I was never much of a PlayStation guy despite owning a PS3, but if I had to guess, it was probably easier for him to chat on there so we could easily play Little Big Planet or PlayStation Home while conversing with his gal pal. This also means that I'm going to have to sift through even more logs. Yay for me. Now that I'm thinking about it, PS Home was similar to Second Life in quite a few ways. I wonder if people ever got freaky on there. But I also can't help but imagine people having cybersex through text or voice chat while the characters idly stare at each other. Oh, to go back to simpler times. Sorry, I just got distracted by my fleeting thoughts. Anyway, the relationship between Julie and Chris was blossoming into something, well, not exactly as beautiful as a flower, but certainly something. The conversations would continue on Mumble on February 10th, 2009. Chris was still reeling from the news that he was not actually in contact with Miyamoto, so maybe he could tend to his fresh wounds by conversing with his true and honest fans about what was going on in his neck of the woods. Something worth noting here is that Julie pressed Chris on why he dislikes gay people so much. I'm sure those of you watching or listening are quite well acquainted with Chris's interpretation of theology. He's a Christian, or he was anyway, and most Christians aren't exactly big fans of consenting adults doing things to each other in private that don't align with their religious views. Why does God Jesus care so much about people rubbing their junk together? No idea, but Chris took the scripture to heart and refused to get close to any person that might just possibly be gay. He seemed almost worried that if he were to talk to a gay man, that the guy would hold him down and forcefully have his way with him. Maybe he was not only scared of that, but maybe he thought that if he was entered by somebody of that lifestyle that he too would discover that he wasn't straight. Who knows? All we can assume is that his views of homosexuality must have changed on some level considering the life he leads today. His true feelings are almost always a mystery, but he does seem to be more accepting, even though it seems like he does it more so because it's socially beneficial for him.
What is so wrong with homos? I mean, what? I know that you don't exactly like them, but what's wrong with having just a few homosexual buddies? They're not gonna, they're, good people. You should give at least one a chance.
You see, I'm going to associate, and I'll respect them, but it's just like, I don't want to be too close.
No, he says the thing is they won't go near a straight man. They can tell that you're straight. Don't worry if you just give one a chance and try and be friends with them. Maybe play some Guitar Hero. Maybe play some Little Big Planet. You have some fun. Not try and just try and have fun with them. Just try it for me. Can you please do that? Just try for me.
Well, it depends if I ever meet one.
The more I listen to the conversation that Blue Spike was a part of, the more I start to notice major discrepancies in the narrative that he was pushing. Yes, we've already established that Chris was being trolled here, but something I've noticed here is that Blue Spike never really bothered to change his accent or his way of speaking, often just talking ever so slightly softer when he was Julie. If Julie and Max are from the same disheveled third world country that struggles with dental hygiene, then I would have to assume that they'd be, heavily accented. Blue Spike certainly wouldn't sound like a Westerner. Now granted, it's also very obvious that Chris was oblivious to the glaring issues, but this is something I personally find to be quite entertaining. Clyde Cash had to show up and make his appearance. You'd think that Chris would have looked into having a band by now, but what are you gonna do? Clyde confronted Chris about a variety of things, particularly how ill-equipped he would be to take on being the breadwinner of a household and provide for both himself and Julie. This includes his laziness, like his inability to efficiently clean his hovel of a room. Alongside all of this, there was also a discussion of his monstrous credit card debt and whether or not Chris had paid taxes. Of course, Chris being Chris, he confused sales and income tax, saying that he paid the latter but in fact paid the former.
My family helped me manage my taxes, and I don't have that much income to tax.
But when your parents are gone, who's gonna help you do the taxes?
I'll worry about that when I cross that bridge.
Oh, come on. You have to know now. You're 26 years old. You must have paid your taxes a couple times. You gotta figure that out, man.
I paid sales tax. We don't need you to,
Chris, Clyde does have somewhat of a point. I am kind of worried about the future.
I'm just trying to help here. If you two went on your crazy-ass marriage, you two would have been divorced in a month. I'm trying to goddamn help. You better answer me.
If Julie was really going to make the trip to Ruckersville, perhaps she'd be better off finding a man there that is a more suitable fit for her potential lover rather than whatever the hell Chris is. The next mumble chat on the following day was largely uneventful. There were discussions about the writing utensils that Chris used to create his illustrious comic series, Julie asked Chris about Billy Mays and he confused him with Tim Allen, and Chris was finally informed as to what Shotokan is. If you're not familiar with that, don't bother looking it up. It's not worth risking your lunch and your sanity. Chris and Julie would move to Skype again on February 12th during a mumble conversation that was being invaded by that dirty dang Clyde. Julie and Chris discussed some of the fan mail that Chris had received, convincing him to create Sonichu and Rosechu's Love Shack, a separate section of his Sonichu branded site where 18+ viewers could swing by and look at some crudely drawn Rule 34 of his OCs, and a good chunk of it was actually traced from other adult images that were already available on the internet. Alongside this, the two discussed how Chris would potentially be able to take care of the both of them, and Chris reassured Julie that not only is he a strong, capable man who is willing to break his back to keep his lady friends safe and comfortable, but God would back him up because he's a good Methodist. Another Skype chat happened on the following day, February 13th, and it was largely sexually charged. Julie was trying to get in Chris's pants to cradle his bent duck, and it appears that Chris must have been on camera or using his microphone to speak because there are very few messages from him in that chat log. Julie tried to convince Chris that she was into farts, smothering, feet, you know the deal. Those 3 things are what all women truly love, right? The two engaged in some pretty extensive steamy chats that I can't justifiably read out loud on YouTube without running the risk of them putting their authoritative fingers deep inside of me. I don't really want to be treated like I'm a bowling ball, but I will say, however, the things that I have had to read are beyond disgusting. Chris also did admit that he started screwing around with Julie like this after he got over the alleged death of Panda Halo, because he claimed that he had already prepared for the news of her passing after learning of the raging fires in Australia. There was also a bit of cybersex between the two that same night, with Chris and Julie role-playing some kind of furry smut. I'm not sure why, but Chris is convinced that women like to have their genitals shocked with electricity. I'm sure there's at least 3 or 4 freaky ladies out there that want that, but I can only guess that he was supposed to be in his Sonichu form, because everybody knows that Sonic recolors get the ladies all gooey. But it still didn't stop there, because another chat began on the 14th of February, Valentine's Day. This was an ample opportunity to really get Christian all sweaty and desperate for physical affection. This being a date that is centered around exchanging romantic gifts for sexual favors, the two would do exactly what you would expect from hormonally driven people. They pretended to knock boots, and Chris probably pulled on his pud just a tiny bit. Outside of this, Chris was a little upset with Julie that she had yet to reveal to her brother Max that she was engaging in such activities with the creator of Sonichu, which to me seems weird because why would somebody's hypothetical sibling need to know about what their other family members were doing in the privacy of their Skype chats? Seems a little, I don't know, off? But that was not the only thing that bewildered me, because at another point, Chris admitted to spewing his goo while playing Animal Crossing City Folk. While I was playing AC City Folk, I even shouted out your name multiple times, but it passed, and I wet myself a little. By wet, does he mean that he leaked a bit of pee, or did he fucking blast some brogurt in his Transformers briefs? Either one is concerning. I guess I can understand if he's got bladder control issues and he couldn't make it to the bathroom in time, even though that's nasty, but if he splooged, then like, I don't know. What the hell about Animal Crossing made him so excited to do something like that? Perhaps I don't truly want to know. Oh, and before I forget, Chris being the romantic that he is, he made a Valentine's-themed level for both him and Julie to play together on Little Big Planet, alongside publishing it to the game server so that way other couples could enjoy it. Turns out someone had messaged Chris on PSN and informed him that Julie was a male troll, but Chris disregarded the message and continued to share way too much about his personal life. The most important event from this day, however, was when Chris and Julie were busy, well, getting busy. The two were going at it, and Blue Spike opted to record the entire process. During this exchange, though, Bob walked in while Chris was actively strangling his duck. It seems as though Bob might not have realized that his son was busy being a man.
Oh, yeah. What are you doing? Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm getting all these crazy damn calls. What are you doing? Nothing.
Nothing.
Give me that crap. Now, what's going on?
I'm not doing anything.
No, I will not. People tell me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube. What? What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm going to wake your mother up and find out? No.
No.
Then get out of here, off that internet. Fine.
Okay.
What is your trouble?
Nothing.
I'm not going to kill myself. Get away from that TV. Fine. Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now. No! Dad, no! Yes.
I'm cutting the internet down.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Don't do it, Dad. I'm going to shut this thing right down.
Working on it.
No. Yes. No.
He is working on it. That's for sure.
Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Go and wake your mother up. You tell her what's going on. This thing is going to go down. No. Yes.
No.
By February 15th, Blue Spike or someone close to him had put together a fake love letter that was sent to Christian's home address, including some photos of what he would believe to be Julie. The letter was intentionally made to make it look like a girl in middle school wrote it, with little doodles and very bubbly shaped letters. The message reads as follows, quote, Dear Chris Chan Sonichu, aka Christian Weston Chandler, I'm writing you a letter like you wanted me to through the snail mail. It's a lot harder to write a letter than it is to type one, but I love you enough that I'll do your request, but email is so much easier, so don't expect me to do this again anytime soon. I also have an important message. As it turns out, I will sadly not be able to make the trip to Virginia. I just don't have the money to get the transportation to go there, so I will not be able to meet you in person unless you can possibly come here instead. Maybe now that you have this letter, you can finally prove to your parents that I'm real and we can meet in person and much, much more if you know what I mean. Meow. Three-Face. I need some real-life milk from my milkman. Also, I'm thinking of attending a little church since you seem to love it so much, and I want more things in common between us. I hope you have a good supply of raincoats, and I'm sure we're going to run out. Tell me when you get this letter. I hope you enjoy the pics included. A friend took them with their camera and printed them out. With tons of love, Julie Milvana, XOXOXO. P.S. As soon as you receive this letter, please read this letter out loud on a YouTube video, proving to those slanderous trolls that you have a true and honest loving sweetheart. I can't wait to use your face as a chair. Wow, how fucking sweet. I'm sure a letter like this would be the perfect thing Chris could use to justify his love quest to his parents. Imagine him showing this to either Bob or Barb, and them having to put on their reading glasses, holding the letter far away from their face, and reading aloud the sexually charged messages that Julie had allegedly sent to Chris. The following day, on the 16th of February, the couple had their first PlayStation Network chat. This happened while Chris's Aunt Karina was in extremely poor health, and it appeared as though she didn't have long for her mortal coil. Instead of taking the time to prepare himself for the eventual grieving process, he instead opted to discuss threesomes with Julie once again. Julie tried to get Chris to put Barb on the mic, but she was busy being fat and immobile, so that wasn't gonna happen. At least not yet. There were talks of how Chris could get a job and maintain employment, what he was doing daily, such as going to Burger King and IHOP, and all those other bits of minutia that take up Chris's life. This was a largely unimportant conversation, but it did demonstrate that Chris lacked empathy toward the dying because he'd much rather prefer to get his duck wet than worry about his Aunt Karina. I'd delve more into the nasty stuff they wanted to do, but at the same time, Blue Spike is a kid, so, yeah. During this same day, Julie and Chris would also exchange messages over Skype, and while they did break down the moral dilemma of preferring soy milk over normal milk, there were a few key points that showed that the stakes were rising, with Chris finding himself submerged in a boiling hot vat of soy milk. You see, Julie was getting more and more restless, and wanted something hot to make her get off. Chris, there's something I wanted. I just wanted to see a video of you making love to a doll you own, to hold me over until the real thing. Please, I assure you, it will never get out. Nobody except me will see it. I promise you with my heart. Chris being Chris, he obviously didn't realize how dangerous this could be. Only time would tell if he'd ever get around to making this request a reality. The next day, it was revealed that Max had been listening in on Julie and Christian doing their business. I suppose this isn't too far off from what Chris was wanting, her to tell her brother about their antics, but it probably could have been handled a touch more tactfully. I went to take a quick shower. My brother met me outside. He was listening in while I was gone. But he hung up, and the call between you and me was dropped soon after. Oh, he told me, quote, I don't want to hear that sick sex shit again. Oh, then what happened? That's it. Now I'm wondering. We don't have to cybersex anymore. We can hold it in until we are together in person. It's okay, Julie. He may not have heard all the details and jumped to conclusions. Soon after, the two also had another conversation over PSN. As I mentioned before, Chris's aunt was rapidly nearing her demise, with his family being informed that she would likely take her last breath very soon. Chris was upset, but not enough to go visit his family, instead staying home to twiddle his thumbs and talk to his would-be girlfriend. Barb did appear for a brief moment, and Blue Spike made an attempt to get Chris to get Barb on the headset, but this failed. It seemed as though the likelihood of Christian introducing his folks to his lover was dwindling every day.
Yeah. All right, Mom, I'll talk to you later. Did you get that, Julie? Yeah, could you ask your mother if I could talk to her? Because I've wanted to talk to her for a while. Oh. I'm not sure if she's in the mood, but... Come on, just ask, please. So now, ask her. Ask her if I could talk to her, please, for me. You spell summon Snorlax.
You spell summon Snorlax.
Listen, talking to friend Julie on the PSN network.
Bye.
To say hello to you. I'm not able to talk to you about her. Does she emotional? I am not able to talk to anybody right now. Will you leave the room? Thank you. I'll see you later. Someone failed. Thank you.
Spell failed.
But everything kept getting more and more intense, as there was also a mumble chat that same night. Gotta love it. Now, I don't know what the hell the deal is with Chris wanting to get down and dirty with girls by having a three-way, but this topic just kept coming up. And of course, it happened here too. A fangirl named Emily had moseyed her way into the conversation and proposed engaging in some actions with both Chris and Julie.
I heard someone say hi, Chris. It sounded like a female voice. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, that was me. My name's Emily.
Oh, hi, Emily.
I really like your comics.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your fault, Mom. I don't understand why you're still saying that, honestly.
Tell me about it.
Tell me about it.
But I am in love with Julie right there, who just spoke just now. But
Oh, she sounds like she's really pretty.
hey, take that as a compliment, Julie.
Thank you. Maybe we can have threesome.
Oh wow. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Julie.
Well, Chris has stated before that he does not want to threesome with two men. Well,
Actually, Julie, I gave it some thought, and I'm going to do that for you.
Sarah May, a fangirl who was previously interested in participating in adult activities with Chris, popped into the chat. She was also the co-founder of the Sonichu Girls Forum. She had caught wind that Chris was having lewd chats with other girls and took this to heart, because she desperately wanted to be on the receiving end of Chris's pecker. Because of everything that was transpiring, she suicide baited to trigger an emotional response from Chris, who was remarkably unmoved.
I can't believe this.
I can't believe it either.
Neither can
I
I.
don't even have to say anything because you just showed me your true feelings. You don't even care about me.
Sarah, I do care about you.
You just want to talk to Julie right now, don't you?
No, I want to talk to you. I want to help you feel better, Sarah.
You've already been trying.
I am trying, Sarah. I'm sorry. I messed up, and I feel bad about it too.
But you keep messing up. You just keep doing it. And I think I'm gonna do something really bad.
No, Sarah, no. Don't do anything bad. Don't hurt yourself, Sarah.
I think I'm going to.
No, don't do that. You got lots to live for.
I feel like cutting myself.
You have so much to
Sarah,
live for.
No, Sarah, don't cut yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
I feel like nothing is worth living for anymore because
Sarah, there are a lot of things in life worth living for.
Chris went through the motions. I mean, how could he possibly ever prepare to hear one of his true and honest fangirls bite the bullet? This would put a tremendous amount of stress on anybody, so it's understandable that he was feeling a bit sad. Well, as much as his lack of empathy would allow. Julie tried to console Chris, metaphorically patting him on the back as he came to terms with yet another person he didn't actually know going the way of the dodo.
I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry. Oh, this is my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, Julie. I made a promise I did not realize then I couldn't keep. And now I just made things worse. At least 2 or 5 times I said your name instead of Sarah's. Chris, it's okay. We'll get through this together. Don't worry.
February 18th proved itself to be a particularly eventful day for Christian. It started off simply with some PSN chats between the usuals. The first chat is pretty great because we got 2 wonderful nuggets of information out of Chris. Firstly, he claimed that he was hearing voices in his head that were telling him that he's gay. He was under the impression that if he happened to view an image of a penis or witness one too many gay scenes from adult films, that he would immediately start suffering from a ravenous hunger for Navy. That's right. Chris really thought that his brain was going to be reprogrammed by Globo Homo by looking at one too many ding-dongs. The voice he heard, though, is probably the icing on the cake. I can't even fathom getting sexually harassed by my own inner monologue.
Tell me about the random thoughts you've been having, please.
Just basically told him the ones that tried to turn the ones that that turned me off because they were gay. Like I would get like randomly an image of a penis in my head.
Oh, can you describe what it is? I wasn't there to listen.
Okay, well sometimes, I mean I'm not sure whether it's mine or not. It's just like a random penis, like it could have been mine, or it could have been one I saw in like one of the porno movies I've seen. And anyway, aside from that, I also get random audio and word thoughts in my audio and my photographic memory, where it's like other people saying Christian is gay.
What did I say?
Christian is gay.
Do you really think you're gay?
No, I do not. I'm straight.
Then you are straight.
Secondly, they once again just had to talk about Chris putting things inside of his body. I don't think I really need to explain this one all that much, so I'll allow Chris to have the honors. It only makes sense, right? He is the star of the show, after all.
Okay, well, I bought the love dolls as my practice for when I actually do it with a real woman.
Alright.
And the anal beads was one free gift that came with one of the dolls. Because, you know, at AdamandEve.com, they give you like a free gift or a free DVD with every order over $15, $20.
Chris?
And then the dildo was another free gift.
You can tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth.
Did you ever use any of those things? It's okay if you did. I just want to be able to, I want you to be able to come clean to me. Please.
Alright, I'll tell you confidentiality. I put a condom on the dildo and I actually did put up my a-hole. In my humble opinion, it just did not feel right to me. And the anal beads, I just put them in there and it's like,
it's like, meh.
So it's like, it was just that one time and then I got covered in poo and then I just
sorry,
in the trash can.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Lastly, Julie did try to convince Chris to take better care of himself. This is something that has happened many times over the course of several sagas, where trolls try to use their influence to encourage Chris to do things that would actually benefit him in the long run, such as exercising. This is something Chris has rarely attempted to do. Even then, he only promised to stand up more often for Julie. Imagine having such a warped understanding of the world that you assume standing up will somehow burn as many calories as actually working out. Old Chris's lunacy is oddly endearing, you know, if you subtract all the other completely asinine nonsense from it. Maybe I'm wrong for feeling this way, but someone like Chris who's clearly not well informed about the world and the complexities of sexuality probably doesn't need to have access to adult toys or movies. Granted, yes, he is an adult, but he's mentally a child, a very deranged one at that. His parents should have taken more of a stand against him trying to be a pervert. Perhaps if they did, he wouldn't have done so many backwards and foolish things. But then again, Chris did inform his mother about how he'd masturbate, so I don't know.
And aside from that, I am definitely still a virgin. And you know, over the course of time, I did confide in my mother and tell her about my masturbation history there.
What?
And that sort of thing. I mean, my mom is more open-minded about the subject, but my father is because he's much older and possibly more strict. More close-minded on the subject.
This conversation would somehow move along to the topic of race, which to nobody's surprise, Chris has a skewed view of. Chris's parents exhibited many clear signs of racism over the years, and that's likely because of their upbringing and what have you, meaning they most likely passed on their learned hateful rhetoric onto their impressionable son. He had to learn it from somewhere, right? Why they chose to pass along feelings of contempt for people that were different from them when their own son was different from most people is beyond me. They could have taught him how to be self-sufficient or how to clean his room, or how to properly attract women, or how to actually apply himself in school, the list could go on. But no. They had to teach him the other thing. It's safe to say that his parents failed him in numerous shocking ways. However, as they continued to chat about a litany of other topics, Bob got onto the horn and had a chance to talk to Julie. And he too was under the impression that he wasn't talking to a young boy, but rather a young adult female. Granted, I think I can forgive Bob for being unable to ascertain that Blue Spike was a troll because he was in his 80s at this point. However, I do have to draw attention to one really funny part about this call. Bob claimed to be incredibly world conscious, having witnessed so much change happen around him and across the globe over his many decades of existing. Because of the radical change that was happening, he initially didn't believe in the existence of Mulvania, but he changed his tune once he believed he and Christian had found it on a map. I'm not entirely sure what country they confused for Mulvania, but sure, why not?
Hello.
Hello. Hello. That's Julie Novania. She came all the way from Mulvania. Mulvania. We were just looking at it on the map. It's
oh my gosh.
There, you know, for your information, I look at the map with you, and you know, the Czechoslovakia Republic looks like the outline of the Mulvanian map I saw on the internet, so I could be wrong. Anyway, it's next to former part of the former Soviet Union, the USSR. Thanks,
Bob. The trolls had to have been like, we are so lucky.
You have any gypsy violins there?
These people are dumb beyond belief.
Yeah, I see.
I can't help but feel like not seeing the country on the map would have been an indicator that the nation might not actually exist. In fact, if they didn't have an up-to-date map, the internet would have been their best option. If they had just looked up the supposed country's name, they'd discover it's from a humorous book and didn't actually exist. Overall, this conversation was quite positive and shed a lot of light on who Bob was and the experiences he'd had. If you'd like to know more about him, I've got a full video dedicated to retelling the tale of Bob Chandler if you search for it on my channel. It seemed like Bob was quite supportive of Chris finally having a girl that he could be involved with, even if he was unsure of his son's ability to be a reliable narrator. He even divulged in Chris's ignorance to the world and objective reality during this conversation, making it clear that Bob knew his son was essentially destined to be a burnout. Later that same evening, Chris sent Julie a video of him making sweet, sweet love to his blow-up doll Kimmy. The fact that this video existed and was sent to Julie meant that the clip was going to be leaked online in due time, as per the nature of the internet. This video, man, wow, it totally changed my perspective of Chris's trolling as a whole. I mean, think about this for a second. We've already established that Blue Spike was a kid who was roped into having heinous chats with a renowned lolcow, but not only were they engaging in lewd topics, but Chris was actually sending homemade films to the child. Chris was unknowingly breaking the law and also embarrassing himself in a way that would undoubtedly haunt him until his last breath. This is one of those instances where the trolling, while admittedly hilarious, is also unusually extreme. Luckily for you, YouTube once again stands between me and ruining your precious dignity by introducing you to the actual video, unless you've already seen it, at which point I'm being redundant. But anyway, we're instead going to listen to Chris's laborious sighs and grunts as he takes his inflatable partner to Pound Town while his Sonic toys watch in agony.
Julie! Julie! Julie!
Julie!
Oh yeah, Julie!
I'm doing it to you
Julie.
now.
Julie! Julie!
You're being done right now.
Weirdly enough, Chris made sure to wear a rubber during the recording. I guess maybe he didn't want to risk catching something from Kimmy, or maybe he was worried that he'd put a baby in her, but I'd have to assume in reality he wanted to save raw action for some well-deserved hanky-panky with a gal pal. But, because this is Chris we're talking about, the video inevitably got leaked to the wider internet, much to the chagrin of Chris. This video would continue to haunt Chris and his family for quite some time, with Weens calling the Chandler's landline to harass Chris, only to actually yell "Julie" into the phone while Bob was on the receiving end. This video is arguably one of the most significant pieces of media that Chris has ever produced. One would assume after a catastrophic leak of him plowing a rubber lover that he'd think twice about sending something lewd over the internet in the future, but newsflash, he didn't learn a goddamn thing. Something else I'd like to point out before we move along is how Julie convinced Chris to say the line "Ich bin schwul" under the guise of it meaning "I love you" in Molvanian, when in actuality it means "I am gay" in German. Chris would often say this to Julie to demonstrate his love for her. Oh, what a sap. The next Skype chat between Chris and Julie occurred on February 20th. Chris's Aunt Karina had passed away and Chris was going through the motions, at least as much as he possibly could given his general lack of empathy. He expressed that he was hoping her funeral would not be on his birthday, which is fair, but not because it's a special day for him, but rather his church congregation was going to have a pancake dinner that day and he didn't want to miss it. I'm sure being told that you're going to hell while your mouth is full of a mass of pancakes and syrup is great. What a wonderful way to spend the evening, on your birthday no less. Chris had also received Julie's letter and was over the moon after seeing her pictures. It never seemed to occur to him that once again, a girl that was grossly out of his league was hitting on him and how that was just a little weird. I suppose I shouldn't be shocked if he lacks pattern recognition. The two also discussed how his parents were somewhat unsure of Julie, which is more than a fair response on their part. While Bob was more or less convinced that Julie was real, despite, Molvania not existing on any map ever, Barb on the other hand was highly skeptical of what Chris had been relaying to her. She had taken note of the drama that Chris's previous relationships had brought to their household and likely understood that her future romantic partner had difficulty keeping his nose clean. Well, that and she probably had a pretty firm grasp on the fact that random people on the internet can impersonate anybody and most folks would be none the wiser. The important thing, though, is that Julie shared her alleged address with Chris, because for obvious reasons he was not going to be able to expect her to arrive in the streets of Ruckersville, and he'd likely have to make a trip with his parents. Chris being Chris, he needed permission from his folks before he could go anywhere. Something to keep in mind is that during the conversation conversation with Bob and Julie, he mentioned that his son was not all that familiar with the outside world. Chris mostly knew his way around town, but anything beyond the local area was totally foreign to him. Blue Spike and the other trolls likely took note of this, concocting a plan to get Chris outside of his comfort zone and far away from home. Chris would continue to try to convince his parents to talk to Julie, mostly just to make his mother believe that she was who she claimed to be, so that way maybe mommy or daddy would aid him on his voyage outside of the confines of Virginia. But now, the story is going to start picking up. While there were already some humorous events that led to this point, the trolls were really looking to up the ante in ways that hadn't been done before. So, during another Skype chat on February 23rd, the first real signs of trouble, at least on a grander scale, began to surface. Chris was starting to feel uneasy about everything going on. Not enough to remove himself from the situation, but enough to express confusion and concern about the legitimacy of Julie's claims. He had confirmed that his father had found Moldavia or Moldova, depending on the age of the map they were using, because even Chris wasn't entirely sure. Either way, he somewhat understood that things didn't seem to line up, but instead of consulting Professor Google and using reputable sources to debunk any of her claims, Chris instead opted to go right along with what she said. You grew up in Lagodeki, which is the capital of Mulvania. I've typed in Lagodeki, just as your friend said earlier. It was at the eastern edge of Georgia. Actually, come to think of it, it's more of a verification of my own findings. Mulvania was east of Georgia, yes? I mean, when my father was trying to find Mulvania on his maps, he found some theories of his own. He confused Moldavia, or something like that, for Mulvania, so this will be good for his findings. Hey, maybe if he believes hard enough, Quickville and Gorgon will appear on the map. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there, right? This conversation would go south sometime after, as Julie disappeared without a trace for a bit, as Chris kept sending her message after message after message. Soon after this, Blue Spike became active again, only this time it wasn't Julie on the line. Hello, Chris. There you are. This is Max. Oh, Julie's brother? I bet you were excited just now. Julie chose to take a nap. Okay, I suggest you join Mumble. You may find it in your best interest. What's going on? You may find it in your best interest. I'd hurry. We're not very patient. I'll be there shortly. Hurry up, Chandler. I understand. I've got to clean up the mess you started. Oh, it's more than that. I see you found out what I've done. Angered, Chrissy? Why can't you see the kind human being that I am? Because the things you do. I have cared for all my women very much. The awful way you act in attempts to get a mate, a boyfriend-free girl. It sickens me that you'd be that way. I don't even know why my sister would want you. Look, Julie asked me herself to make that video, and I did as she wished, because I cared and respected her wishes, because she cares about me deeply and she respects me truly, and I care and respect her in the same way truly. It's too late now, Chris. I'm taking Julie to Clyde. Maybe you can convince me to do otherwise. Come back and mumble. You have 5 minutes. Look, I plan on spending my good money and drive to her in your house. I'd hurry. Talk to my leader, Clyde. Answer him. I'm driving Julie there now, Chris. Any last words before I depart? Leave her be. Do not drive her anywhere. Scared and unsure of what was going to happen, Chris followed Max to Mumble. Could this be the epic final confrontation between Clyde and Chris? Would they finally settle their differences and learn to accept each other how they are? Perhaps they'd share a soft, delicate kiss after reconciling. Come on, this is Chris. Nothing sensible ever happens in his story. The miscreants were waiting in the server for him, like an occult group of internet users that were gathered for a ceremonial sacrifice of the Virgin with Rage. Clyde shared that Panda Halo was not dead, and instead was residing at Clyde's place, serving as his concubine. Once again, Chris's world was revealed to be an elaborate play by trolls that had way too much free time.
And can't you remember Blanca, the one who destroyed your medallion? Remember?
Yeah.
All part of the miscreants, Chris. And the latest member, Stella McKenzie. Or, you know her as Panda. She's not dead. She's alive, at my side. Kinda sleeping right now, I shouldn't be talking so loud. Anyway, yes, I can't believe you fell for her.
Clyde and Chris exchanged dialogue like two esteemed rivals from a fictional story, as though they had finally crossed paths again after a series of interwoven events. Clyde, as per usual, was not even remotely intimidating, but Chris still took this to heart. He likely saw himself as some kind of hero, as though he'd be able to reach through his microphone and strangle that dastardly Clyde.
We've been here from the beginning. Do you know why, Chris?
They're trying to make a slander out of me and pull? Or just to pick on me?
What? Make
or
a
just a
slander?
pick on me?
No, the goal is to make sure you never get laid. that is the goal of the whole Virginia is for virgins.
Our goal is that you are a virgin forever. Why do you all have to pick on me like this?
You don't care about women.
I do care about women.
And you why do we are have a disgusting pig. In our operation against you?
I know y'all are doing it, or have been doing this just for the laughs against me.
Yeah.
But don't y'all have
This is far more than laughs, Christian.
This is serious. You're a
the Council of Spurs
must be eradicated from this earth. No, he must not be eradicated. He must be made an example of a horrible man, destined to never ever have a wife or even girlfriend.
Never get laid.
Up. Why do you have to pick on me like this? You don't need to do this. Don't y'all have lives of your own?
No.
Can't you go find your own sweethearts to do with? And I don't even
Why do
care.
you think the sweetheart will solve everything? Why do you think the sweetheart will solve everything?
We have our own sweethearts. Look, we must protect the women from you. Look,
we must protect
I care about the women for their own personalities. I have
no, you
all
don't.
my life.
No, you don't. You gave
Yes,
up
I
on
Yes, I do respect women.
Chris left the chat shortly after the exchange began, mostly because Clyde was being a tad bit rude, but his unfunny cabal of weens wouldn't shut the fuck up and just let the two duke it out verbally. Clyde knew that Chris would return soon enough once he learned that Julie was in danger. One of the members, Arjun, whose name I probably just mispronounced, had told Chris that they wanted him to die, which also likely contributed to Chris dipping from the chat. Clyde and the other trolls immediately started to beat Chris over the head with accusations, such as him not trying anything that's in his life, and that he didn't care about the passing of his dear Aunt Karina, and of course, just how much money Chris spent on video games and related paraphernalia. All of these things really shouldn't matter to the trolls because they're just constants in Chris's life. Chris has always been unempathetic toward other people, at least from what has been observed, but things like his spending habits or how lazy he is ultimately just affects himself. It's unreasonable to believe that Chris would be able to actually achieve some kind of healthy relationship. But then again, I suppose that all comes undone with the existence of Flutter and Chris's more recent sightings, but who knows really? I've just always found it bizarre that people thought trying to teach Chris a lesson while they were antagonizing him was actually going to solve anything. If they actually wanted to help, they'd be genuine. But at the same time, he also didn't want any help. Such an unusual situation, really. The comment about his Aunt Karina, however, seemed to trigger an emotional response from Chris. Some have tried to suggest that his crying was nothing more than a ploy to get the outcome he wanted from the situation, but I'm not entirely sure. Chris can be tricky to read at times, and at that moment, not being able to see him made it very difficult to validate any suspicions. Take his response to the comments as you will.
And I have to go to her funeral, and I'm going to be very sad that day. And the funeral is happening on my birthday of all days.
Shouldn't you be more sad about her than your birthday?
I am very upset about my Aunt Karina. She was a very sweet woman.
But you seem to complain about it being on your birthday.
Look, stop talking about that, okay? Well, I love my mom.
Don't take this.
I feel sympathy for my Aunt Karina. She smoked, and and when she went to the hospital, she died at the age of 75. Her cancer deteriorated her left lung and her liver and her brain.
That's right, Leon. Go ahead. Sure. Why not?
And they kept her alive for as long as they could until she breathed the last breath. The year that she was dying. The year that she died. The only thing that came back was that I was able to show her that I loved her last time. I'm on the phone.
I wonder if any of the people involved felt sick to their stomach at this point. Then again, I suppose they didn't care about other nasty things they'd done in passing, so who really knows? In the wake of all the ribbing, the trolls discussed what they should do, what direction they should take next. Most agreed that it was imperative that they update Blue Spike on the latest developments, because now the ball was really rolling. As such, Chris was summoned back to the Mumble chat by his true and honest fans that just so happened to want to help Chris rescue Julie. He discussed all of the latest developments with them, and talked about Julie's recent relocation to Cleveland, Ohio at the clutches of the dastardly and despicable Clyde Cash. After all, Chris somehow believed that there was a real headquarters for an evil trolling cabal that was hyper-focused on preventing him from getting laid.
Matt's Julie's brother, pretty much spirited away Julie, took her to the HQ, to the headquarters, where the
miscreants, I think they were called, are. And now what? Max wants me to come over to Cleveland within the next 5 days to pick up Julie from the headquarters. And I'm just trying to find out what Clyde is planning, if he's going to try to force me in jail or hurt me or anything like that.
The fans told Chris that the best option for him was to head out to Cleveland and try to find Julie, rescue her from Clyde, and bring her back to the safety of his parents' trash-filled home. Clyde was just full of crap and was just trying to bait him out, right? Chris was understandably concerned that he could get hurt, because going out and meeting a person from the internet, especially those that openly dislike you, could mean that something dangerous is waiting for you. That or, he'd get thrown in jail or something, because that makes sense. He really thought that was a possibility. Chris's skepticism of everything at this moment makes sense here, and he also added that his parents were concerned about the legitimacy of everything happening. Considering the cartoon levels of lunacy that have surrounded Chris's recent attempts at courting women, it's safe to assume that something might be off.
Yeah. I see.
Yeah, I think he's lying.
I think that if you actually go up there, it will show him that you were very serious about, your feelings towards Julie.
Mm-hmm.
I had a whole big list of things I was about to say now, and they all just went boom. So I'm just going to cut to the chase here and say just go for it, and I'm pretty sure if anything, Clyde would actually shake your hand and say congratulations, you've finally done it.
Yeah, you should go and show him that you truly care about your sweetheart.
Yeah.
That being
Okay.
Ludwig.
Yeah, you see, one thing is, I understand that it's like a 400-mile, 7-hour drive, according to MapQuest, between my address and Max's address. Yeah, well, Julie is living with Max, her older brother. Yeah, but anyway, I'm still feeling like a bit insecure about the trip, especially since, even though I am an adult, I should respect my mother's and my father's wishes. And still a little bit on the, still gonna need a few dollars to get me to Cleveland.
Barb was apparently a major hurdle in this mission to stop Clyde from harming Julie, with her putting her foot down to everything that was happening. Chris expressed this as her being jealous that he loved another woman more than her. Oh, how foreboding and terrifying those words are now. There was also the off chance that Julie was a minor and this was some kind of sting operation.
No.
She was almost on the money, I'll give her that.
There you go, you have no problem, man.
But listen, that's another thing that, my mom, my mom is like, she's gonna be telling me, don't go, I worry about it. She's watched a lot of television. It's like I've been trying to convince her to let me go to Julie, Cleveland.
Chris, I think you have to show your mom that you truly love Julie.
Yeah, but then my mom is also a bit jealous of me loving another woman more than her. I understand she's in a situation like cut the umbilical cord, you would say, I'm sure. But still, I have to respect my mother very much. Yeah, but also, she does worry about
the hell
me
out of her.
and bet that, I could be set up to be hurt or turn into the police and arrested when I get there.
What would you do? What would you do that you have to be taken by the police?
Yeah, also, it's like, same thing happened before when I was about to go to Blanca. My mom didn't want me to go because it could have been a setup, they were setting me up, she would have been underage, and then right there it would be turned into the police.
That's entrapment, Chris.
Chris would later step away to try to convince his mother to come upstairs and talk to his fans, so that way she'd understand and let him onto the interstate with a few $100s. Unfortunately for everyone, she was asleep, to nobody's shock. Max could be heard laughing diabolically in the chat, and Chris immediately recognized that shrill cackle.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I just went downstairs to see if I could bring my mom up here so she could talk to y'all, but she's asleep right now.
Polly, check the left side.
What the?
Wait a minute. Just a moment ago, did I just hear Max, who quotes himself as being
who named himself Julie's brother, did he just give an evil laugh?
I think so.
Looks like it.
Yeah, so that just kind of like brings up suspicion right there. I mean, I'm just doing. No, I mean, you did not have to mute him. I mean, I wanted to hear what he had to say. You know, aside from the laughing. Oh, he just told me on Skype he's watching Family Guy.
Not long after, Clyde entered the call to give Chris an early birthday message, with Christian finally standing up to Clyde, letting him know that he would do what he could to save his internet girlfriend.
Yeah, but basically I'm allowed to pick up Julie over at your headquarters.
Sure, if you can do that. I don't know if you can drive or anything. Driving must be hard for you.
Yeah, well, I can't. Yeah, well, I just, as I have told these nice people, yeah, I'm going to talk to my mother some more and put my foot down and, you know, make my own, and hopefully I'll have the money I'll need for the gas I need for the trip. And, you know, within the next few days, I will come down to Cleveland and pick up Julie myself.
The conversation didn't go far, and Chris promised to make his way down to Cleveland as soon as he could. He just needed to get something in his belly, get a good bit of sleep before the funeral, and then afterward his primary objective would be to save his lady friend. This is arguably one of the most character-defining moments for Chris. He thinks he's about to set foot on a journey to finally end his godforsaken love quest and potentially extinguish the trolling that had followed him for so many painful years. And, you know, he'd saved Julie, and that was the morally right thing to do. In actuality, he was just being led on, being deprived of just enough enjoyment to the point of manipulating his decision-making. The trolls knew that with the right configuration of words, they'd be able to get him to do just about anything they wanted. Nevertheless, Christian bid them adieu for now.
Okay. Alright, well listen, I gotta go get something to eat, so, and then I should rest up for the funeral, so... Alright, so another time I'll come back into the mumble. But, you know, shortly after I will, but shortly after the funeral, I will be coming down to Cleveland, and I will pick Julie up, and I will have her and me spend a little time together, maybe over at Max's house, and then I will be bringing her back here to my house.
Okay, if you do make it, I'll give you a box of chocolates. Okay, a box of chocolates.
You don't have to give me anything. Maybe just a handshake and a promise that you disband this organization and that you won't
sure,
be anymore.
Bro.
Okay, well, I'll talk to my mom about it later and put my foot down. Because right now she's sleeping and then I have the funeral to worry about. So after the funeral, I will talk to my mom and put my foot down.
Have fun.
Yeah, okay. Well, majority of y'all take care and, you know, just mingle amongst yourselves for now.
Chris was determined to prove his worth in a way that likely nobody expected him to. He was actually going to set out on a voyage to save his internet girlfriend. Most people just expected him to pretend to go on the trip like he did with Miyamoto, and then save face by saying that something happened that was entirely out of his control. According to the 13th batch of Skype logs with Blue Spike, ranging from February 24th to the 27th, on the 24th, Chris talked to Blue Spike via voice chat while Max messaged him directly. I was unable to find any recordings of Chris speaking. However, this conversation was merely to set up everything needed to get Chris all fired up for the trip. But Chris would pass out during the conversation because he was tuckered out from such a stressful day. Even though he was sleepy, he still reached out to Clyde to email him to confirm that he was going to do the thing. I have not failed you, sir. As a matter of fact, I am coming to Cleveland tomorrow. I am preparing for my journey, my mind is set, and I have the support of God, my relatives, and my friends. So stop trying to scare me, because it is not working. Tomorrow morning, I am coming to Cleveland, Ohio for Julie. Chris didn't actually leave the following day, but you know. Anyway, on the following day, Chris returned after the previous day's outing. He reached out to Blue Spike to apologize for not being around much the night before, but despite this, he was sent to begin his adventure. It's also worth mentioning that Chris claimed that every person he talked to about this problem in real life was in support of him embarking on his quest, allegedly anyway. Hey, I just wanted to let you know that I could not get on last night because I was tired after my long trip. Anyway, Max, I am making my trip to Cleveland tomorrow morning. I am financially set with $50 for the trip, a tank of gas, changes of clothes and such. So you go ahead and inform Clyde of that. Chris had everything he needed. He packed a few set of clothes, filled up his gas tank, and somehow convinced himself that $50 was enough to get around anywhere outside of a city. He also packed both his PSP and DS, because he either wanted options in case one console got boring, or he was hoping to play some video games side by side with Julie when they were finally united. Chris got up real early, leaving at 5:30 in the morning on the 26th, sneaking away without even telling his parents goodbye. He did, however, leave a note for them so they'd have an idea of where he was, indicating that perhaps he didn't have their support after all. His parents immediately called the police upon discovering the note, filing a missing persons report. His parents were concerned since this was his first time hitting the open road on his own. There was the chance that he'd be confronted with problems that he wasn't equipped for, and very well could be putting himself in danger. Chris went north on Interstate 81, likely taking US Route 522 and I-70 to Breezewood, Pennsylvania. When he got to the Pennsylvania Turnpike, eventually becoming the Ohio Turnpike, Chris also managed to get himself locked out of his car while at the Ohio toll booth, in which the staff contacted AAA to get him back in his vehicle. I have done many trips in my life, and I've gone through countless toll booths, and not even once have I had to set foot outside of my vehicle, so what the hell was he doing that warranted him stepping out of his car? Chris was still holding on to that $50 he honestly thought would be more than sufficient to carry him across state lines, spending a good chunk of it on tolls, gasoline, a cheeseburger, and a lemon-berry slushie from Sonic. Do you think he went there because of the name? Their food sucks, and the name alone was the only reason I was interested in going there as a child. But anyway, he somehow managed to skirt by, which all things considered is shocking. Imagine trying to pull off the same trip with today's inflated prices. Chris eventually arrived in Cleveland, one of the many horrendous armpits in the glorious state of Ohio. Upon reaching the address that Chris was told that Julie, Max, and Clyde were at, Chris knocked on the door ready for a good old-fashioned handshake. Unfortunately for Chris, none of these folks were there, as he was greeted by an elderly woman who was residing at that house. She and nobody else in the area had any idea who Julie and Max Milvana were. The woman did tell Chris that she sometimes received mail from the synagogue nearby, but Chris said that he saw no indication of his lover or his enemies there either. Shucks. With a heavier heart, Chris turned around and made his way back home, eventually completing the 800 or so mile round trip. Chris sent an email to Clyde afterward, informing him of his feelings regarding his recent trek into the unknown. I traveled an 800-plus round trip to Cleveland, Ohio, only to find that the address you gave me led to a rundown old red house with an elderly woman residing in it, but not you nor Julie. No one in that neighborhood even heard of Julie nor Max. Go ahead, laugh it up, but I want to thank you very much for the traveling experience. I actually did have a great time on the road and enjoyed the sights and views. On the 27th, once Chris finally made it back to his hovel and his parents were finished scolding him for up and disappearing on them, Chris hopped on Skype to have a chat with Max. Chris tried to act macho in the conversation, demanding to know what the hell Max and Clyde were thinking by sending him out on a wild goose chase. Max scoffed at Chris's demeanor, attempting to gaslight him about what address he had visited while in Ohio. I didn't see you there. I gave you the right address. I bet you didn't even drive there. It was pleasant, very little rain, a few clouds, gave me some time to reflect on myself away from home. I crossed into Maryland, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, then Ohio. Here, I've just scanned my receipts with my car ornament. I'll take a look. Tell me how your parents felt. Chris, are you serious? They were worried about me, so bad that they went to the police and put out an APB on me, and then removed it after I informed them that I was on my way back home. Yes, I am. Giving me pictures of a receipt from a Sonics will not prove it. Look at the address. I doubt you went to the correct house. I went to prove me wrong. Which house? I found a rundown red house with an elderly black woman residing there. I asked her for you and Julie. She did not know either of you. Ah, our mother. I told her to say nothing of us. You see, Chris, I played a bit of a game with you. And then she informed me of her getting mail from... There was a Jewish church and an elementary school next door there. How do you feel? Down, but not out. The two kept bickering for a short while longer, but Chris wasn't going to entertain Max's bullshit much further. He told Max that he wanted to go because he was having lunch with his parents at Golden Corral, a chain of buffets known for how vile and filthy the patrons tend to be. Max continued to try to force-feed Chris the idea that he was neglecting Julie to instead stuff his fat face with garbage food rather than be a man. Chris, just like the many other times when he stopped giving a shit, hardly gave much of a response that would satisfy the trolls. Chris, you do realize, I will never let my sister pair up with you. She could easily get a better man than you. Why can't you see that I am a good person? Chris, why, against my will, do you insist on my sister so much? Because I cared enough to go to the house, because you told me you were threatening her. I gotta go. I'm having lunch with my family at Golden Corral. No. Are you serious? You're going to leave my sister to stuff your face? You are awful. Look, I've had a long trip, and I'm still recovering from that. Fine. We'll talk after. Peace. Something incredibly foolish that Chris did when discussing various topics with Julie was sharing his PSN login details. I'm not quite sure why he felt that Julie would ever need to gain access to his PlayStation Network profile, but he was pretty forthcoming with the information. This of course meant that Max would get his grubby little hands on the login details in due time, and the climax of this growing saga would finally come into play. On the 3rd of March 2009, one of the most diabolical and groundbreaking bits of trolling occurred, radically changing the way Christery and its many ongoing sagas would be perceived going forward. Chris had heard from Julie that Max had managed to gain access into both Chris's Yahoo account, Sonichu&Rosechu.com, and his PSN profile. This gave Max an advantage unlike anything Chris could have predicted. He was summoned into a conversation with Max, and Chris being the way he is, he just waltzed right in and stumbled around, unaware that he had walked right into a trap that'd scar him for years to come. Max was holding Chris's PlayStation account and his contact with Julie over his head, forcing him to choose between two of his most sought-after pleasures, video games and the prospect of potential pussy. This was a difficult decision for Christian because both of those things are integral for survival. Now, we're going to listen to a bit of this call, and I want you to keep in mind that this recording is nearly 20 years old and it was done inefficiently at the time, so the audio quality leaves a lot to be desired. Either way, this is a glimpse into the world of bullying a mentally impaired adult who shits himself on the regular when he gets a little too stressed out. Max immediately hit Chris with his demands. Christian had to carefully choose here because both of these facets of his life were very dear to him. Chris seemed to be kind of confused by the options he had, initially deciding to stick with video games because they'll never tell him no when they're not in the mood.
Alright, I want my stuff back. Yeah. Alright, wait, I'm sorry, can I... wait. Please. I'm sorry, I want Julie. Quit messing around. Come on, this is serious.
Chris proceeded to be mocked by Max, who poked fun at him for being in such a situation and having a hard time figuring out whether he wanted human companionship or the dopamine from playing Little Big Planet. Chris is quite the exceptional individual in this instance. Max eventually put Julie on the horn so that way Chris could get a taste of what he desired. Julie asked Chris about what exactly was happening in regards to this whole debacle. I can't imagine that there's many women out there that have been put in a position where their man had to choose between them and their PlayStation. I know, it's a tricky choice, but I'd imagine that any woman in this situation would immediately be offended knowing that their lover struggled to choose between them and a hobby.
Julie, this brother found out how I could get my PSN account and the part of my Yahoo account back since a pair of those people have hacked into my PSN, my Yahoo account. They made me have to make a choice, you or my PSN and my Yahoo account. Now it says you. Yeah. But listen, Joey, do me a favor. Try to get my PSN or Yahoo account back from your brother for me. I'd rather have my true love. Yeah.
It's worth noting that Chris asked Julie to get his login info back from Max, revealing that while he did want to have Julie as his sweetheart, he still also longed for video games and would subject her to trying to get his accounts back because he wanted to make sure that he still had something to distract him when he wasn't in the mood for hanky-panky from his gal pal. He tried to claim that it was because he invested so much time and effort and money into the account, but really, Chris is just addicted to video games. At one point, the mayor of Quickville offered to show his penis to him, as some kind of offering to get both Julie and the login back. Not quite sure how that could possibly sweeten the deal and shift the control of the situation over to him, but I guess it is a negotiation tactic nonetheless, just not a very good one. I mean, at that point, it was not hard to find photos of his dangling participle online, so why would Max not just go look at his bent duck on the ED page if that's really what he wanted? Max, of course, shot down this idea. Chris tried to haggle with him by offering to send a copy of Street Fighter 4 when he had it, but this did little to dissuade Max from his behavior. This ended up resulting in an all-caps rage from Christian.
Look. You want me to show you my pic? No. I was just showing... No, you asked me to do it, and I was just showing you that I would do that to get my... No. Well, you were kidding, so... But still, I was just letting you know I would do that.
What?
So, alright. Well,
sounds like a buggy AI.
I will not show it to you, but... No, but seriously, please. Thank you, don't do this to me. I've had so much bad times in my life.
Could use some subtitles here, Rogue.
This is one of them, but please, give me back everything.
Give me back everything. Okay.
Oh my God, this way. I was
After Julie, I will mail you back a copy.
Are you sure this is
of,
Chris and not Bob trying to negotiate?
This kind of sounds like it.
No.
No.
Look, what do you want? What do you truly want from me?
Look, listen.
No. Stop it. Max, you stop it right now, you bastard! Stop it! You stop it right now! You're really making me angry!
Do you think his parents were both just totally fucking deaf during this? How did they not hear him screaming and yelling, but they heard him making a scene after the house tour video got spread around online? Perhaps he slipped them some melatonin in their evening glass of water, but who really knows? I like to imagine that Barb was busy watching jewelry TV and Bob was comatose from his old age, making them oblivious to the tantrum that was being thrown upstairs. I also find it interesting that Chris was willing to make a bigger scene over his games rather than the woman he believed was his true and honest lover. Maybe I'm a bit of an asshole. Okay, perhaps using the word maybe is a stretch, but I'm convinced that his fervor's passion shown here is only because he was going to lose his hobbies, not because he felt he was going to lose something that was actually integral for his mental and emotional well-being. Max was thoroughly entertained by this, proposing that he could sell the account on eBay rather than just locking Chris out of it. Not a bad idea, I gotta say. I mean, why not turn a profit from this whole ordeal? Gotta make sure that you walk away with heavier pockets than when you went in, right?
You're making me so angry! You fucking suck so hard! I'm sorry.
You fucking suck so hard!
Look, I'm sorry you didn't have as much growing up in Ladanya. But please, and I understand that you're taking your frustrations out on me at this point. Yeah. You do not put it on eBay! I lost Sonic.net that way! And I'm not gonna lose my PSN account this way!
As the conversation went on, Max grilled Chris about how socially inept he is. They discussed his hygiene or lack thereof, which Chris contests that he knows a fair bit about keeping clean because he got tips from the John Tesh radio show, cementing Chris as somebody who likes boring things. And while we're here, fuck you, John Tesh. Your awful shows used to ruin my nights as a child, and I'm challenging you to a public naked dick duel. That's a penis sword fight for those of you who are uninitiated. And we'll battle at Devil's Lake State Park. Square up. Anyway, sorry about that. Max needed time to contemplate what he wanted to do. He had heard the pleas of Christian, and his sister would surely be heartbroken if she didn't get with Chris. The two participants of the call agreed to reconvene shortly after Max returned to his quarters to decide what he was going to do with the information that he had been given. This was a defining moment for both the trolls and Christian, a point where weeks of coordinated trolling and manipulation were finally going to culminate into a trashy meltdown of epic proportions. Nobody was going to come out of this looking good, but the important thing is that Chris would be bamboozled yet again. Later that night, the big reveal was finally going to happen. The stage had been set. The trolls were eagerly awaiting the arrival of Chris and the ultimate payload to be deployed. He was going to learn that everyone, and I mean quite literally everyone, is against him. Nobody he personally knew, outside of maybe his family, and even then it's in quite a limited capacity, is in his corner. Chris had taken the time to collect his thoughts, and perhaps he felt he was ready for more of the same from earlier. He once again entered the mumble chat, ready to take on Max and possibly get both his internet girlfriend and his PSN account back, but I also wouldn't hold my breath. This call is going to be pretty grating, and we're not going to sit through the entire 50-minute conversation, but I'll point out some highlights for you to listen to. Again, Blue Spike has an obnoxious voice which makes the audio a real chore to listen to at times, but it is very important in order to understand just how deranged Blue Spike had become. Early on in the conversation, Max wanted Chris to demonstrate the anger that he was feeling in his belly. Chris tried to growl to intimidate his young opponent, but Max was not dissuaded. He found this entire interaction hilarious and proceeded to laugh.
I want Julie.
Really? You sincerely mean this?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't yell at me one more time, you're not going to get either, so start yelling. I want to see your fangs. Are you constipated? I think you're constipated. Christian takes a dump. Oh, look at it. She's super safe. You're not mad, you pathetic wimp. You disgust me. Oh, what, you smacked the webcam around some? You're a bitch. You're not gonna get my sister that way.
Shortly after this, he instructed Chris to claim that he is homosexual. Now, you and I both know that Chris is an upstanding Christian individual who is being challenged by the Almighty God. It's probably safe to assume that Max was sent to Chris's life as a test, to make sure that he's willing and ready to be the man that some woman desires, going as far as to have her and his PSN account be kidnapped in his holy mission to make Chris into a better person. Chris proclaimed his alleged sexuality and yelled into the microphone when pushed enough, much to the entertainment of Max, who was eating up the entire discussion. He was like a pig in shit, thrilled that he was putting his trolling target through emotional duress.
I'm sorry. Repeat that? Say that I'm a homo. No, say it loud and proud and do pelvic thrusts. Oh, that's how I could get the PSN. eBay. No.
No.
Then say it louder. I'm a homo. eBay.
It's like it hurts him.
Yes. No.
No.
No. No. That's not okay, mommy. Yes, it's going on eBay, boy. No. You no. No. Don't you dare. Why don't you call me a fucking whatever you call me? Start swearing. It might change my mind. You fucking suck so hard. And you're a fucking homo. What's the difference? That you're the homo. Come on, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong that you're a little pussy. Come on.
I once again have to ask how Chris's parents never heard this shit. Imagine his folks are just sitting in their respective chairs in the living room, rotting away while watching television, and the muffled sounds of Chris screaming about being gay can be heard through the walls. Come to think of it, they were probably a touch used to his meltdowns by this point. The theatrics of this chat are something that leaves me in awe. Granted, it gets a hell of a lot worse later, but even early on, we're getting some Looney Tunes level dialogue here. I just want you to think about the classic rabbit season, duck season bit here for a second, as Max and Chris really did have a moment of back and forth bickering that mirrors the same thought process. Maybe Max thought that Chris would eventually screw up and tell him to sell the account.
It's going on eBay. No! No!
No!
No!
No!
Yes. You leave it to eBay. eBay! Yes, yes. No. eBay. You stop. eBay. Stop. eBay. Stop. eBay. Stop. Why don't you give me the fucky finger while you're at it?
As the conversation moved on, Max repeatedly beat Chris over the head with the fact that if he chose the PlayStation Network account, he'd never get to have Julie or the other way around. I do wonder if Chris picked up on the vibe that maybe he wasn't going to get either of those things, but nevertheless, he still tried. Chris tried to bargain with Max, telling him that he can keep the Sonichu PSN account, but he wasn't allowed to sell it. Something about selling the account to a random person on the internet, especially for less than the value that he had spent on games and DLCs over the years, just rubbed him the wrong way. I mean, if it were my account, I'd be upset that it was hijacked regardless of what the final outcome is, but I suppose maybe Chris thought it'd at least bring Max, a kid, a bit of joy, instead of a troll spending money on it, and the money going directly to help the efforts of Encyclopedia Dramatica. Every single time Max would propose some simple way Christian could get something from him, Chris would usually begrudgingly do it, but, as you would expect, this never really went anywhere beyond making Chris look like a fool who falls for the same tricks only seconds to minutes apart.
Come on, I want you to yell. Yell as loud as you possibly can, and I will give you the PSN. No strings attached. You yell like a pussy. You're a bitch. Yell louder. Uh-oh, I won't like you when you're mad. Oh wait, I do, because it's pretty fucking funny to watch your dumbass.
Uh-huh.
Hey Chris. Here, I'll give you the PSN if you can do one thing. Alright. Suck my dick. How can I do yours when you're all the way over there? I'll go all the way to Virginia.
Shortly after, Max accused Chris of not having balls, but rather a set of ovaries, in which Chris immediately began to undo his pants so as to present his pendulous penis and ballsack, but Max immediately shot that down again. Twice in one night. You really gotta love that. He then made Chris do a little dance. Max could see Chris during this debacle, but we're not able to see anything considering it's just an audio recording. On one hand, it's a shame that we missed out on the scoot and jig that Chris did, but on the other, it's probably for the best that we can't see anything considering what's still coming. Max pushed Chris even harder, making him fetch his medallion, which strangely enough he wasn't wearing during this. Max instructed Chris to burn the medallion in his hand, then to shoot his goo onto it. That's right, he had to burn an effigy of his electric hedgehog Pokemon and supposed son, only to glaze it after her with a warm, frothy helping of baby batter. Chris couldn't maintain a stiffy considering he was under immense stress, posing complications for the prospect of Chris violating the decency of his fictional character. When this failed to happen, Max ordered Chris to declare that Billy Mays is the true and honest mayor of Quickville, and that Kristen Chandler should be reprimanded in barbaric ways. Now granted, Max made Chris use some particularly colorful language here, and YouTube being YouTube, I can't safely repeat it without the CEO trying to send highly trained assassins to my house. So, get ready.
Billy Mays is the new mayor of Quickville.
Louder, you fucking pussy.
Billy Mays is the new mayor of Quickville.
Stop saying it in your fucking dumbass voice, you stupid bitch. I'm not gonna send Julie over there if you use that voice again.
Billy Mays is the new mayor of Quickville.
Yeah, and also say that Kristen Chandler will be thrown in jail. Quickville jail.
And Kristen Chandler will be thrown in Quickville jail.
Where he will be raped by a bunch of nerds. Say this one really loud.
He will be raped by a bunch of nigos.
No, say nerds, you stupid twat.
Nerds.
Louder.
Nerds.
Louder!
Don't trust them.
No! No! Shut up! You ruined that fucking show.
Max was becoming more and more unhinged as the conversation continued. Was this the result of grooming by malicious trolls that wanted him to become everything they needed to make Chris go crazy? Or was this a hormonally charged kid who was losing control because he was given power over another weaker human being? Or maybe Max was just totally whacked out of his fucking mind from the very beginning. Who knows, really? The only thing we can verify here is that at the time, Max was totally and completely out of control. I've always assumed that this behavior was because he was excited to finally pounce on his prey after spending weeks screwing with Chris's head. While Chris was off looking for a match or some other way to ignite his medallion, Max proceeded to indulge himself in a maniacal diatribe about how Chris deserved everything that was happening to him and belittled him every few seconds. Meanwhile, Chris was rummaging around in his hovel of a home, looking for something that had set his necklace into an inferno, and considering how his home was filled with trash, he likely had to practice some level of caution because a single flame could set the whole house ablaze. Well, the hypothetical frenzy of a fire would happen some years after this, so I suppose it was an inevitability. Anyway, Max was filled with some kind of unstoppable passion here, yelling and squawking to make sure that he was heard. He had to get his point across to the man who was too mentally impaired and lazy to give an actual shit about what was being sent to him.
And I want to be on your hand. I want to see you get burned, you fucking dick. I want to see you get burned. I want to see you get a fucking 3rd-degree burn. I want to see you lose a fucking finger. Oh, and after
so unhinged.
After you burn it, shut up your ass. How does that sound, Chris? Sound like your
That
idea?
doesn't sound good at all.
Great, Chris. Chris, wait. It's important. Damn it, listen. You can burn the medallion or shove it up your butt. Make your choice. Oh, interrogating autistics. So easy. So easy, especially with you, Chris. You dumb fuck. You make it all too easy.
Max then changed his idea to self-insertion rather than burning. He wanted Chris to shove his medallion up his own ass. Now, it's entirely possible to get something that large into somebody's anus. The human booty hole is impressively resilient and can adapt to many unbelievable shapes. But if Chris wasn't actively trying to fool around with his poop chute, there was a good chance it'd resist accepting some Crayola model magic. Chris suggested that he chop up his medallion into a few pieces to make the process that much easier. Upon trying to get everything in order, Max spotted some alarming stains in Chris's underwear, indicating that he might have had another instance of dirty craft briefs. I guess at least he wasn't going to be going in totally dry.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I see brown stains. Did you crap your pants, really?
Maybe.
No, really. Tell me the truth. Did you?
Yeah.
Whatever. Just put it in there. And then take pictures of it.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Chris said that he was going to record the process, eliminating the need for Max to do it himself. Little by little, he divided his medallion into smaller pieces and gradually pushed them inside of his body. Max enjoyed the show, as terrifying as that is to say, raising his voice and encouraging Chris to keep entertaining him. This is one of those instances in the conversation where I start to feel gross listening to it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the previous parts of this call weren't exactly pleasant to begin with, but this really upped the ante.
So
much more deranged and hateful than anything prior.
Good. Come on. More. As far as you possibly can. More. More. Until I can't see it. More. Shove it up. More.
More! It's like Kylo Ren in Star Wars. More!
I can't wait to see how grounded it is when you take it out. Chris, is your hand stuck?
I'm tired.
No,
I'm
keep
sleepy.
going. You're not gonna fucking chicken out. How does this make you feel, Chris?
Like there's something in my butt.
The trolling that had affected Chris's life was certainly a force to be reckoned with at first, but this raised the bar of the gold standard for screwing with Christian. For once, this couldn't be shrugged off as some kind of playful but mean-spirited hijinks. Even the other trolls were starting to feel uncomfortable. Everything that had happened prior to this was arguably morally wrong, but Max pushed things beyond what anyone involved wanted to happen. They spoke up, telling Blue Spike to stop because for once they had been outdone in the most gratuitous of ways.
Oh god, more! Shove it until I can't see it. Oh god, poor Sasha.
Blue Spike, no more.
When even they have to step in and be like, hey, buddy, going too far here.
Keep going.
Blue Spike, stop this shit.
Hey, actually, change our minds.
Don't want to go in.
Then keep trying. Make some
Blue
room
Spike,
in there.
stop this shit.
Stop it. Really?
Alright, fine, you can stop.
I do wonder if this changed the view of what the trolls were doing in their own eyes. Did they realize that they had been pushing someone who was admittedly bizarre and pretty out there to do things that were entirely unnecessary? That's not to say that Chris didn't deserve to be ribbed a bit. Nobody's above a little playful prodding with a stick, but this was different. The scope of the harassment had changed exponentially, recontextualizing what the hell they were actually engaging in. I know a lot of trolls have stepped away from their series of ops and what have you, and that likely stems from them getting older and experiencing some level of troll's remorse. I'd be shocked if the people here that were telling Blue Spike to chill out weren't quick to leave soon after. They had to intervene and nearly beg him so that way he would let Chris take the modeling clay out of his orifice. Go figure, the child they employed went far beyond where they wanted to go. Quite the results, huh? Chris carefully collected the pieces of the medallion, either by pulling or pooping them out, and I really don't want to know which avenue he took. But either way, it was time for the trolls to finally close all of this down. They understood that they had gone too far this time, and it was important that they wrap up their little show and be on their way. Max told Chris to hop onto the Mumble server so they can continue their conversation. Chris objected initially, saying that he was having input issues with his microphone, but Max told him to get over there and use his PSI camera to communicate. Christian was obviously sore and tired from the act he had to perform, probably wanting to go shower to clean off the stink of what happened to him. I mean, this was technically a rape, right? Chris was forced to do sexual things that he didn't want to do. He was coerced into stuffing his own bottom for a girlfriend and PlayStation account. I'm no legal expert, but I do feel like there was a crime or two committed during this call. Either way, Chris would be in the server shortly, and everything would finally come crashing down. Chris arrived in the Mumble server shortly after, greeted by Julie and Clyde and some other trolls. Chris was relieved to finally hear the soft, gentle, convincing voice of his sweetheart. But something was off. Julie seemed uneasy, and she had something to tell him. She hesitated a bit, unsure if she could say what was on her mind. Chris wanted to know what she was feeling inside, especially after the pain he had endured on the inside for her just a few moments ago.
Hey. Hey.
Chris?
Julie?
There's something I've been trying to tell you for a while.
Yes?
Well, I'm gonna be there tomorrow, and I think it's safe to say that I can tell you this with my heartfelt love.
Alright, yes, go ahead and tell me now.
Do you really want to know?
Yeah.
I can't. Not right now.
Come on, please.
No, I can't.
Please, Julie, I've just been through a whole lot of mess for you just now.
What? What happened?
I'll say that in private, but let me hear what you say first, from your heart.
This is so hard for me to say.
You love me, don't you?
I do, but there's something else I need to say.
Well, Chris, no. It's a little more complicated than that. Now, dear audience, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The exact moment Chris's whole fictional world came crashing down. At least until he got over it a few days later and got back onto his usual bullshit. Julie kept hesitating, delaying the big reveal to Chris, who was convinced that his girlfriend did truly love him, and maybe she was finally going to profess her undying love and attraction to him. After all, she was going to be there tomorrow, and he was finally going to lose his virginity. This was a big event, best to make sure nothing goes unsaid. This segment might go on for a bit because there's a lot to unpack here, so get ready.
I don't know, but this is
Can you talk with the fans for like 5 minutes, and then I'll tell you, please?
I'm
Actually,
sorry.
no.
Could you...
No, I'm ready to tell you.
Okay.
This whole time, Chris, you've been having sex with a 13-year-old boy, you sick fuck!
What?
Yeah, I'm a 13-year-old boy, Chris, and you've been having sex with me this entire time. I'm gonna give all your fucking data to Chris Hansen, you fucking pedo fork. So you better get the fuck out now.
But how is that? How is that
Before
like?
you to the fucking feds. Get out.
Now
At
wait.
no point did they think like, well, if he doesn't know he's talking to a 13-year-old boy, you can't really like charge him.
Sorry.
No, it turns out you were committing a crime this entire time. Now you're going to jail.
I did not know you were a
Like that's entrapment.
13-year-old.
Yes, you did. They're not gonna believe you. They're gonna fucking put you away.
Well, that's why you don't record yourself. Okay.
Fine,
Tell
I'll
me,
wait.
Chris. No. Wait
No, I'm just gonna lie to them.
I mean,
I'll lie to the cops.
to sodomize
Now, I'm gonna
himself.
let you talk, but if you leave, your PSN is going far away.
The cops
I'm
won't
not
know.
leaving
You
now.
didn't know as long as I don't tell them.
So let me guess, you were matched the whole time, weren't you?
And Julie, yes, both of them, both figments of my imagination.
And he never even
They
tried
never
to change
existed.
his voice, really.
How
There
explain
is
the-
no Julie.
Okay.
She never existed, Chris. She died 5 years ago. Who have you been talking to? Tell me, Chris.
You're gay.
Hmm.
I made you gay.
Now, yes, please do speak.
What do you want
I
me to
made
tell
you gay, Barry.
Tell me how you feel about this. That
was
you've been
I.
cybering with a 13-year-old boy this entire time. Do you like little boys? I think you do.
I do not.
You drove to Ohio for no reason. It was a trick. I was able to fool you. You dumb man. How does this make you feel? Tell me.
Well, I feel terrible.
How does it feel
I
that
feel
I've tricked you?
pretty sore, especially in my bum.
I feel terrible.
All the things that I've taken from you, they are now mine, and you will never receive them back. I got many things out of you. I've gotten to get the audio, the video.
It was later revealed by Chris that he had actually never recorded himself putting the medallion up his hiney. Now, either he did record it and decided to not share it because he didn't want the trolls to have something else, or he did really pull a fast one on Blue Spike. He did still stuff his ass though, so it wouldn't be a total win on that front. You'd think that Blue Spike would have had the foresight to record his screen, but at the same time we're lucky he didn't because we don't really need to see that. Nobody did then, and nobody does now. I'd say we all lucked out.
If you really want your self-dignity, if you truly want your self-dignity to be remained, then you will send me that video of you shoving that medallion up your anus. Or I will tell everyone what you've been doing, and all the fans will believe that you are a pedophile.
Okay, see, the thing is, I was lying, so I hope you've been recording on your end, because I wasn't recording on my end.
Well, I'm sorry then, because this is going out to everyone. So what's it gonna be, Chris? Are you gonna do it again, or am I gonna have to give everything to everyone?
It's kind of hard to do an encore performance at this point.
Well, that's unfortunate, Chris. You're going to have to do it.
Fine, how about this?
Wait. First of all, Clyde.
What up?
Yes, he finally found out I expected a bit more of a shitstorm. He's been having sex with a 13-year-old boy like a sick fuck.
What up?
Well, you're the one
And
who's
to
like,
Ohio for no reason.
you're the one who's been like, how does that not make you look sick?
Just tell me, what
You went way too deep undercover, my dude.
did you drive to Ohio? Other the guys that you would get a boyfriend goal. Should I call Chris Hansen? I think I know his number.
I think Chris Sanchez should throw you in jail, actually.
Hi. You had a cell phone. We were calling you, trying to, give you directions.
Because Chris, let me tell you, there was a Julie. There truly is a Julie. But
Yeah, there is.
there was. But she died.
Yeah, we don't have to go with the diet. She's real. She's actually in Ohio, but
Let me tell you something, Chris. About the wildfires I told you about. I truly was the one who started them.
Okay, you're going crazy. Okay, we don't have to do the whole wildfire thing.
Yeah, you're right.
Troll.
Yeah, this is going kind of crazy. I mean, you sounded like a 13-year-old boy, and Chris just kind of fell for that.
Yes, Chris. What?
I thought she.
How do I sound like a girl to you, motherfucker? How do I sound like a girl?
You just sound. I know what a
Yeah,
woman
full
sounds
retard.
like.
An obvious rift was forming between not only Blue Spike and the other trolls present, but between Blue Spike and Clyde specifically. It appeared that Clyde was irritated with Blue Spike because everything had gone way out of control. The trolls were also likely expecting a much more entertaining and explosive response from their target, but instead he seemed to be beaten down and hardly interested in fighting back. They broke him, at least for now, and they didn't get the sweet spoils from war that they had hoped for. Clyde would proceed to scold Chris for the many things that everybody had already given him grief about before. Blue Spike would try to interject and provide something new, but Clyde would repeatedly tell him to shut up. The reality had mostly set in for the participants of the server that maybe they didn't actually accomplish anything outside of making Chris look foolish, but realistically, he's always been proficient at doing that on his own. Chris would eventually dip from the chat and crash into slumber, allowing himself to recharge. The world wasn't going to get any easier, but hey, at least he wasn't cybering with a child anymore.
I think he's crying. Why don't we just let the baby cry?
I'm not crying.
Yes, you are, you pathetic fuck.
I am
Okay,
not.
Blue Spike, you're a little too mean. That's... He has no fans. Well...
You're right.
It seems like he even didn't believe what he was saying. He's like, you're being a little bit too mean. And he laughs. It's just like, I can't believe that's coming out of my mouth. Like, you're being too mean to Chris?
I may inform you, Chris. I know you may have been told this before, but how does it feel to know that this is your entire fan base?
That is true. It is also... Oh yeah, that's hilarious. Anna, by the way, is not a lesbian. She's just that. She,
Yeah, lesbian loves the dick. She just doesn't want yours. Every girl, so far, every girl has been a troll. We try to tell you this, and then we just get sick of it and
You
do
know how many
this.
people have told you this, that Blue Spike is a boy. I can't believe how many times. And you
I
still...
believe you because I've heard your honest and true voice.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay.
I think we hurt him pretty bad.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of completely blew Chris's mind right
Can I
there.
stop
One
recording?
night. You can stop recording whenever you feel like it's a good idea.
Following the public revelation that Julie was, in fact, a young boy, Chris's Encyclopedia Germanica page was turned into a battlefield as disgruntled users of the site lashed out against people that knowingly supported and/or engaged with this latest saga. People used the discussion portion of his page to debate on whether or not the people behind this latest scheme were awful. Many people felt that this had gone too far, that Clyde had pushed the boundaries beyond what was acceptable and should be viewed as a lolcow himself. Blue Spike was regarded as a dangerous brand that was either used by Clyde or was an evil little menacing shit on his own. I think Clyde and his cohorts probably expected the saga to be perceived as well as previous ones, but surprise surprise, including a maniacal child in the mix was possibly the worst thing they could have done. I mean, could they have not just gotten someone else to pose as a girl and get all the crazy stuff out of him without introducing a kid to all of this nonsense? What was the end goal anyway? To manipulate Chris into thinking that he's some kind of pedophork or maybe change the public's perception of him to something like
This
that?
was the dark
I don't know,
ages of
seems kind of
Christ.
convoluted to me. According to Wit, an ED user that had his post archived on the Quickie, if Blue Spike really is 13 years old, then we know who the real child molesters are. Hey, be one of the cool kids. Help this autistic guy jack off. Pretend to be a girl so we can videotape and record it. That's the real reason you were shitting it and called for a 30-minute silence just after, Clyde. At least you had the balls to say it was you responsible. If Blue Spike really is 13, then you groomed a child to perform sex acts on a mentally retarded man for your pleasure. You're fucked, son. You both broke a lolcow, but there's better sport now. And don't act like you don't care. I saw you shitting yourselves all that night and the next, sending waves of members out to kill threads about it or put in false names. Just like your sock earlier in the page. Ready to have a seat over there? The perception of Chris's trolling had fundamentally changed for a lot of people. While lots did find what was done to him prior to this to be unfair and cruel, this modified the scope of things. It went far beyond just schoolyard name-calling and rustling feathers, to having children engage in things that are illegal for them to be a part of. Prior to the revelation to Chris that Julie was a fraud, trolls would often have to tell Blue Spike to calm down and belittle him just because they didn't like his behavior. We saw this clear as day during the final Blue Spike call. Blue Spike was kicked out of the Miscreants after their public reputation had been tainted. Good on them for finally removing him from the group, but this doesn't absolve them from their acts. All of the things they got out of Chris could have still been received if they literally had anybody else pose as a girlfriend for him. Having the surprise be a gotcha moment where Chris was bamboozled by a kid doesn't prove anything beyond Chris being mentally disabled and foolish. It's not like it was proof that he was a sex offender, at least not yet anyway, but that's a different discussion entirely.
Not yet.
Nor would it be anything beyond proof that he's naive. Nothing of value was learned from this outside of the revolting recordings I got out of him. You would assume that Chris would be down and out after being tricked like like this, but as it turns out, he got back up some days later and resumed his usual content production of talking on the internet and drawing his silly little comics. In just a few weeks, he'd already found a new online girlfriend to be tricked by, and the cycle inevitably continued to repeat. Blue Spike would be brought up several more times in the future, with references to the whole Juliet debacle popping up in prank calls to Chris's house and comments left under his social media posts by trolls. Chris would try to get revenge against the kid by fail doxing him and threatening to take him down. At one point, he was under the impression that Blue Spike was lolcow David Harlow, which simply is not the case, but it'd be funny if it were true. The 12th and very last Mumble Chat with Chris and his trolls happened on March 5th, 2009. Chris was trying to get back into his websites to get them up and running while also talking with some fine folks on the internet about everything that had happened. Klein showed up and was mostly civil, though he did confirm something of importance to Chris.
Hey Clyde, some jerk saying that he killed the 13-year-old brat.
Well, I did. That's what I said. Didn't you get that message?
What message?
Happy birthday. I killed him. You wanted it, right?
Well, I did not say kill him. For
You
God's
said
sake.
get him. I figured as much. And I didn't like him anyway, so happy birthday.
That's sad.
Even years later, he's still convinced that Blue Spike is dead, though his belief in this has fluctuated a lot over the years with his current belief in the dimensional merge. So who's to say that Blue Spike or Max or Julie aren't alive in C197? It should go without saying that Clyde didn't actually kill Blue Spike, and the kid has grown older and has since expressed his remorse for the things he did to Chris. He signed up for Kiwi Farms in the late 2010s, and shared a bit of insight on what it was like to do what he did with Christian all those years ago. In one post he stated, quote, "There's been tons of things in my life I've regretted and hated doing later on. All of the stuff from 10 years ago was one of them. I've moved past everything that happened those many years ago, and obviously I'm a different person now. It wasn't funny and was a very A-log thing to do. Nothing much else I can say." Chris may not be as affected by what happens these days, but he still views Blue Spike as one of his most dastardly trolls. He even made a trading card based on both Julie and Max, showing that he still holds disdain for Blue Spike all these years later. I personally have very mixed feelings regarding everything that happened. I'm not here to say what is right and wrong, though I suppose I kinda did that here and there in the video, but those of you who have functional brains and made it to this point in the video more than likely understand what is unforgivable about this saga. But I'd like to hammer in some points here. Instead of luring in a child to help troll Chris, it would have been much safer to have a grown adult do all of this. There are men out there that can do some really convincing feminine voices, and even then, it didn't necessarily have to be 100% accurate to a woman's inflection because Chris has never been wise enough to spot fakers. Additionally, other trolls that led Chris on were also women, meaning that Blue Spike's trolling op literally could have been pulled off by both a real woman and some
If only it happened like 10, 15 years later, they could have found some femme VTuber who does that all the time.
As Max, or maybe the woman could have been both.
And there are,
lots of opportunities here, and they ultimately chose the most
bunch of wannabe fensters out there.
Backwards route, but it did make it memorable. I can't deny
One of
that.
those men being
History
DSP.
indicates that Chris is pathetically easy to manipulate and will do just about whatever a hypothetical girlfriend requests of him as long as it's sexual. There was nothing to gain by approaching the situation with the Blue Spike strategy, and it ultimately muddied the waters. While I do long for the simpler times of the internet, and that includes stuff like Chris's story, there is also a major caveat. It requires things like this to happen. I'm not gonna lie and say that I didn't laugh when I first learned of this stuff many years ago, and I still found myself chuckling when doing research for this video recently. But there has to be a limit. Chris, despite everything else that's transpired over the last 5 or so years, is in the most stable position he's been in for a very, very long time. And even if there's still a cabal of trolls pissing in his ears, he's more or less okay. He could have turned out a lot better, but then it requires folks to have actually been proactive when raising him, and unfortunately, they just didn't give a shit. The Blue Spike saga is bittersweet to reflect on, but nevertheless, it remains one of the most important and defining chapters in the lengthy tale of Christian Weston Chandler. Not many folks have been subjected to the same amount of hysterical nonsense that Chris has, but rest assured they probably never would have recovered from it as quickly either. Chris is a lot of things. A liar, a bum, a literal motherfucker. But this stuff never really seemed to dissuade him, and now he's a mostly functional loony who will undoubtedly die alone in the system. But hey, at least his love quest is over, right? But with that being said, that's going to be it for today's video.
Good video.
If you like what I do, leave a comment, rate, and subscribe. If you want to support me in a more personal way, you can check out the Patreon link and the Teespring link in the description. I've also got a Newgrounds account if art stuff is your thing. I've got more content coming down the pipeline. But until then, I'll see you degenerates next time.
This is a tough dungeon. And it's like 6 floors too. Apparently you get more floors the more you play. Alright, that was a good pair of videos. Go back to back. Another one. Different one. Not Chris Chan related, but still good.
On November 9th, 2005, South Park was in its 9th season, and it would air an episode known as Ginger Kids. This entire episode was Cartman going out of his way to discriminate against and convince others to discriminate against ginger kids, claiming they have no souls and have a disease known as gingivitis. The episode would then proceed to have the other boys dye his hair and make him think he's ginger, which then Cartman would proceed to take advantage of this and become an extreme ginger supremacist, claiming they should exterminate all non-ginger kids, with the episode eventually ending after he finds out he's not actually ginger and drops everything. While it was a dime a dozen episode back in the day, this episode is actually the source of a lot of controversy in the following years, with some places reporting the discrimination of actual ginger kids was due to this episode from people who misconstrued it, leading to a few incidents like something called Cake a Ginger Day, where, well, I think the title gives it away. But it didn't lead to just this. When they were writing this episode, Trey Parker and Matt Stone had no idea they were going to change the course of one ginger kid from Georgia's life forever. This is Michael Kittrell, known by his online name as Coppercab. Coppercab was a kid who made one video from over 16 years ago, and then from that point forward, dedicated his entire online career, and by extension, his life, to what that video was about. And we're going to see why that is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to... Did you know that the color red is the color that travels the fastest? You know what also travels fast? Rockets. Think of the color red, and think of rockets. Not both at the same time, though. Just think of this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. Ow. I imagine many of you have signed up for the kids you need. Price what you out, rocketmoney.com/magicmoney.
Sure.
Let me introduce you to the officially branded Magic Munch drinking game. When watching this video, every time the word ginger, be it plural or singular, is said, take a shot. Let's see if you can keep that until the very end of the video. And also, preferably before playing this game, please put Magic Munch in your will as the inheritance of your life insurance and or estate, for no reason in particular. Thank you.
Alright, I do have a little bit of drink left. I'll try.
On January 14th, 2010, and what a way to start off the 2010s, a YouTube channel by the name of Coppercab was created, and alongside it, a video was uploaded by the name of Gingers Do Have Souls. Now, I debate if I should talk about the contents of this video due to how well known it is, but it's been a decade and a half, so screw it, some might need a refresher.
I think I heard about it, just like pretty much everyone else on the internet, but I don't think I ever actually saw it.
In this video, he calls out the discrimination that South Park episode got him, and the fact he was constantly being made fun of for his red hair.
It really irritates me. South Park would say that red-haired people don't have souls, okay? Because
you don't look insulted yourself.
We do have souls, alright?
I don't believe you.
And lately I've been being called a ginger. A fat ginger. By everybody at school.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's two. Okay.
And it really hurts my feelings. I act like it doesn't, but it does really bad.
I act like it does.
Gingers have souls!
That's right.
I go to church. I'm a Christian.
You had so many fun quotes.
You don't know me. You're not God.
And don't forget.
He's a ginger. He's a ginger.
5'6".
Really, that's funny. Yeah. Okay.
Overall, it's 3 minutes of a red-haired kid screaming into a camera claiming he has a soul.
OMG, that's the IRL Kyle.
I do have a soul.
Ginger and proud of it.
7, 8.
Now, when this video came out back in the day, it quickly went viral. And I have to address this was viral in 2010. Viral today means something blows up in popularity and then everybody forgets about it 3 days later. Viral in 2010 meant this video was absolutely fucking everywhere. From the day it aired, you had people making parodies of it, mocking him, song parodies, animations. It was on every major YouTuber at the time's show.
Form, if someone is making fun of you and making you upset, like this redheaded guy here, it's never a good idea to take your anger to the internet.
As of the making of this video, it has 48 million views.
Wow.
This was his first video, mind you, and now most of the internet at the time knew his face.
I've been being called Mario every day at school, every day of my life. I'm not Mario!
I go to church, you don't know me.
That's a lot to put on a 17-year-old kid, who likely was not expecting to get this kind of attention this fast, and as you can imagine, he took it well. About 5 days later, he puts out a video called Attention Haters, addressing all the people who were giving him crap about the video for the past few days, mostly singling out another YouTuber by the name of Shat on You, who is completely forgotten these days. I don't even think you're even allowed to call a channel that anymore.
He wants me to post a video, why gingers are so good. Well, you know what? I Shat on You? I'll make that video for you, bro. I'll make that video.
Basically, he was a rant YouTuber who got into constant slap fights online, 'twas the style at the time, who hid behind a mask and used a pitched up voice, and this guy at some points is utterly incomprehensible. I have no idea what he's saying half the time. If you think I'm bad, listen to this.
I don't understand these people. You know, are you going to go out in town and find people with headphones on, and if you can hear something that belongs to you, and you hear it coming out of their headphones, and you gotta snap the headphones off because other people can hear it. It's not like they're gonna record it or download it and replay it in their CD player because obviously somebody's fucking talking.
Imagine showing someone this with absolutely no context. I had to really dig to find these videos on CopperCab, since Shat on You's channel is long gone and a lot of his videos are lost to time. But he and CopperCab would enter a long drawn out back and forth with each other, just giving CopperCab more views in the long run.
This just in, people. Mr. Gingerboy has made a video saying he's going to call out Shat on You. It's just so crazy, because you don't know who Gingerboy is. It is the gingerbread man, the red fire, the flaming metal soul that Ray William Johnson spoke about earlier.
Most people who became memes back in the day either went on to live their lives as normal or had their lives completely ruined. Poor angry German kid. But CopperCab was different. He just didn't want to fade into obscurity. He was going to ride this wave of popularity. He actively fought back against his haters.
So think about that the next time you freaking troll me, alright? Or hate on me. I don't care. I'll make videos.
I don't care.
And if you don't like that, that's fine. I don't care.
A few more days later, he would put out a video
sounds
called
like he
I
cared.
Don't Care, showing us how much he doesn't care by making a whole video about it, calling out I Shat on You and Ray William Johnson even more, where he gets a little too heated about it.
You know, if you've ever been made fun of, you know how I feel. It doesn't feel good, does it? It doesn't feel good, does it?
This made him an
Let
even
me guess
bigger
he shot
target
up a
because he
school or
kept
something
feeding
like
into
that.
it.
I hope
It
not.
seems that he and I Shat on You eventually made up like besties, but this had already attracted enough attention to his channel by stirring the pot. Even after the two had quit their slap fight, he made another video on the haters, and another video saying for all gingers to make a video response to his own showing their ginger pride.
If you're ginger,
Ginger pride.
only gingers. If you're a ginger, I want you to make a new video response saying that you're a ginger, you're proud of it, name a few good reasons. If you don't want to,
I'm a
if you don't
ginger
want
and I'm
to, that's fine.
proud.
You know,
Regina's a
but
ginger. My hair is
show
even redder than
YouTube
yours.
why we're proud to be gingers, okay?
The majority of the videos he would start making for the next few months were all mostly him dealing with the blowback he was getting from the Gingers Have Souls video. It had gone so viral, it actually got back to the creators of South Park, and they made a reenactment of it with Cartman for a promo of the new season.
Gingers have souls! I go to church. I'm a Christian. You don't know me. You're not God. It pisses me off. Ginger people do have souls.
I didn't see this.
CopperCab responded accordingly.
What the heck was that?
What the heck, dude?
What was that?
What?
South Park is personally making fun of me.
Yeah,
Y'all have
isn't that
definitely
cool?
taken it too far.
It's kind of cool, right?
Alright? I don't know what you're trying to do, or
Have
if you're
fun?
just using me. If you're using me,
You're a famous bitch.
Yeah, just like
I won't let that happen.
just lean
I will
into
not
it,
have
man.
my people discriminated against again. Especially because of me.
Not again!
Now, it could be pure coincidence, but there is a good chance that CopperCab's video exploding in popularity may have made Matt and Trey double down on making fun of gingers, as gingers were a huge part of that controversial 200th episode, where they sought out to offend as many people as possible. And given the show's notoriously fast production time to make an episode, it's entirely possible CopperCab
You don't know
is
me?
the reason why.
South Park, you're making another video about red-haired people. God! Seriously! You're gonna stop this shit right fucking now.
Why?
You know that? Stop!
Or else
For the next year, his channel will just go all over the place. A lot of stuff about ginger pride, there should be more redheaded people in the world, calling out more haters, entering my nightmares, dance videos, all while being extremely angry.
Sorry again, I've been gone, okay? Y'all fucking keep saying I'm dead. I'm not dead, I'm still here, obviously.
In 2010 and 2011, if you were to come onto his channel, you would think it was just a ginger kid who was very easy to upset, since he was just so irrationally angry about everything all the time.
Right when you're going, I'm a troll, I'm a troll, I'm gonna troll this little kid. They're gonna go, shh.
But as you watch more and more, it starts to dawn on you. Everything is not entirely as it seems.
My supporters out there, I loved you. I've always loved you since day one, even my trolls. I love you too. I forgive you for everything you thought. I forgive you, okay? I don't care if you don't leave me alone. I forgive you.
It looks as if someone is putting on a little show for us. It's time to reveal the man behind the curtain and what's really going on here. Copper Cab is a troll.
Oh no! Stop this!
And what I mean by that is, everything you see in his videos, him getting angry and fighting with people online all the time, it's all an act. He's playing a fictionalized, overly exaggerated persona of who he really is. This has been known for several years at this point, but it wasn't quite as well known back then. There's a chance that the original Gingers Have Souls video had some authenticity to it, as he really was angry for getting picked on, but after that, it's mostly smoke and mirrors. Some people had their suspicions back then. Hell, even Ray William Johnson at the time could smell something was up.
Alright, Forum, there are two possible things going on here. One, this guy is being bullied and he's about one bad ginger joke away from shooting up his damn school. Or two, he's trolling. I personally think he's trolling and it's all an act, but that's just a guess.
But back in the early 2010s, the concept that someone online wasn't being the honest version of themselves was lost on a lot of people. And because of that, people flocked to Copper Cab's videos to make fun of him, calling him all sorts of gays and little bitches and stuff like that.
Faking gay.
The fact he kept making videos and feeding into the hate, going after content creators to stoke the flames, going after South Park again, it all led more people to mock him. All they saw was an underage and angry teenager mad at South Park. He was a right pick for bullying, but this is exactly what he wanted. A bunch of his older videos are well into the millions viewership-wise, and he was getting a nice cut of money from people hate watching. Hate watching, even back then, never worked. And yeah, there are some people who still believe Copper Cab is being genuine. They believe he really is like this. And honestly, I can see why some people believe that, because Copper Cab never breaks character. Ever. In every single video, he never once lets up the act. He never drops it in his videos, in his video descriptions, in interviews. He is always like this. He is the world's angriest and proudest ginger.
Hey everybody, it's St. Patrick's Day, where everyone's a ginger, and everyone's an Irishman. Kiss me, I'm Irish. Irish for a day. Yes, and everyone gets to be racist and get away with it. It's amazing, isn't it? As you celebrate this holiday, you are racist.
I have never seen someone so dedicated to the bit.
People, wake up, okay? This K-pop stuff, it's evil. And I want it off of my radio station, and I want it off of my television!
Going back to South Park for a second, there's the season 12 episode Super Fun Time, where they go to a pioneer village with actors who refuse to break character even when their own lives are being threatened. Copper Cab has more in common with that episode than the ginger one. The one issue with being a troll and hamming everything up is, it's extremely difficult to tell when Copper Cab is being genuine or if it's just another part of the act. If anything about Copper Cab is genuine to begin with, it's possible right after screaming to the camera for several minutes, he cuts it off and goes, "I do say, I believe this shall be my finest form of entertainment yet." Now, of course, Copper Cab would go out and deny several times he was not a troll. He was a real person, he was being legit, he wanted to show everyone how legit he was.
Everyone thinks I'm an actor, okay? I just found out!
Well, I mean...
I am not!
I mean, doesn't that kind of confirm he doesn't have a soul? He kind of screwed over his own premise, right?
An actor! I am trying
No, you're a soulless fraud!
To bring about peace. Okay?
You have no soul!
You? Huh? You see this?
But I'm not sure how many people this was actually convincing. The one thing I do have to give Copper Cab was he made sure everything he did in his videos, like mostly everything, was grounded in reality. He never went overboard with his character. We didn't get Linkar-esque skits where he fights a blue-haired version of himself named Cobalt Cab.
So there was never a soul to begin with.
To add on to the authenticity, there was also other people he would have in his videos, and that would introduce us to the other major character in his videos, his grandmother, who he calls Mima. In one of his videos he's filming, she all of a sudden comes from the background to tell his ass off.
What? What in the hell are you doing?
I'm filming!
Don't you scream at me. Let me tell you something. You've got chores to do. You've got the dogs to feed, trash to take out, and I'm sick of you being on that video.
Even if it was staged, while watching this, I get a severe sense of deja vu.
What in the hell are you What doing? in the Shut that hell? goddamn thing off.
Mima was the one who watched
Yeah.
Copper Cab most of his life, and she would play a huge part in this channel, mainly because she was an old woman from Georgia and had no filter whatsoever.
I don't understand the internet, really. I don't understand all this. I don't really know what the hell I'm doing.
I'm going to assume this is just how Mima actually is, and Copper Cab just lets her be in his videos
Oh my
because
God,
she's just
it's
naturally a
Christian
trip to
and Barb
watch.
Chandler.
Mima would also have her own
I hope
YouTube channel
not.
called Mima's World, if you just want to see what
Mima's
offensive stuff will
World.
come out of her mouth. She wasn't the only one who was in on it either. At one point, Copper Cab apparently gets his YouTube channel hacked, and this other guy takes over, which really made Copper Cab, what else? Very, very mad.
This is not right, and I'm calling the internet police or somebody. The police department. Quit it! See what he's doing? And I'm sick of listening to this. What have y'all done to my grandson? Shut up! Y'all are driving me crazy. This internet stuff is driving me crazy. Listen to my grandson cry. Y'all need to give his account back, and
I'm
y'all
calling
need to
everyone
quit
in my
trolling
power.
my grandson. Quit trolling him, I tell you. Quit it!
I don't have any other way to get my account back. I don't have any way to get my word out. I'm asking you, please. Could you give me my account back?
Many thought this was a case of someone doing the ultimate trolling move on the Ginger Kid, but it later turned out the entire thing was fake. They just flat out admitted it while playing RuneScape.
I want to get the story straight about the whole hacking thing, okay?
Basically, I knew Copper for about a month before the whole hacking thing. He was going on vacation. He actually trusted me with his account and password and told me to upload while he was on vacation because he wouldn't have internet. So I basically did that, but instead of uploading his video, I uploaded a video of
Yeah, really funny, dude.
the banana and the condom, just because I think that's what your subscribers should learn to do.
I mean, if he's willing to go to these links to fake a hacking, what else is there to tell you this is all mostly a bit?
And to the trolls out there that are hating on my grandma, what is wrong with you?
But, you know, if I spent the entire video telling you over and over this is all fake, this is all staged, it will get old very fast. So yeah, there's not really much you could say about the absurdity of some of these videos, since it's all just for the bit, but you can appreciate the lengths he's willing to go to keep it up. And like, yeah, we know he's just pretending, but the people back then didn't know, and seeing comments just not getting the hint, that's what trolling kinda was. It still is. It's not the videos themselves that's the funny part, but the reactions to it. And I say that like some of these didn't make me chuckle, because a few did. Copper Cap really does have the acting chops to be a comedian. I can see how he earned those 330,000 subs. But yeah, he would call out all sorts of people on this channel from here on out. Literally anyone and anything to ruffle feathers and get hit with hate. Oh, and I forgot to mention that he also had a second channel called Copper Vision, where it's more of the same really. This would all become a cycle. He would talk about trending topics at the time with anger, which would get him hate, which he would react to with more anger, causing more people to hate on him, giving more attention, and it happens over and over again. A never-ending cycle of getting trolled and trolling back. Little did they know, Michael was using all the hate he was getting to his advantage. The 2010s really was a strange turning point for the entertainment industry, with the internet taking off like it did. Just random people online gaining hundreds of thousands of followers for just being entertaining. Creating content people would constantly come back to again and again. A lot of people higher up on the corporate ladder were probably thrown for a loop about this, and some of them started peeking their head in the other lane, wondering how exactly they could take advantage of some of these people and make more money off of them. During the late 2000s and mid-2010s, you saw shows pop up to start talking about online content, like Ridiculousness or Tosh.0. This internet business was really lucrative stuff.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for that being said and all that.
But when looking at the actual people making stuff online, some saw there was already a baked-in audience for some of these internet personalities, so if they watched them online, then they would probably watch them on TV. All of a sudden, you saw a bunch of online personalities getting their own TV shows and movies, and some of which the studios are probably regretting to this day. But since I brought it up, let's talk about Tosh.0. It was a TV show hosted by Daniel Tosh, focusing around looking at content from the internet, the viral videos, and what else was making rounds at the time.
This is how Lucas Warner showed up on the scene too, as Tosh.0 he was on that.
Keep yakking, Bieber does not date chubby dudes.
One of the segments of the show was something called Web Redemption. In this segment, they would take the stars from viral internet videos and bring them on the show to discuss what happened during the production of said videos, the backgrounds and how they came to be, and then do something to redeem them, which is usually a sketch comedy skit. They brought people on such as the I Like Turtles kid or Tay Zunday. Those are just a few examples, but I think you know where I'm going with this. The producers of Tosh.0 got into contact with Coppercap over his Gingers Have Souls video, flew him out to LA, and was about to invite an internet troll to be on live television.
Ketchup head! Calm down, everybody, just calm down. I have this under control.
They bring Michael on the show, and unsurprisingly, he's in character almost the entire time. He has a permanent scowl on his face, and he doesn't ever break from it. Except when they bring Mima on, and even he can't keep a straight face around her.
And I hate cats, but anyway, my daughter loves cats. Cats are weird. They got weird eyes, they got every damn thing about them is weird.
This Web Redemption would have a longer lasting impact compared to the other ones on the show. As with this one, they would have a reoccurring segment on the show called Porch Time with Mima, where they would just listen in on what was on her mind.
I don't believe John Travolta's gay.
This appearance on Tosh.0 wasn't just a one-time thing either, as him being on Tosh.0 and leaving an impact like this would get the attention of more producers, who looked at Coppercap and his family and thought this could be some prime television material. The pure irony that I grew up with people from That Guy with the Glasses and Channel Awesome, people who, when you saw the content they produced, very obviously wanted to enter the big boy leagues in Hollywood to get their own TV show or film, but none of them ever were able to make it that big. But Coppercap, the Gingers Have Souls kid, managed to do what they could not. He got his own reality TV series called Hollywood Hillbillies, where they took Michael, Mima, his aunt and uncle, and shipped them off to Hollywood to see their escapades of Michael trying to follow his dreams of Hollywood stardom.
We're gonna try our hardest to turn this kid making YouTube videos to somebody selling records and starring in TV shows and movies.
I was well aware of Coppercap's escapades on Tosh.0, but I only recently found out about this series just last month. This was news to me. But yes, it's a reality TV show focused on Coppercap and his family. Even though this wouldn't have happened without that Gingers Have Souls video, the show actually has Mima as the main character and focus of it, which was a shock to me. I mean, to be honest, she's probably the most entertaining character, because she has no filter.
I've never seen a Jew on a bull before. I wonder if that's even kosher.
So I caught a few episodes of this, not all of it. I'm not watching 30 episodes of this shit. And you want to know what I think about it? Well, this is just typical reality TV. Like, there isn't anything in this show you haven't seen done before. It's the typical Fishes Out of Water series. A very southern family from Georgia, moving to LA. This is like the staple for a lot of reality TV. Unless the concept of seeing the Gingers Have Souls kid have his own TV show is enough for you. Speaking of which, you get to see Coppercap in rare form where he's not permanently angry. Like, he's not putting on the bit for the majority of the show. I'm guessing he realized this would be difficult to keep on reality TV with cameras constantly on him. And also he's around his family most of the time too, so he probably sees no need to keep it up. His aunt is here, and she likes food. That's not a fat joke either, that's actually her thing. And his uncle is probably the most southern looking man I've ever seen. But the one person that really made me raise an eyebrow was Dee Dee's boyfriend Paul, who they brought along to LA. Throughout the show they all talk about how much of a great guy he is, but like, I don't see it. Almost every episode he hardly ever smiles and looks like he doesn't want to be there. Even in the episodes where he and Dee Dee get married, he's like this. Also, you gotta keep in mind that these are like actual people at the end of the day, not characters made up for the show. They're all more real than Coppercap's entire existence online. The most interesting part about this show is, you get to see firsthand just how far Michael and his agent can stretch the reach and star power of just one video. Copper Cab was well known for two things at this point: his Gingers Have Souls video, and being on Touch Photo for the Gingers Have Souls video. And they stretched what they could get out of that as far as they could. When he's auditioning for roles, take a wild guess what they used to get their interest.
You're known as the Angry Ginger on the internet?
Yeah, I mean, on the internet, I guess I get a little mad.
I know him because of South Park.
I got like a 250 million hits total on the internet.
Wow.
Now, you'd think being known for two things wouldn't do much for him, but you'd be surprised. The thing I really haven't brought up much was what Copper Cab's big dream was, and that was to rap. He really wanted to be a rapper.
Rap?
For years on his channel, he was promising a rap video was coming out, and it never ended up happening. And his agent would try his hardest to make that rap video actually come into fruition. His agent was able to use his connections because another one of his clients was Ray J, and he was able to convince Ray J to give Copper Cab a chance and make a high-quality, high-production single with his company. And if it did well enough, they would sign him on to do a full album for them. He went and had the song written, produced, and filmed, and what we got was Gingerbread. Now, I can't play any audio of this song or else Ray J's lawyers will have my head on a pike, but well, I've heard better than I've heard worse. This is my reaction to the song. This sums the whole thing up. But the song itself isn't what's to be admired here. It's the fact the song even exists in the first place. Copper Cab had made one viral video, built his entire YouTube career off of it, and began trolling people into flaming him in the comments. And this internet troll had managed to use that to worm his way into Hollywood and get a single deal signed. Meemaw says at the start of the series, Michael's videos were doing well enough, it basically funded the entire trip to LA and the show.
4 years ago, I gave him a video camera for Christmas, and he made a video that went viral. He made a lot of money. Pretty smart for a young kid.
The people flaming Copper Cab had basically funded this entire thing. It was all basically a huge vacation for him, and he invited his family, and not to mention, made them a part of his music video. There is sort of a sweet sentiment about the whole situation. He finally did deliver on that rap video after all these years, in a way nobody was expecting. But sweet sentiment aside,
don't tell me that this is Sirix's inspiration of being a rapper.
In an episode of the final season, they meet up with him at a chicken and waffle house and just tell him the video didn't do as well as they hoped, and so they were dropping him.
And the sales, it was pretty bad. Are we disappointed? Absolutely. Are we upset? No.
And I think for the very first time in his entire on-camera existence, Michael Kittrell is visibly and genuinely upset. He's so upset, even his eyes have turned ginger. But he did get to perform at his first ever live show, and would even get introduced by Ray J himself, so that's another one off the bucket list, I guess. The show would continue on for a few more episodes, until it was finally cancelled the next year, and so Michael and his family headed back to Georgia, where the next stage of Copper Cab's life would take place. So he was out of Hollywood. Now it was back to his YouTube channel and back to our regularly scheduled rage baiting.
I don't understand why everyone thinks making Pokemons in real life is a good idea. Meanwhile, you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to take Pokemon from the game, from the old show, and make them real. Do you realize how dangerous that actually is?
But now the years 2015 and 2016 rolled around, and for those of you who remember those years, well, you know how those years were. This was around the time of the infamous 2016 election, and this was perhaps the most politically charged and toxic era for online discourse ever. You think it's bad now? In 2016, it was unbelievable. I turned 18 in 2016, my first year as a legal adult, and then this year just slams me in the fucking face. In 2016, everything you did, everything you said, everything you consumed was taken as a political stance online. Websites were getting a huge influx in numbers just talking about anything political. That 2016 Ghostbusters reboot is the most definitive example. This movie, out of all the movies that came out that year, was the one everyone was talking about. This movie was a huge talking point in the political sphere for some reason. The movie sucked, most seem to agree on that, and whether you chose to watch it or not was apparently a huge red flag of your politics. But this is also the era where I think people finally caught on the numbers you could pull in by just talking about it. If you made a video on the Ghostbusters reboot, you were getting some numbers on that bitch. You could have been the most apolitical person on the planet, and if you chose to consume or not to consume it, people would still flag you. Now multiply that by like 1,000, and that was a climate online at the time. Our favorite Ginger Snap would take note of this, and decided it was time to make some more dosh, as very quickly, politics would take over his channel. But this isn't where he began to lose his mind and become consumed by politics. Tale as old as time. Well, I mean, he did lose his mind, but not like mind and become consumed by politics. Tale as old as time.
Fucking Bob. Progress isn't a constant upward climb, sadly, plus a better age may be better manifest out of the darkness. I'm out of patience. There's no worth in the backward people. They could all be Thanos from existence tomorrow, and we'd not lose a single person of value or decency. There's no separation on shades between the ignorant and the wicked.
Damn it, Bobby.
That boy ain't right. Is it a Movie Bob quote or a Hitler quote? Probably Movie Bob. I don't think Hitler watched Marvel movies all that much.
Well, I mean, he did lose his mind, but not like that.
If you are elected for president, what is your stance on breast implants and the female form? I don't know what he's on.
Yeah.
But
yeah, right?
Yeah, if you could send
You're right. That's how DSP talks a lot of the time.
this video to him, because I'd really like to know.
You
I
could
mean,
be
if you
Thanos
agree with
snapped?
his questions. I mean, I'm just saying.
Nothing of value
I pay
be
my
lost.
taxes, and I got questions. You know?
Copper Cab would immediately fire up an act where he started going after every single right-wing adjacent president at the time, would get into a handful of feuds with them, some of them not getting the idea they were getting fucked with. Copper Cab had always pushed the idea he stood for feminism and called himself a social justice warrior, mostly to push the idea of ginger pride to the forefront.
You chauvinistic little pigs on the internet, and it's pissing me off how women aren't getting any respect, just like gingers!
Since this was now year 6 of him doing this shtick, people were still falling for it, especially now in a more politically touchy climate with everyone at each other's throats.
What does it mean to manspread? That's a good question. And today, we're going to talk about that on Feminism Plus.
Copper Cab is grifting the grifters. This entire era was a lot to put on Michael, and at some point, after fighting with so many people for so many years, he decided enough was enough. It was time to show the world who Copper Cab really was. On August 2nd, 2016,
As your
Copper Cab
president, my
put out a
police
video
is
called
titty all
I'm
day,
Done
every
Pretending,
day.
where he was announcing he was making a major change in his life.
PPP got you beat there.
I know a lot of you are going to make fun of me. I know a lot of you are going to think that I'm joking.
What? Why do you look like this?
This is the hardest video I've ever made. I haven't made a video in 5 months because I've been going through HRT because I'm transgender.
What?
In fact, when I first made Gingers Have Souls, I wasn't just getting picked on because I was, I was a redhead, I was a ginger. I was also being picked on because I was more feminine than the other guys. You need to know who I am. I'm not gonna pretend to be somebody else anymore. Not in front of a camera and not behind one. And this is me. My name is Claire. And
is this a troll?
This is the beginning of my life. Wish me luck.
Now, I know what we're all thinking here, and yes, you have every right to be skeptical, but we'll go along with what Claire's claiming for now. Even back then, people thought this was another attempt to gain attention, or another attempt at trolling, and if Claire wanted attention, she absolutely fucking got it. Article after article, post after post, saying the Gingers Have Souls kid was now trans. The Hollywood Hillbilly star was now a woman. As per usual, Copper Cab's comments were absolutely flooded with haters and trolls, even more so than usual this time. But Claire didn't care. Claire will go on to take every single interview opportunity to talk about this.
A wise man once said,
and I
once
want
you
you to
put
take
the
a
clown
wild guess
makeup
how
on,
much
you
these
can never
interviews
wash
were.
it off.
I'm sick of you cis white men!
So you like George Soros?
I'm sick and tired of being told to be quiet!
What matters is us on the inside and, the heart.
Can't you just see the realtor next door going, and this is the backyard.
Oh, really?
It's
Yeah,
pretty
see,
spacious, and this,
You just bring fucking
this is
insults
unusual.
to me.
We don't usually hear the neighbors.
You will never be Hillary Clinton! You will never be Hillary Rodham Clinton, Gavin!
This is what I meant by earlier when I said you can never really tell when Copper Cab is being genuine. Because this was a big point of contention around the time if this was Copper Cab actually transitioning, or if it was another part of the act. Copper Cab would dress in traditionally feminine clothing for a couple of months, still identifying as Claire, and many started to think maybe this really was Copper Cab showing us who they really were. At the start of 2017, Copper Cab would go on hiatus, and would come back, no longer wearing any dresses or wigs. In some of the videos during this era, Copper Cab would answer a variety of questions in front of a green screen, a good chunk of them wondering if they were still going by Claire or if they were still a woman, in which Copper Cab would either dodge them or get mad at them.
What was with the whole woman thing? Why did you stop being a woman? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're talking about. Amber Bland, are you still transitioning? These are personal personal questions!
Eventually, Coppercap states he's now identifying as fluid. Literally, anything was fun with him.
He's identifying
he was
as
now
fluid.
Claire and Michael.
He, she, zer, it's all good to me, honestly. I'm pretty fluid. I'm still transgender. You can't change being transgender. I mean, just because I'm not, wearing makeup and wearing a dress and currently transitioning, it doesn't mean that I'm not transgender, so I appreciate your politeness.
Nice troll.
It's a lot better than 99% of the people commenting.
Still, he would get into multiple fights with multiple other YouTubers about his transition. And listen, if I went to detail about all the feuds he got into during this time period, we'd be here all day. And then the clothes would come back, and then leave, and then come back again, and then leave again, confusing the people watching even more. To end it off, he made a video on the 1-year anniversary of him coming out, and I'll admit, he had even me going for a bit here that this was honestly heartfelt. But after getting about halfway through the video, it became pretty obvious this is just him having it up again.
But then I had people like Shane Dawson, who, again, was nothing but supportive of me. He's like a brother, It's a weird thing that we have. It's this weird connection where I don't talk to him that much, but every now and then he'll message me or I'll message him and we'll just strike up a random conversation, and he always checks in on me. And he's kind.
My God.
Honestly, I need that engagement bait, so I'm gonna leave it up to you. Do you think this was Coppercap actually experimenting with his gender, or do you think this was another part of the bit?
You ever play like a Zelda game and you're fighting a boss, and when you find its weak spot, you attack it a lot, right? One reason I never came out before, especially on the internet, was because I felt like a monster, and I felt like if I exposed my weak spot, everyone would attack me on that, and I didn't think I could handle that.
But most of the time after this, it was Copper starting beef with other YouTubers. But this isn't anything new at this point. He's always done this. Either it's with political commentators, or YouTube atheists, or even getting in a feud with Ruckerverse over cutting him in a song.
You know what? It's on! It's going down! Yeah, I'm gonna put you on a song! Coppercap versus Rucka versus Coppercap!
I'm really starting to regret making this video. I expected to just talk about a ginger who was hamming it up and got famous because of it. But seeing all these other people he's gotten into fights with, I have entered a circus of clowns.
Ginger kid. He says, "Oh, I'm ginger. Stop making fun of me. That's discrimination. I don't have any pants on." But that's besides the point.
He even interviews Chris Chan at one point. Yes, that Chris Chan. This is a crossover I never expected to happen.
Huh?
So do you want to take your...
I did not expect this.
Copper?
Yeah, Rucka is funny. He's made a few parody songs too. Parry's cool. He's made a few, Rucka, he's made a few parody songs too as well.
YouTubers beefing over each other is nothing new. It happens every Tuesday. This isn't interesting. It would be actually interesting if he actually fought one of his enemies in real life. Oh my god! Did he actually summon one of his detractors to the ring? Okay, so quick summary. This guy is Gavin McInnes. He's apparently a far-right, extremely far-right figure that Coppercap had been feuding with.
Well, he's a troll too, as well. He's also a troll.
For several years. I had no clue who this guy was before making this video because I don't watch political podcasts or whatever the hell this guy did, especially not ones from Leafland.
Their flag is a fucking leaf.
If a podcast doesn't have two autists talking about Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm not gonna watch it. Their arguments would get so heated that the two eventually at one point pulled their pants down and mooned each other live on stream. And of course I can't show any of that, but I'll just say, this is true toxic yaoi if I've ever seen it. But Coppercap and Gavin had been in it for so long that eventually Coppercap started hitting the gym and demanding he and Gavin fight in real life in the ring.
I earned this fight! I deserve a fight with you, Gavin! A proper fight! I want it, Gavin. I want it! I'm gonna beat that ass!
And so they had a back and forth, and it actually happened. Both Coppercap and Gavin actually fought, and spoilers, Gavin won the match. Coppercap did not take it well. I don't know how much Gavin is in on the shtick. I don't know how much any of the guys he's feuded with are in on it, but that was the end result. But even after all this, Gavin would give Coppercab his own show on his own website. This would imply the two were probably on good terms, but I don't know what's going on here. And I am not signing up for this shit either. Coppercab was even invited to a quote-unquote free speech rally hosted by Gavin, and reportedly all he did there was just scream and yell at the crowd and attacked Gavin again. Yeah, sounds about right. If you told me that Gingers Have Souls kid would go on to fight a far-right political commentator in a boxing ring, I wouldn't have believed you. But here we are. After his boxing match with Gavin, Coppercab decided it was time to go on a little vacation. He decided he was going to tour around Europe for a bit, and film a few videos here and there, so other places besides the United States could experience Michael's hammed-up rage.
Who builds bridges with stairs? Every bridge has stairs. Why?
And after this, what do you think his next scheme would be? What would he pull next? Why, claiming he's marrying his half-sister from another state. But I don't think this really convinced a lot of people, as he lives in Georgia and not Alabama. On the 10th anniversary of the Gingers Have Souls video, he would remake it, and you get to see firsthand all of his ginger hair on his head has now slid down to his face. Me too, Coppercab. Me too. It's basically him reflecting on the fact it's been 10 years, he's still proud of being ginger, people are still calling him the Gingers Have Souls kid, and he still hasn't received an apology from Matt Trey Parker.
It's everywhere I go. Hey, aren't you the ginger kid? Oh, he's a ginger. He's the ginger kid. Oh, for the internet. Oh. Matt and Trey, the creators of South Park, owe me an apology. They have owed me an apology for 10 years.
In other words, he hasn't changed in the slightest. And well, at this point, do we want him to? So what is Coppercab up to today? Well, he mostly streams, where in these live streams that go on for several hours, he still never breaks character. People send him messages of money for him to get angry at non-stop.
I'm not having a temper tantrum! I'm a feminist who said that women were treated unfairly. Reasonably upset
Stop
right now with my
throwing a
friends.
tantrum, Caillou, you fat man baby. You can't defy your masters Cameron and Aubrey. They own you. Sphincter lips, 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 sphincter lips.
This is corny.
I have to wonder what his blood pressure is like. Even if he's just playing it up for the camera, that shit has got to be sky high. In late 2022, Mima would sadly pass away, and this devastated Michael. Mima raised him his entire life and was a big part of his channel and career. God rest her cranky old southern soul. And to this very day, he's still kinda at it. He makes music videos every once in a while, or another over-the-top rage-filled ginger video, mostly streaming. He'll also pop up elsewhere from time to time and scream and yell.
I see him
but
in
yeah,
IP too.
Coppercab is still online, but you know that he's mostly going to be known as the Gingers Have Souls kid, probably for the rest of his life, and he's no doubt perfectly fine with that. Michael Kittrell was a kid who had a camera, set it up to complain about South Park making fun of gingers, and it completely changed his life. Whatever future he was going to have was completely derailed by this video. And the fact he kept playing into it, and never once broke character, let him flourish online. Because he refused to ever stop, he ended up being everywhere. He went to Hollywood. He got to be on live TV. He got to have his own TV show. He got to have his own music video. He got to tour around Europe. He got ripped. He got to box. He got married. He accomplished more in 16 years than most people accomplish in their entire lives. All because of this one video. And he's been living off of his popularity ever since. Technically, his story isn't over, but I imagine it'll be filled with more anger and more dedication to the bit. I wouldn't be surprised if one day he ended up getting arrested just for the bit. He totally would do that, by the way. And this isn't sad. This is one of the most dedicated internet trolls in existence. Many would have stopped at this point, but he's still going. And honestly, I'm impressed. After everything we've seen, though, I want to end this video on a heartwarming note. In 2021, out of nowhere, Coppercab's YouTube channel was suddenly suspended for hate speech, which is clearly wrong because for years, he was fighting for the rights of gingers everywhere. And well, Michael was beyond upset.
YouTube has been something I've loved doing for my whole life. Please, anybody that can help me get my channel back, I would appreciate it.
After this news broke out, there was a huge pushback from a bunch of different YouTubers to get it back. Even if he was just putting on an act for his entire channel career, people still respected Coppercab and saw him as a YouTube legend. After enough pushback, YouTube would finally reinstate his channel in full. And Coppercab was ecstatic at all the support he got. And he uploaded a video showing what I think is the only other time he's ever been genuine on his channel, showing us he truly does have a soul. God bless,
I'm still not
like
sure.
and subscribe, and good night.
I'm just so
Still-
thankful to have such a strong community, a kind community that backs me, even though, you know, I am me. It makes me feel so good. My heart is so full right now. And thank you so much to all of you.
Still don't think he has a soul.
Red hair, and I'm a ginger, 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 ginger. I have red hair. You got that? I don't care. I don't care. I have red hair. I don't care. I don't care. I have red hair. I don't care. I don't care. I have red hair. I don't care.
Funny. It'd be funny if that video makes it so like his career goes downhill because now everyone knows he's just a massive troll. TikTok's worst predator? Broside? Let's check in on Cyrax, see what he's up to.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and thanks for stopping by the channel again today. We are back with yet another Goblin Report. Today, we are going to be looking at a Facebook live stream from 2017, as it has been quiet in the Goblin universe for the past couple of days.
I guess it's not a...
While we wait for Chance to once again poke his head out of his dirty little hiding spot, we're going to be watching an old video that I found from his original Facebook that showcases maybe the most deluded he's ever been about his music. Now, I know that that's a big claim to make considering the levels of delusion that we witness from him on a very regular basis, but I really cannot overstate how
TikTok's
wild
worst
and
predator.
ridiculous the claims he
You
makes
have
in this
any idea
video
how
are.
little that
Before we
narrows
get
it down,
started,
right?
please drop a like. It really helps me in the algorithm. And now, without further rambling, let's watch this goblin brag, even though he has quite literally nothing to be proud of.
What up, guys? You already
What
know
up?
who it is.
You know who it
I don't
is.
need to say no
DJ's
names,
Shadow
but
Blade.
there is something I am going to mention here in a minute that is very, very serious, actually. It's something that I just caught through Rihanna, if you guys know who Rihanna is. She made her debut on Facebook Live last night, actually.
Can you make your
There's
debut
a
on
professional band
Facebook?
that made a song about syrup.
That's just like making a post. That's just making a debut is like on TV or at a concert venue or something. You know, you just made a new account. That's not a debut. He has to try to like spice everything so it sounds kind of professional, and it's just having social media.
So give me just a minute to invite her back into this. Alright, now, there is something I would like to bring up that if you guys watched last night's live stream, you guys do know that
If you guys watched last night's live stream, by that he means if your name is either Music Biz Marty or William Gloryhole and you actually see stuff on my original channel instead of waiting for commentary.
I helped my friend Rianne Anderson debut some of her cover work and some of her vocal work live last night on the live stream through Facebook. I helped her debut it. If you guys were here, you guys saw what she could do.
Say debut 9 more times.
Well, throughout the comments, I kind of noticed a couple of things from a person named Gunnery Sargent. And normally I would pass up or pass by or ignore negative comments.
That's the biggest lie I've ever heard in my entire life. He has never ignored a negative comment ever. He's one of the only people that I've ever witnessed on the internet who feels the need to respond to damn near every single individual negative comment on every piece of media he has.
From people like him, but the way he did it was beyond ignoring. Like, hey, what up, Tristan? What up, Regina? What up, Sam? Hey, Greg. Hey, Michael. Hey, Matt. But if you guys go back to last night's live stream, you'll see some of those comments that he left, which were brought to my attention by Rianne herself. She did bring them up to me and said, hey, you might want to check these out, and I did. What he did was very degrading. And what he did was basically sat there and was like, hey, you know, like, he basically said that she was better than me, comparing, you know, two different styles. And I'll admit Rianne did stand up to him and said, hey, you know, like, you can't compare two different styles. You know, like, nobody's better than anybody. We're both
Okay, so when this video starts, it sounds like when he says somebody was leaving nasty comments after I helped this woman debut her music, it sounds like where he's going with it is that they had bad things to say about her music and he was defending her. It's like even more embarrassing than that. They were saying her music is fucking better than his, and he's getting upset about that and defending himself after she already defended him. Is this what happens to the human mind when it's not exposed to employment for like 30 years? Is this where you end up?
You know, good in our own respect and what we do. But Gunnery Sergeant, if you are watching this, which I'm pretty sure you are, honestly, man, what you did was very fucked up. That's awesome, dude. But, you know, what you said to me, Gunnery Sergeant, was very fucked up. Like, sitting there saying that Rianne is better than me, and that I'm shit, and that she's MVP, and this and that, and da-da-da. And I'll give you credit, man. I really will. She is good. I will give you that.
So in Cyrax's mind, you're allowed to give a woman a compliment, but you can't tell that woman that she's better than him at anything, or else it's fucked up. I also gotta say, I find it hilarious that he tries to have these like very serious TED Talks using people's username as if it is their first name. Like as if it's that Gunnery Sergeant is this guy's government name and he's got to have a heart-to-heart with him now. Even though he doesn't even know if he's watching. He's going to make the claim here. I'm pretty sure I know you're watching. Why? What would make you think that?
Like, I'll admit, dude, she is very good. But honestly, dude, if you don't like my styles of music that I do, you know, you don't have to listen. But honestly, man, you have no right sitting there comparing styles and degrading somebody like me who works their ass off.
Oh my god, degrading. Such a strong word. Like, I don't know, by that logic, are movie critics only allowed to leave good reviews, or else they're like degrading the director and they have no right to say it, and if they don't like it, they can just not watch it? Like, people are allowed to have negative opinions about art. I don't even want to dignify the slop that you put out by calling it art, but I'm just saying, like, people are allowed to have opinions about things. It's not a personal attack on you if they don't think your song is good.
Like, that's really, you know, that's a fucked up thing to do. Like, you don't see me going around degrading other people on what they do. I don't sit there and degrade you. I don't sit there and degrade Redcon One Music Group.
Cyrax, you call everyone that you don't like the N-word, regardless of what race they are, and then you show them your goblin to try to get their channel taken down. What do you mean you don't degrade other people?
I don't degrade any genre of music. Unless it's calling me out, then I will not degrade. Every artist and every band is good in their own right and their own respect.
Everyone is good.
No, they're not. A lot of bands are terrible. A lot of music sucks. Actually, most bands are terrible. It's only like the top 0.01% whose music we ever even hear in the first place because it made it onto the radio and it made it onto streaming and stuff. And even some of that is bad. Every band is not good at all. That's not how music works.
Nobody's better than anybody. We are all good in our own respect and our craft and what we do.
I never thought that I would see someone potentially functioning as a musical communist. Like, no, some musicians are better than other musicians. It's like a pretty clear hierarchy. You don't even need to know anything about music to know who's good and who sucks.
Like, what you did to me last night, that was not only screwed up, but that was really just degrading, dude. It was fucked up. Like, you literally tried dragging me down. Maybe you deserve to be honestly, degraded. When you did that, it did, you know, make me feel disappointed and upset that you would, you know, stoop to that level and do that. Hey, what up, Gonzo? How you doing, buddy? Hold on 1 minute, guys. Sorry, I have to do something real quick, and I am going to have to go again here in just a minute. But
he does not go in just a minute. He talks for damn near another hour, by the way.
You know, like I said, Gunnery Sergeant, you know, I'm not trying to bash on you or anything at all, bro, but, you know, yeah, you have your opinion. But when you degrade someone and belittle them like you did me, that's a really fucked up thing to do. Like, I don't sit there and degrade anybody on what they do.
Wow.
I respect all genres and all styles of music and all styles of art. You know, instead of degrading somebody and dragging them down like you tried to do to me.
Tried.
I'm sorry. Why is he emphasizing the E in degrading? Like I say degrading. He keeps degrading. Why is he... does he not know how to say the word? Like, I don't know. I feel like he's putting way too much... I know this is kind of specific, but I feel like he's putting way too much emphasis on the E. And normally I wouldn't even take the time to point that out, but he's just repeating it so many times over and over again that I feel like I can't ignore it anymore. Degrading. I would never degrade you like that, Mardi.
Why not help that person out by saying, hey, that's awesome. You know, you both are really good, you know? You know, she's good, you're good, you both are good in your different styles of music. You can't sit there and compare two different styles of music like that, dude. You just can't do it.
You know, not to sound like a boomer here, but Cyrax is the quintessential example of like a participation trophy baby. Like, nothing is better than anything else. You can't compare anything to anything else. Everyone is a winner. Like, no, that's not how the world works. And to be a man in your 30s walking around with that mindset is just such a recipe for failure.
Yes, country vocal-wise, Rianne is amazing. And, you know, and I can honestly say I'm proud to know Rianne. Like, I really am. Like, she's a very good friend to me. You know, she's, you know, got an incredible voice for country music. But when you sit there and compare her country music voice to my metal vocals, like, that's just wrong, dude.
What's wrong? So Sally calls his name there and he's going for a couple of minutes.
What's up, guys? Sorry about that. I had to grab some dessert from last night's Thanksgiving. Which I will be watching on and chowing on throughout the live stream. But, you know, my point is, dude, you have no right to degrade somebody the way you degraded me last night during that live stream. Like, what you said to me, it was degrading. It was very upsetting, honestly, because I honestly thought you were better than that. I really did, dude. And I'll admit, like you said, Rianne did do damn good for her first time doing a live stream ever, so props to you, Rianne. Shout out to you, man.
Even when he gives her a compliment, he's like sneak dissing her. Like, he's like, well, she did really good for her first time on a Facebook live stream. He's got to try to neg her a little bit because he's just so jealous that she got a compliment.
I got a lot of fun with you last night. That was actually pretty awesome to see what you did. But for you, Gunnery Sergeant, to sit there and degrade me the way that you degraded me.
Oh my god, I can't let it go. Take a shot every time he says degrade and you'll die.
Throughout the live stream was wrong. You had no right degrading me because I did not do anything to you. I did not degrade you or bash on you. And normally I let this stuff slide. But coming at me the way that you did, that was really fucked up.
That was really
It really
degrading.
was, dude. Like, some of those comments that you said were very demeaning and degrading towards me. Like, you don't see me sitting there bashing on jazz artists like Louis Armstrong or...
Did he just compare himself to Louis Armstrong? Yet Cyrax is in the pantheon with, like, Ella Fitzgerald and Ray Charles and Chet Baker and Billie Holiday. What the hell is he on about, comparing a random person on Facebook saying that his music is bad to him trying to criticize one of the greatest jazz artists of all time? Again, like, I don't know. This is like if somebody said something bad about my channel, and then I was like, whoa, 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 man, where do you get off telling me that? That's like me saying something bad about Mr. Beast. Like, it's like, how are you going to compare yourself from where you are to someone who is at, like, the absolute top of the field that you're describing?
You know, major opera singers or violinists or classical music artists. You don't see me bashing on any kind of music. I respect all artists and all bands and all genres of music in general. I show them a mutual respect. But you, however, do not have respect. Because if you did have respect, and you truly respected me as a person and as an artist, you would not have said those degrading things to me that you said. Like, what you said was very
Degrading.
screwed up.
Degrading.
Like, that shit really hurt, dude.
I think he does have
It really
autism.
did. Like, I might
I
not
really
look
do.
like it, but inside
The way he
you
loops is
destroyed
just...
me.
Is he still talking to Gunner, or is this at Security Jake now?
Like, that was really fucked up. Like, that hurt to see you say that because, you know, you're a grown-ass adult. You know, and it's people like you who degrade me that really piss me off. Because honestly, dude, at this point...
The Cyrax just said that he got degraded and had his insides destroyed by a grown-ass man. Nothing that you could say about him is funnier than the things he says about himself.
You're a small-minded motherfucker. You're this fucking big compared to me right now. Yeah, I might be doing a rant on a live stream towards you right now, man, but there's a fucking reason, dude. Like, you brought this on yourself. You brought it on yourself by degrading me and bringing me down like you tried to do last night in front of my entire fan base and in front of my friends.
In front of my fan base and my friends. You embarrassed me in front of my Marty and my Ed.
And that's not cool with me. You know, you sat there and blatantly degraded me in front of my friends, my freaking family, and my fan base. And that's not okay with me. You degraded me in a huge way. Hey, Billy, what's up, dude? Hey, Gerald.
Hey, Billy, huh? Speaking of men and degradation.
So, you know, for you to degrade me like that...
Right, boss
that was fucked up.
I don't know how I'm going to do.
Like, you don't see me going to your live streams and acting like a child like you did towards me last night. You don't see me going on there acting childish and degrading you at all, do you? No. So,
No, Cyrax, you don't go to other people's live streams and act like a child. You go to the bus stop and try to talk to them. That's kind of the whole problem.
The thing is, why would you do that to me? Why would you come onto my live stream as a grown-ass man, a grown-ass adult, and bash on me like you did? Like, you had no right or reason to do that, man. None. Like, you know, it's small-minded motherfuckers like you that really just set me off. Because you're so closed-minded. You're so fixed on who's better and who's not, that you don't have a mutual respect for all genres of music like I do. I know people from all different musical backgrounds. Okay? And for you to rip on me, with you being a supposed fan, that shows that you're not a supporter or a fan. That just shows that you're a fucking small-minded, jackass little fuckhead who needs to fucking shut his damn mouth and stop judging like you're doing. That's what that shows me. I'm sorry, Gunner, but you are a small-minded motherfucker. You sit there thinking that you're big and bad, thinking that you're a badass by calling me out in front of not only my friends and family, but half my fucking fan base. Are you kidding me? Like, you're not making me look bad, you're making yourself look bad.
Obviously, we all know that Cyrax doesn't have a fan base, but it's actually kind of amazing to imagine how insane he would go if he did, because the more viewership your stuff gets, even when people like you, the more your hate comments will go up. If you start out and maybe you get 1 hate comment per 1,000 views, if you get 10,000 views, you'll have 10 hate comments at least. Like, no matter how much people generally like your stuff, you're going to get a certain degree of negativity. The content you make is not going to jive with everyone in the world because everyone has different opinions and different preferences. So it's kind of funny to imagine that even if in some alternate universe Cyrax had blown up and become a well-known YouTuber or Twitch streamer or musician or whatever, he would probably still lose his mind on a regular basis because even if he was getting tons and tons and tons of positive feedback, he would still hyperfixate on 1 negative comment and need to go live for an hour straight to respond to it as if it was like some vicious offense against him personally.
You know, every day, even though I haven't been recording a whole lot, you know, because of my PC being dead and me not being able to work at this point in time, and me focusing on more on my gameplay videos and my YouTube, and doing live streams of gameplay footage for you guys, you know, that don't give you the right to do that. Just because I'm not able to do anything right now, just because I don't have a PC to produce music, which if you ask half these people in the comments, dude, they'll tell you the same thing. What you did to me was fucked up, and they respect my music. They respect what I do. They respect Rianne. Hey, Lorena, what up? Veronica, what's good? And Dasher, what up, man? Hey, Phil, what's good, dude? I'm sorry, man, I didn't see you there. What's up, buddy?
Phil?
But, you know, dude, unlike you, I respect all my fans. I respect all my fellow artists. I respect my fellow man and my fellow person. I respect fellow human beings who respect me.
crazy.
The one thing I don't respect, though, are fucking haters like you who feel like it's okay to degrade and belittle somebody in front of their friends and family like you did with me. And let me tell you something, dude. Not only did my friends and my family see it, but friends of my family and their friends and a whole lot of other people saw what you did. And they all agree that what you did is very wrong and very messed up.
One of Cyrax's strategies to try to make his ridiculous complaints seem valid is always that he says there's a bunch of other people who also didn't like what you did. You'll never get to see any of them. He'll never show a screenshot of a text message of somebody being like, hey, Chance, I saw what that gunner guy said on your video. That was pretty messed up. Like, he'll never do anything to prove that there's other people behind the scenes that agree with him. He just makes up a bunch of fictional friends and extended family members who, behind the scenes, are all totally on his side. Police officers, other musicians. Again, you'll never get to see any of them because they only talk directly to Cyrax. You know, his girlfriend goes to another school, you wouldn't know her. But they're there, and they're there to back up his opinion via him telling you that they are.
Because, you know, like I said, you don't sit there and see me going onto your live stream and saying that this person's better than you, or that person's better than you, or anything like that. So I don't understand why make those degrading comments towards me. That's what I don't understand, dude. You know, I'm sick of being degraded by people like you, dude. See, what you don't understand is every fucking day of my life, I sit down and I push out my shit.
Yeah, we know. You pushed it out while you were on live stream, sitting down, and the auto-tune picked it up. It was actually really funny.
Every fucking day, I send out demos to record label after record label and company after company.
I'm sick of this
every
shit.
fucking day, that's all I do. Literally, like when I'm not doing, you know, live stream videos or hanging out with my friends, like I'm usually sending out demos, and I'm usually sending them out like almost 100 a day. Literally, like hundreds of demos I am sending out a day to these record companies, and I'm busting my ass because you want to know why? My friends, my family, and my fan base all believe in me. And yes, I do have fans in other countries.
Yes,
if you
I
don't
do.
believe me, look up people like my good friend Snowbell. She's one of my biggest fans, literally, and she's from a whole other country. I have fans in Singapore. I have fans in the UK. I have fans in freaking Australia, dude. So don't sit there and tell me that I don't have a good sized fan base, because I do. Yes, it may be a small international fan base, but it's still a fan base. And for you to sit there and degrade me in front of them, you got a lot of shit coming your way, motherfucker.
Wait, if you have such a rabid fan base, why didn't they defend you in the comment section? I mean, if you leave a negative comment about Taylor Swift on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, you'll get about 100 Swifties immediately wrecking you in the comments, telling you that she's like the greatest poet of our generation and she's so amazing and you just don't understand the genius of her music. So like, if you also have all these fans in Singapore and Australia and around the world, like, where are they to defend you from being degraded on your live stream?
And if you don't think that I'm not going to call you out on this shit, you're wrong. Every time you fucking degrade me, I'm going to fucking call your ass out. Because I'm tired of being fucking degraded by people like you. Sitting there saying that everybody's better than me, thinking that I don't deserve a shot, thinking that I don't deserve a chance to make it. When what you don't realize, dude, is I've got something to say. And the best way I can say what I gotta say is through my music. And you wanna know something? Every single fucking person that has heard my music enjoys every fucking bit of it. Whether it be my dubstep work, whether it be my heavy metal work, or whether it be some classical pieces that I work on from time to time. They respect me. They respect me as a person, not just as an artist, you know?
You know.
I honestly thought that you were more mature than that, dude.
Sure.
Yeah, you might be sitting there thinking that I'm being immature by calling you out, but you want to know something, dude?
You're
you didn't answer
immature.
my messages when I messaged you about this shit last night. I don't know if it's because Messenger's messing you up or what. I'm not entirely blaming you on that. But on my end, it showed that you saw it.
I actually did it.
You didn't
First
reply.
try.
So
Wow.
the only other way I can get your fucking attention is to do this. Not that
It's
I
the first time I've been in this dungeon and I beat it.
wanted to, but I literally had no choice but to do this to grab your fucking attention.
You left one semi-negative comment on a live stream that mostly was actually just complimenting someone else in reference to me. So now I've been left no choice but to spend an hour of my day having a meltdown again on live about it because you didn't answer my message about it. Totally logical. Totally how the normal adult brain functions.
Because, you know, every day I bust my ass. Not just, you know, musically.
Not just with a stylus, not just with a fidget spinner, not just with a guitar jack, but sometimes even with a summer sausage or a Snickers bar.
But I bust my ass as a person, you know? Like, you don't understand the amount of degrading emails and degrading comments I get every day from people like you, man. You don't understand how degrading a lot of these messages from a lot of these top
Yeah,
labels
I think it's
and a lot of the shit that they
autism.
say to me is. It's very degrading to me every day. Like this.
Because he's clearly got a word that's bouncing around in his head constantly that he can't let go. It's called
Have a
degrading.
deer cracker, Ludwig.
Thank you. Shika shika. Just like DSP has the word idiot. He just says idiot over and over again. Right now, Cyrax is stuck on degrading.
Morning, I went to check my email and I did get an email back from a really cool underground group.
It just reminds me of D Gray, man. Now I want to watch it.
You know,
know,
called Red Bull Records or Red Bull Energy Records.
Red
I don't know if they're
Bull
in
Energy
contact with
Records?
the energy drink, I don't know. But that's on them. I have nothing to do with the energy drink part or whatever. I don't have nothing to do with that.
What?
But, you know, I got a hold of them and stuff. They sent me an email back. You know what that email said? Sorry, your vocals are shit. Literally, the dude that runs it said I was shit. And then I needed to try another career.
That's objectively hilarious, and Cyrax hates it when people tell him the truth.
When I have thousands upon thousands of people, not just on Facebook, but on the app called Star Maker as well, If you guys don't know what Star Maker is, you guys can go to my timeline. I got a ton of covers. You just scroll down and it's right there. You guys can check my stuff out.
He's always bringing up the fact that he has some type of positive reception to his music on websites that no one has ever heard of. StarMaker, number1music.com, like topcharts.web. Like, I swear he's just naming made up websites.
But I have please. I think the last I checked, like 200 something followers on there. But every single one of those people keeps asking me why I'm not signed. And you want to know why? It's because of degrading motherfuckers like you, Gunnery. Little small-minded, degrading motherfuckers like you that don't have any right commenting when...
You have to have a right to comment your opinion on someone's video. You're putting it in public. As soon as you upload something publicly, people can say whatever they want about it.
It's degrading. Yeah, I'll admit, you gotta be right to your opinion. I'll admit that. Freedom of speech. Yeah, I know. But when you're degrading somebody, the way you degraded me last night,
but the degrading is over.
You don't get the right to voice your opinion like that and get away with it. Now, if it wasn't so degrading, I would have, blown it off. Because I do get hate every single day on not just my music, but a lot of my videos and shit too. Big deal. A little bit of hate. But honestly, dude, for you to sit there and rip on me like you did, that was severely degrading to me. And it hurt a lot more than you think. Which is why I'm here warning you right now.
Revive.
Gunnery Sergeant, do not ever, ever degrade me on a live stream like that ever again.
Or else
Okay,
what?
so if 25 minutes into this entire thing, and you sent him a message before you did this, the goal is just to get him never to leave a negative comment on one of your streams again, why don't you just block him on Facebook? Wouldn't that solve the problem in under 2 seconds?
Because everybody knows that you degrade me like you did, you will suffer the consequences. I will kiss your ass, and I will put you in your place. And I'm not afraid to do it. I've done it before. So I'm warning you right now, dude. I will put you on blast again. If you ever think about degrading me in front of my friends, my family, or my fan base, or a fellow artist like that ever again.
There we go.
And if you don't believe me,
Up in max
motherfucker,
health.
just try me. Watch what
Probably worth
happens. I dare you to fucking try me, Gunnery. I
Try
fucking
me.
dare you, dude.
Try me.
I dare you to
Try me,
degrade
bitch.
again.
Test me,
Because the minute
bitch.
you do, it's over for you.
Coming for you.
I'm sick to death and tired of being degraded by motherfuckers like you. I go through this shit every day. I'm
gonna
fucking
find
sick
out
of
who
it.
you are,
I know
Gunnery
I might
Sergeant.
be rambling on, and I might sound pissed. Well, when you make those degrading comments that you made towards me, I have every fucking right in the world to be pissed off, dude.
Another bridge.
Every fucking right. Like, for real, what you did was very fucked up and
What's
wrong.
hurting me?
I mean, sitting there comparing two totally polar opposite genres, like, where the fuck do you get off doing that, dude? And if you want proof of your degrading comments, dude, or if any of you in the live stream want to check out those degrading comments, you can ask Sarah. She's down in the comments. Speaking of which, shout out to you, Sarah. What's good? But you can ask Sarah, or you can go to the comments.
Sarah? Was
in
Sarah
the live
there
stream
too?
from last night and check out those degrading comments.
I don't understand. If you're so bothered by them, it's your Facebook. Why did you leave the comments up if you're so horrified at the idea of somebody seeing them? At one point during this video, he made the claim that the only reason that he hasn't gotten signed by a record label is because of people like Gunner
Want
leaving
to
negative
mention on
comments
the
on his
game,
videos.
you
So
can
it's your
select a
Facebook.
second
Just take the
character
comments
if you
down.
want.
Hey, what up,
That is that yellow shadow next to your character when at the hub.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm severely handicapped then.
Sarah. Just so you guys know, if you guys are just now tuning into this live stream, last night, as you guys know, my good friend and fellow music artist, Rianne Anderson, debuted for the first time during a live stream last night.
Just
for
in
the
case
Facebook
you're
live
just
stream,
joining
along with
us and
myself.
you're wondering what
And
I'm
I'll
talking
admit,
about.
she did damn good. But last night in the comments,
But
which
someone
Rianne
made
brought
fun
up
of
to
me.
Actually, like, me and her were actually hanging
Said I'm
out and
better
watching
than
on
mine.
demand together, just goofing around, having fun, just like usual family friend bullshit. Well, she brought up the fact that this Gunnery Sergeant.
So is there is competition allowable if there's a song competition and you get second place? Or you'd be like, man, we don't judge people here. You can't say that they're better than I am. All music is the same.
Dude started making shit. Well, he started talking shit, so I was like, all right, who is it? Like, let me know. Like, are they on my friends list or not? Like, I need to know it. That way I could be filled in on who it was. Well, it turns out it was my good friend Gunnery Sergeant. What he did was sat there and made Rianne look better than myself.
I love how transparent he's being about it. He's literally admitting here that the thing that he's mad about is not even someone saying that his music is bad. He's mad that anyone would say anyone, even his own friend, had music that was better than his. You're allowed to compliment her. You just have to compliment Cyrax more. You're allowed to like her music. You just have to love Chance's music. Otherwise, you're degrading him.
By sitting there degrading me, by saying that she's better than me, she's the MVP, she's this, she's that, and da-da-da-da. And I will straight up admit, no hate towards Rianne. She was amazing. Like, she was phenomenal. She did incredible last night. Like, I'm very proud of her for doing that. Even though it was her first time, she still did an amazing job, in my opinion. Like, I'll admit, she did amazing. But he sat there and degraded me live in front of everybody. And Rianne said something to him, and then he continued to do it. And I didn't know that he was degrading me until she got the comment and said something to me. That's how I found out about it. And if you guys want to see those comments, you guys can actually go to the previous live stream from last night. They are still there, so you guys can go in and check those out. But, it's like I was saying, it's small-minded motherfuckers like that want to sit there and compare two different genres, like two totally different genres against each other and two different artists against each other. Yeah.
Okay. He keeps doing this two different genres thing, right? As if that's a big part of the problem, is that there's no way for you to, I don't know, levy criticism against a song unless you're comparing it to a different song that's part of the same genre, and that just doesn't even make sense to me. Like, if music is bad, it's bad. I'm not a country fan, but I can recognize that Take Me Home Country Roads by John Denver is a good song, and I am a fan of alternative music, but I can acknowledge that this is bad.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk with you again. That there's a naked light of soul. 10,000 people, maybe more. You got looking where the hell is me. People hearing where the hell is me. The Johnny song.
Even though I don't even like one genre, and I do like the other, and Take Me Home Country Roads and whatever the hell that was are not in the same genre, I can still say that one is good and one is bad. Like, I don't even understand the line for criticism that he's trying to set up here.
Yes, I'll admit, regular vocal wise,
Okay, there we go.
Rihanna's got me beat out. Because that girl can fucking sing like a motherfucker. She's got the voice for country music. Yes, I have the voice for doing heavy metal.
That heavy metal.
But to sit there and compare those two genres, saying that one person's better than the other, that's not good. That's not okay. Every artist is good in their own respect. Okay? You're talking to a dude who's been compared to guys like Chester Bennington from Linkin Park.
Yeah, by yourself. No one but Cyrax has compared Cyrax to Linkin Park. The call is coming from inside the house.
Or Mitch Lucker from Suicide Silence. And yes, I've been compared to both of those through Star Maker. I've had people telling me that I would give both of them a good run for their money. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, he has no right comparing two different genres. You're completely right, Sarah.
Wow.
Like, you really are completely right on that. But, you know, it really set me off because, you know, every day I get degraded by record labels every fucking day. Like, literally, like, I send out mass emails every day to record labels sending them, you know, different demos of my dubstep work and my metal work. Like, every day. You know, I'm constantly sending them out and I'm constantly getting stuff back that are either kind of disappointing or just straight up degrading and upsetting. And, you know, for him to do that, knowing what I go through already, that was just really, not only a dick move, but it was really fucked up. Because I had just
was it degrading, though?
Yesterday from Red Bull Records about how my stuff sounded like shit compared to a lot of the other artists.
You know, there's a line from The Sopranos. I know you guys are probably tired of hearing.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, having one lung basically disqualifies you from being a singer. Like, wouldn't it? Like, you're at such a disadvantage already.
Me talk about The Sopranos. I'm sorry to say, I'm not going to stop. There's a line from The Sopranos. It's from an early episode that I think about quite a lot. Whenever someone is being intentionally naive. Tony is trying to give free tickets to a cruise to Artie Bucco to get him out of town to avoid having a crime take place at his restaurant. And his wife doesn't want to take them because they're clearly tied to some type of organized crime. And Artie is like, no, Charmaine, it's okay. These tickets just came from like a dentist's association. They're comps. It's totally fine. And Charmaine looks at him like he's the dumbest person in the entire world and says, Artie, does the mind not rebel at all at the concept of a bunch of dentists giving cruise tickets to the Don of New Jersey? And I've never heard something stated like that before, but I really like it. Does the mind not rebel, Cyrax? Does the mind not rebel at all at the concept of people, professionals, who work at a record company that is associated with Red Bull energy drinks, tarnishing the professionalism of their name by reaching out to random people with less than 200 followers on a website that no one has ever heard of to tell them that their music sounds like shit? Does the mind not rebel, Cyrax?
Which, you know, at that point I was already, well, not really so much pissed off as I was disappointed, but for him to add on to that, it's like, who the fuck are you to compare? Yes, Rihanna stood up for me. And I thank you for that, Rihanna. That is a huge deal to me. Not just as a person, but as an artist as well. You know, I definitely thank you for that. Like, that actually does mean something to me. But for Gunnery to sit there and add on to that shit by saying what he said, like, where does he have that right to do that, you know?
It's
like,
in the Constitution.
You know, that wasn't his place to say that. He was way out of line. Like, you don't sit there and see me
gives you a right
other artists or on other people unless they physically, like, come to me and say something to me, or they message me, or send me some kind of degrading message to fire back at them with. That's the only time I'll do that, is if they come at me first and attack me first. That's the only time. Other than that, I don't try to battle with anybody. I don't try to fight anyone. I don't try to degrade anyone. Like, you know, I try to give them positive influence. I try to lift them up and help them out.
I don't hurt anybody. I'm the nicest guy.
Like, that was a very fucked up thing to do.
Okay.
Like, that really was. Like, that was a huge slap in the face to me.
This bridge is tough.
Because, you know, when he said what he said to me, that made me
I'm gonna have
think
to go back to the
that
tower
one time,
and
you know,
grind.
why keep doing this? You know, maybe he's right. Maybe I do sound like shit.
Yeah.
No, that's the right thing to take away from that, Cyrax. If you're constantly getting negative feedback on the same aspect of your life over and over again, you should think about that. You should take that to mind and maybe think about doing something different. But then his instincts that were trained in by Sally kick in. He goes, no. I'm Sally's special boy, and I actually am one of the most talented people in the world. I just can't let the haters get to me. And it's like, no, you were so close. Listen to the haters.
But then I quickly realized, I was like, no, you know what? I've got an entire, and it might be a small fan base, like I said, but I have a small international fan base that I love to death.
What he's saying is, I almost let logic creep into my life for a fleeting moment, and then the delusions came back and I ignored it.
I have fans and friends in almost every country in the world who listen to my stuff. And every single one of those fans are pulling for me to make it, which is why I'm doing what I can. Even now when I don't have a computer, I'm still doing what I can to push my stuff as much as I can to try to get signed to a label so I can fucking make it. Exactly. And that's the one thing that I hate right there, are fucking keyboard warriors. I fucking hate that shit.
Cyrax is the picture that you would find in the dictionary next to keyboard warrior. He is the toughest guy in the entire world behind a screen or behind a keyboard, and then the moment that somebody actually shows up to his house, he turns into a medieval peasant talking about, I beg of you, you're the king, please let me go.
Get the fuck out of here. Who's the king? You're in Norway now. Shut the fuck up. Bye.
Legend.
You win. You win.
Yeah, he's the biggest keyboard warrior ever.
Like, I'll admit, not bashing on all keyboard warriors, some of them are, dead straight on right about a lot of stuff. Like, I'll admit, like, when it comes to politics and, someone bashing on someone, a lot of the times they're right. And they do, I will admit, some of them do stand up for the littler guy. Some of them do stand up for the underdog. But when it comes to dudes like that, it's like, really? Like, you're just making yourself look bad in front of a whole bunch of people. Like, it's really a fucked up thing. I mean, do I consider myself a keyboard warrior? Because I go off on very real issues that I actually know something about and I'm able to voice and speak my opinion on? No. I mean, a lot of people might, but I'm really not. I'm just another guy who's an old school guy who is aware of very real situations.
I've always wondered what Cyrax's fascination is with being perceived as he would put it, old school. Because I don't even think he knows what old school or old-fashioned is. Like, he never really had, like, an actual father figure in his life. The only person who's consistently been around is Sally. And other than being racist, I don't know what's old school about him. Like, when I think of old school, I think about, like, holding the doors and pulling out the chairs for women. Cyrax hates women, he calls them slurs, threatens to fistfight them, and strangle.
Marty did that, and Cyrax hid behind his grandmother.
Yeah.
His own grandmother. When I think of old school, I think of like a hard day's work for a day's pay, working a blue collar job, working hard in a field where you work with your hands, maybe you work outside to make a living, like blue collar versus white collar stuff. Cyrax has never done labor or had a job a day in his life. I think of people who value being responsible over personal happiness or things like creating art. The only thing that Cyrax cares about in the whole world is his quote-unquote art, and he will neglect any personal responsibility ever in order to sit around in his grandmother's attic making his quote-unquote art. So, like, he is as far from anything that I've ever understood to be old school as a person could be. Even the way he dresses, wearing 9 necklaces and 50 rings, and ridiculous costumes with chainmails and luchador masks and stuff. But he always wants us to think that he's this, like, Clint Eastwood, John Wayne type. To throw it back to Sopranos again, it's like, I feel like Cyrax is sitting here talking about, whatever happened to Gary Koopa, the strong silent type. And it's like, all you do is whine and cry all day, and you're not old school by any metric.
Like, the situation that's going on with North Korea. Trump could end that shit really fucking quick.
What?
Like, he really could. He could bring Korea to his knees.
What?
He could bring North Korea to their knees if he wanted to.
He could bring Korea to his knees.
Cyrax, we don't care about North Korea, okay? North Korea is harmless. We're not scared of North Korea. They can just... Kim can have his own little country and starve his little people. As long as they're not a threat to America or the global hegemony, we're just... whatever. They can be South Korea's problem for all we care.
As the guy who just claimed he's informed about North Korea.
If he really wanted to, he could. And I understand that he
don't
wants
need
peace.
to, man.
I get that. And he wants
it's not like Iran going around like threatening everybody and funding terrorist proxies. Like, North Korea doesn't do that. They can't afford it.
Avoid that. But at the same time, you got to look at it like this. With their leader having all that power and threatening us, and him having nukes aimed not only at us, but at South Korea and all of the U.S. allies, don't you think that gives us leeway to fucking take his ass out now before he even thinks about trying something?
Cyrax managing somehow to have a more aggressive and less informed foreign policy than the people who are actually in power right now is almost impressive.
It's better to end the threat
early waste of time
and prevent a war than to wait until it's too late and have one start. I mean, if he can talk his way out of it, that's great. But with the way the North Korean leader is, that's not going to happen.
He definitely doesn't know Kim Jong-un's name because he just keeps saying the North Korean leader. He thought he was going to slip that by us, but never me, Cyrax, never me.
And one reason why I do connect with the issue with North Korea is because, as some of you may know, my friend James, who I actually met through the website anaspace.net a long time ago before he was switched to anaspace.net and it was anabide.com. He was one of my first very good friends on there. You know, we used to video chat. We used to hang out and everything. Like, he would visit me. I would visit him whenever we could. You know, he was a very dear friend to me. Well, he did, you know, mention a while back that, yeah, he does, you know, reporter music or, like, you know, reporting for some local news channels in his country. Because he had moved from the U.S. to, I think, like, the UK or something like that.
Okay.
My very good, very close friend who means a
sure?
lot to me that I literally don't even know what country he lives in.
For whatever reason, I don't know.
For reasons that I don't know, because I've never asked another person a question about themselves. I just rant about myself all day.
But he wound up going over to North Korea to report on some stuff. He went undercover as a journalist and stuff like that. And granted, yes, he was a Christian, so he carried like a small little pocket Bible on hand that you, you know, just stick in your pocket and carry with you. Hey, that's great, you know. Well, he unfortunately got, because of that Bible, he got almost 80 other people, maybe even, I think it was like 80 or like 800 people that worked inside of a stadium for different simple issues that were against the relevant, the really fucked up dictatorship laws.
This is the most insane made-up story that I have ever heard in my entire life. If 100 people had their lives taken in a stadium, including American Christian journalists in North Korea by the regime there, that shit would have been like some of the most insane international news to come out the year that it happened. There is absolutely no news stories out there whatsoever from 2017 about North Korea, like, massacring 100 people in a stadium, including American journalists. And even if that had happened, I would put money that one of them was not Cyrax's close personal friend. Of all the like, the most didn't happen thing that ever didn't happen, of all the lies he's told, this has got to be up there. Even the lies about being friends with people who have passed away in horrible ways, this has got to be, like, top 5.
Which, to me, when I found out, I was very, you know, upset. You know, like, this is a simple man who's just trying to provide for his family. And then for him to get...
I think the worst one is that time where he says that, like, Jupiter was so close to Earth that he could see it. And it was like Jupiter was right there in the sky. It's like, you really want people to believe that, huh?
Just because he has a Bible? Like, that's really
Does the mind not recoil?
But that's how North Korea is. They kidnap people. And there's no repercussion for that? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
How the hell did we get here from someone left a negative comment about my music? Like, he seamlessly transitioned. I didn't even realize when we stopped talking about one thing and started talking about the other. He just flooded right into this.
Like, you know, somebody needs to fucking do something.
Yeah, do
because
something.
if he can do this, if he can like that and get away with it, imagine what that fucked up man can do on a worldwide scale. Imagine all that nuclear power that he's armed up with. Imagine all of that being directed at the US.
I don't even think they can launch a nuke.
South Korea, being directed at Japan. The UK.
I know, like, allegedly they are a nuclear power, but...
He meant to say Jupiter.
Yeah,
the hybrid.
Like, yeah, I think technically North Korea is a nuclear power, but I honestly don't think they'll be able to, you know, get it up after all this time.
Okay, Canada, Russia, like, imagine those nukes going off towards us and our allies. That's why I said, you know, it's better to stop him now and put an end to him now and free the North Korean people rather than to sit there and wait it out to see what he does. It's better to neutralize the threat right now than to just sit around and not do anything. Because the more we wait around, the more people are going to die. The more lives that are at stake, the more casualties that there are going to be.
Cyrax political podcast with, like, Andy Ditch and DSP went.
I do pay attention to stuff. And like I said, when I found out about my good friend James, I was destroyed.
Most of the
And I took
rockets
that
that the
personal.
parade
And
around is
anybody in
made
their
out
right
of pop
mind
game
would.
machine.
The leader of
Like,
North
it's
Korea
a
is a
paper,
monster.
literally a paper tiger.
He is no leader. He is a fucking
like it's
monster.
more sad than it is threatening. Like those poor people are just suffering under their government, and like we could do something, I guess, but we could do something about every bad country.
He portrays himself as this glamorous, you know, sympathetic, you know, rich, kind-hearted guy. But underneath all that, he's a fucking monster. Because let me tell you guys something. I've seen some of the footage of what really goes on in there, and it's honestly scary. It really is. Like, they have no power. They have, I mean, they do have some power, like, you know, electricity. Yes, they have computers, but their internet, they can't look up anything outside of North Korea.
And if they can't look up anything outside North Korea, how are they going to get on number1music.com and like my music and help me wage war against Gunner? It's a tragedy that they can't hear my rendition of The Sound of Silence, and I won't rest until they have the freedom to do so.
They can't have anything to do with the U.S. They can't do anything that goes against their leader, because that is punishable by death in the eyes of their leader. And is that fair? No, because there's a lot of them that want to get out. There's a lot of them that do try to escape that don't make it out. And those people that do try to escape, they get no questions asked. They get every time they try to escape.
Yeah,
there's been thousands of people
idea.
that have tried to escape North Korea, but didn't. And they wound up getting because of it. It's really sad to see that. And that's what I meant earlier by, you know, when I voice my opinion on something I know about, I'm not just stating my opinion, I'm stating pure facts of what can and what should be done about those real issues. So do I consider myself somewhat of a keyboard warrior? In a sense, yes. But also, when I go on to talk about these issues, I come prepared because I know what I'm speaking about. I know what goes on. I pay attention. But for people like you, Gunny, or Gunnery, my bad, Gunny, my bad, bro. But for you to sit there and do that like that, Gunnery, that's a really, that's a dick move. And honestly, that's a childish move. And what you did was very childish. Like, I don't sit there and come after you and degrade you on your live streams.
I mean, what?
So why would you do that to me? That's what I want to know. That's the answer I'm looking for. Is like, why would you do that? Knowing what I deal with every day.
By the way, I cannot believe that he just transitioned back again into talk. He just segued from the human rights violations in North Korea back into his music as if those two things are like on the same scale.
Not just as an artist, but as a special needs artist.
Oh my god, and now you can't say anything bad to him because he's a special needs artist? He's gonna hide behind that?
I face a lot more than you even realize, dude. Like, you have no idea the level of discrimination that I face every day with these record labels and people in general. Hey, Jeffrey, what's up, buddy? So, I mean, for you to degrade me like that, dude, it's very upsetting because you don't know what life is like for me. You don't understand what I face every single day. And honestly, I don't think you ever will understand. Man, is it fair that you did that to me? No. But as I said, that is your opinion. You do have the right to it. But when you degrade me like that, you don't have that right to voice that opinion.
Wait. It's your opinion, and you have a right to express your opinion, unless it's a negative opinion about me specifically, in which case you do not have the right to express it, and you have to be quiet. You have freedom of speech, unless it's speech that I don't like, in which case you have to stop.
I don't tolerate negativity on my live stream.
I don't tolerate negativity.
Stop calling yourself an artist,
If you ever bash on me
KEKW.
again, like you did last night, you can and will be expecting retaliation. And not just from myself, but from everybody here and all my friends and family and fans. You can't expect a major retaliation.
Hey, major retaliation again, as if this is a military event. I love that, again, he can never fight his own battles. He's always got to threaten you with the concept of, like, mobilizing the so-called Cyrax Nation against you. He'll never just say, I'm going to beat you in a fight. He's going to say, my whole gang is going to come, like, jump you.
If you continue this. So my advice to you, stop degrading people. Start showing some respect and love towards people.
Or else what?
Stop degrading them. Otherwise, the consequences aren't going to be very good. Well, with that being said, guys, I do hope that you guys understand what was going on last night. As I said, if you guys want to see those degrading comments that he did leave, you guys can go onto my live stream from last night. Like, just scroll down below this live stream, go to the one from last night. It will be there, and you guys can either say something to him or something. But for proof, you guys can, like I said, go to the live stream where I was with Rianne last night and view those comments. And if you guys have any opinions on those comments, message me and let me know, or leave them in the comments below. With that being said, guys, I am going to hop off here because here in a bit I am going to play some more Call of Duty Black Ops 1 live stream on here. So until then, I will catch you guys later, man. Love every single one of you guys. Stay up, stay healthy, stay safe.
up.
And I hope you guys are having a good rest of the day and night, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys.
Don't degrade anybody.
Wow. That was an absolute slog. Again, I cannot believe that he managed to shoehorn a rant about the human rights violations taking place in North Korea into a 45-minute long video, calling out one specific guy for leaving a vaguely negative comment on his live stream. But again, I guess this is just what permanent unemployment for your entire life does to your brain. He has no choice but to behave this way. He was backed into a corner, and now if he whips it out, it's our fault. We're going to wrap it up there today. We will be back tomorrow with another video. I think we might be covering Nova tomorrow. I'm not quite sure yet, but I hope to see you guys there either way. We'll also be live streaming tonight, 8:30 Central Time, covering all the cows. Lots of new info to talk about.
Good channel, Morty. Hope he's having fun with this. Hope he doesn't get demonetized.
In my last video, I talked about how common it is for
iDubbbz
for lolcows to destroy friendships for no good reason. Very rarely, though, are lolcows mainly defined by their bridge burning. iDubbbz, however, has destroyed so many friendships over the years, he practically has no friends left. Honestly, if he just kept his friends, he wouldn't be in this predicament. However, we're not here for what-if scenarios. That'll be for another video. Today I'm going to be going over every friendship Ian and his wife ruined, and then review what they have left at the end. Let's go! First one we'll talk about is Sam Hyde. iDubbbz and Sam Hyde had a lot of audience overlap back in the day, and it's easy to see why. Both had very edgy comedic styles. They did interact early on, believe it or not. Sam Hyde made a fake MLP game fundraiser on Kickstarter, to which Ian made a critical video on. Then Sam copy-struck the video and emailed Ian with a proposition. If he could squat 2 plates below parallel, Sam would release the claim. The two wouldn't interact for years after, but Ian would remember this. Years later, Ian did a documentary on Sam Hyde. His goal was to follow the daily life of Sam, but Sam would completely prank him, setting up an entire fake office, doing and saying nonsensical things for money, hiring a girl to shave her head and pretend to be his girlfriend, etc. This rubbed Ian kind of poorly, but it wasn't the breaking point. When Ian hosted his boxing event, Creator Clash, Sam wanted to participate, but Ian's wife Anissa made it very clear she didn't want it to happen, indicating she was making this decision, not Ian.
Involving him in our event just isn't a good idea. I think
It's
most
just a
people
massive
would.
business risk.
Furthermore, when Sam Hyde stepped on this call, Anissa was far more hostile to him than Ian was.
We've got quite a few people that they were my dream picks that have said that they're interested. So
Who's your dream pick?
Well, none of your business, Sam.
Sam Hyde would then be banned from even entering the events, despite training one of the fighters, Harley Mornstein. Sam was not happy with this at all, not mincing his words about Ian and especially Anissa.
She's his career manager now or something. She's got to go, man. She's gonna ruin his life. I guarantee it.
Good call.
Mark my words. Mark my words. That woman is gonna ruin his life.
Wow.
Sam seemed to blame the majority of the decision making on Anissa and would talk a lot of shit about her in the future. This would be used by iDubbbz to frame himself as a victim of harassment, though this reasoning would not age well. Sam would be banned from all future Creator Clash events, and so would some of his friends and defenders. Despite this, Sam was able to find it in himself to empathize with iDubbbz and not go so hard on him. Even in recent clips, Sam almost laments the fact that their bridge is burned.
I think iDubbbz's probably having a tough time. I don't want to mess with iDubbbz right now. That was a fun video to make too. That was really a blast. Like that was a good time.
Yeah.
And it's a good. Both our videos are good. His version and my version are both like fun to watch in my opinion.
Meanwhile, 5 years after the documentary, Ian is still seething about Sam.
Zero trust dumbass Sam Hyde decided that he was going to put out like his end of it. And it's like, oh great, like you thought I was lying to you about putting the documentary out? Like,
however, out of all of iDubbbz's burned bridges, the one with Sam is probably the most justifiable, as they were never really true friends and Sam is quite unpredictable. And let's be real, Sam was not holding back when talking shit about Ian's wife. The examples we're going to see going forward, though, will get progressively more absurd and will make Ian look worse and worse. Next up is Froggy Fresh. A year after Sam Hyde's ban from Creator Clash 2 would happen. One of the most anticipated fights was Froggy Fresh versus Chris Ray Gun. Froggy had really been dedicated towards making the event a good one, posting training footage and hyping it up. There's just one problem though. Sam Hyde was the one training Froggy. This had immediately put Froggy on Ian's shit list and he began berating him with texts. Froggy was put on the defensive and didn't like being told what to do and what kind of content he could post. However, one of the most damning things in this text exchange was that Froggy had asked several times if he was going to be kicked off the card if he trained with Sam Hyde, and not once did Ian give him a clear-cut answer. That wasn't enough to burn this bridge, though. Later during the event, Froggy dropped a video promoting the event. At this point, Froggy was promoting the event more than anyone because iDubbbz and Anissa weren't doing shit and thought that inviting Diddy Piker the Dog Striker would result in millions of ticket sales. You know that saying, no good deed goes unpunished? Well, Froggy would be kicked
Diddy
because
Piker.
he said the wrong things in his promotion video.
On April 15th, if I don't hurt you beyond what anybody could have imagined, I will be so disappointed in myself that I will subscribe to Anissa's OnlyFans.
After this incident, Ian and Anissa would go virtually silent on the matter. Big influencers such as Jadeon and Penguin Zero would comment critically on this decision.
So Lummox goes to the hospital and all of DSP's videos pause, and then now that Lummox is out of the hospital, the videos are back again. That's cool.
And Froggy would go on a warpath.
Totally no connection, huh?
Talking shit about Ian, Anissa, and the event in general. iDubbbz would eventually make a response to him addressing the drama, but he tells several verifiable lies in the video. For one, he said he never threatened to sue Froggy, but Froggy shows proof of a legal letter threatening to take action against him if he doesn't return his fighter's stipend. iDubbbz also said that Froggy was spreading a rumor saying he got banned for making a joke about Anissa's OnlyFans. However, in an interview with Brendan Buckingham, Froggy actually says he believed he got kicked for training with Sam Hyde.
I think Ian wanted to kick me out over Sam Hyde, and Anissa wanted to kick me out over the OnlyFans joke. That's what my guess is.
Another lie is that Ian said Froggy made up a story about Ian and Anissa talking shit about Nathan Barnett, also known as Dad, one of their fighters. However, in future testimony from Ian's boxing coach and Nathan himself, they both confirmed that Froggy was telling the truth.
You know what's sad is because they speak poorly about Dad, Nathan Barnett, all the time.
Really?
Yeah, they do. They just say he's a weirdo and he does crazy stuff.
Yeah, but are they lying?
We'll get to those later, though. This blacklisting of Froggy was a black mark against iDubbbz's reputation, exposing him as more sensitive and toxic than people initially believed. But that would be just the start of it. Let's fast forward 2 years later. iDubbbz and Anissa were preparing to throw Creator Clash 3 and had strongly allied themselves with North Korea defender Hassan Piker, who is feuding with Ethan Klein. There was a problem here though. Ethan and Ian had been friends for many years. Ian would later try to downplay this by saying that they were light to decent friends,
I wonder
but
what's
this
gonna
was
be
a
the code. Either
verifiable
Lumix will
lie.
turn on Phil
Ethan
or
had
vice versa
always
gonna be.
invited Ian onto
Gotta be
his
something.
podcast to help Creator Clash. Ethan and his wife Ela had also stood up for Anissa when she was getting hate for starting an OnlyFans. More importantly though, here's a tweet from Anissa in 2023 saying that Ian will only collaborate with Ethan because he was only interested in collaborating if it was a close friend. Ethan definitely isn't a perfect person, but it sounds like he was a really great friend towards Ian. The least Ian could have done was say that extreme IRL harassment against him was justified. Welp, Ian refused.
And yeah, if we let any of that enter our fucking lives, we'd kill ourselves.
Yeah, I don't believe him though. I don't believe him. Like what? He said he's not DSP's editor? Oh, okay. All right. Drop the pitchforks, I guess.
Would get Ethan very angry, causing
There's no reason why he would lie in order to get heat off himself.
Him to lash out against Ian on a podcast. Here, Ethan rightfully points out that they were good friends and admonishes Ian. Honestly,
Like if Lumix really wants to convince people he's not DSP's editor, release the DMs that you had with Phil.
I don't know.
Because you did DM him. Like, I believe Phil when he says you did that. I don't know why he would lie to Darziak about him and Lumix talking with each other. It's like, so what did you talk about? What'd you say? Release it, or else we're going to believe that you're his friend.
Know why Ian just came out and said the CPS call was unjustified. He was running a major event with a whole bunch of people and had to make it go right. Many of the audience, fighters, and staff were friends with Ethan Klein as well. Ian really should have considered this, but instead he revived his old Content Cop series to attack his longtime close friend, allying with Hassan, old enough to count, old enough to mount, Piker. This Content Cop had immense backlash from the audience, staff, and fighters, and others. This is where the bulk of Ian's bridge burning had begun. Let's go over some examples. First, we'll talk about Harley Mornstein. He's the one who trained with Sam Hyde for the first event. In the second event, he had actually stood up for iDubbbz after Ian had kicked Froggy Fresh from the event. He was even willing to suffer reputation damage by harshly criticizing Froggy, just so that he could try to save face for Ian and his stupid decisions. A real good soldier to have in your ranks. Well, Harley would express discomfort over the Content Cop video and Ian's decision to collaborate with Chenk's nephew. He said he just wanted the whole event to be about boxing and didn't want to involve a decades-long holy war into it. Well, with this new leaf Ian turned, there's no way Ian would ever avoid delving into far-left politics, so Harley made the logical decision and dropped out of the event. Immediately, the Snarkers attacked him for this decision, accusing him of being Zionist. because he's Jewish or something. Harley would build a bridge with Ethan and start criticizing Ian for his behavior. Ian would almost immediately block Harley on all of his socials and would later start shit-talking him, saying that he's an unpaid intern of the show. The last one is especially untrue, as Harley would eventually land a show with H3 called H3 After Dark. See, unlike Ian, Ethan actually pays his friends what they're owed. We'll get to that later. Next up, we'll talk about Dad, or Nathan Barnett. He was another fighter for Creator Clash 2, and was even supposed to fight in the third event. He was super enthusiastic about the whole series of events. He was so notable that even Joe Rogan watched his fight, mistakenly believing that he fought against his own son.
I saw a video today of a boxing match between a father and a son. It made me so sad.
What?
Because there's this young kid. He looks like he's probably like 17 or 18, and the father's 42. And the father beats the shit out of him. I mean, like, dings him in the head and keeps punching him. I'm like, that's your son.
CC3 rolled around and Dad was as excited as ever. However, all of that evaporated when he learned about Ian's plan to do a content cop on Ethan. He, like others, was justifiably worried about getting hate for associating with Ian because of how toxic Ian had become. He initially tried to be as professional about it as he could. However, Dad made a small slip-up. He sent a super chat to Ethan during a live stream showing support. Anissa would send a manipulative message to Dad saying, "What you did really hurts us." It's really quite audacious for Ian and Anissa to take issue with fighters feeling uncomfortable with their toxic behavior. Finally, Dad would learn about how disrespectful Ian and Anissa were to him from the boxing coach. This seemed to be the moment the bridge burned. With all the work and enthusiasm Dad expressed towards the event, he felt truly betrayed and left out to dry by Ian and Anissa, so he made a video expressing his frustrations. A few months after CC3 was cancelled, Ian was live streaming and was talking mad shit, saying that he wanted to box a whole bunch of people and was fantasizing about kicking Ethan's teeth in.
Can we do a sanctioned boxing match? I can go to 120 or whatever's needed to make that happen. I can do that. But I think, consequence needs to come that guy's way.
Well, Dad saw this and decided to take iDubbbz up on his offer, shooting him a friendly invite to box him. However, Ian responded with, "Oh brother, kick rocks," showing that he is an absolute coward and will talk a whole bunch of shit but have nothing to back it up with. Next up, we'll talk about the crew on the H3 podcast. In his content cop, iDubbbz makes a claim that Ethan is a tyrant who abuses his employees. He shows evidence for this by displaying a few clips. Here they all are.
Doing it.
What are you
Making it
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like, this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I just talking about finishing Wednesday. On Friday.
People saw that. They thought that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that
type
photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid. Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just
Like,
your
how
inability to.
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Seriously? Is this the best you have? I've heard the producer Dan talk to Ethan in a much more hostile manner. You can tell that Ian has never actually worked a real job before. When the crew denied these accusations of abuse and told Ian that they didn't want to be weaponized against their boss, this is how Ian reacted.
Now, to the crew of the H3 podcast, I have something important to say. I think you are all pieces of shit.
Yeah, that's far more abusive than anything Ethan has ever said to them. And his hostile language doesn't end there either. He talks terribly about them all the time. For example, he'll mock Gallia's accent, or he'll imitate Dan in a way that indicates that he's mentally challenged. He could have avoided all of this by refusing to bring the crew into it, but alas, all bridges must burn, no matter how small. Speaking of H3 crew members, let's talk about AB and Lena. They were actually very tight with Ian and Anissa. AB was a massive fan of iDubbbz back in the day when he owned a YouTube channel named Starkilla. He even fought in the first creator clash, and his wife Lena was set to fight in the third event. AB had confided in Anissa that his family members were suffering from mental issues and related to Anissa because her father has Alzheimer's. The conflict between Ethan and Ian had put AB and Lena in a really tough spot because they sympathized with Ethan but also didn't want to just shit all over Ian and Anissa. Many people who were critical of iDubbbz were also critical of AB because they felt like he should have stood up for Ethan more, but AB would stand firm. Little did we know they were in conflict with Ian and Anissa in the DMs. Before Ian burned his bridges with the crew, they were trying to pressure AB and Lena to quit the H3 podcast. This had put immense pressure on them in their lives, causing Lena to quit the Creator Clash 3 event early on, and also causing AB to go on a heated rant against Ian and Anissa. Pissing AB and Lena off after everything they did for Ian and Anissa is like when you piss off a golden retriever to the point where it finally snaps at you. In the end, Anissa mainly wanted to be friends with AB and Lena because they were Lebanese and she wanted to pose as an Arab by buddying up with them. I say pose because Anissa is only 8% Arab and the majority of her genetic makeup is actually Irish. Then there were the rest of the fighters. Yeah, they were all pretty pissed when this content cop was released. Many of them would end up dropping out, not just Harley and Lena. LA Beast was set to fight Harley in the headliner event but would drop out. While he never states the exact reason why, he does cite multiple red flags and irreversible damage it can do to one's brand by being associated with the event. It's so funny when you remember back to the time where Anissa said that Sam Hyde would be a brand risk to Creator Clash. Sam Hyde would end up boxing in a DAZN event with little drama, while Ian and Anissa would have to step down because their toxicity was bringing down the whole event and everyone participating in it. Freddie Wong would also express displeasure at seeing all of this drama go down in a Discord message that's so well worded that it honestly makes me laugh. In a nutshell, Ian and Anissa had communicated with the fighters very poorly and never actually directly told them that they were stepping down. Freddie had found this news out through mudraking Twitter accounts. His words, not mine. When the event was rescheduled, Freddie would drop out because it was rescheduled to a day where he was unavailable. Next up is Airsoft Fatty, or Chris. iDubbbz had done a big video in 2019 covering Chris's daily life and his content. It was a good video in my opinion. When Chris first saw Ian, he was starstruck. One would think this would bring a lot of positive attention to Chris's channel, but according to him, his life got worse in many ways. Granted, none of these were really Ian's fault. Chris had honestly made some bad decisions along the way. However, iDubbbz had got a ton of views on this video and made a shit ton of money, so it would be logical to give back a little. And it seemed that Ian had done this. In the first Creator Clash event, Airsoft Fatty had actually sung the national anthem, indicating that he was involved. According to Chris, though, he was never actually paid for this, and he barely had any interaction with Ian or anyone else during the event. What this seems to expose was that Ian had brought Chris in to sing the national anthem, have everyone laugh at him for messing it up, then immediately drop him once he's done with him. Fatty ultimately felt used by Ian, not just in Creator Clash but also with the Full Force video. Ian would eventually block Fatty on all platforms and refuse to ever acknowledge him, and Chris would turn on Ian with a video titled "What About Me?", expressing that his opinions on iDubbbz had completely soured. Another small bridge burning is Donut Operator, a police YouTuber. Donut had collaborated with Ian by shooting guns with him in 2019, an event that seemed to go well. However, years later, Donut had done something absolutely horrible to Ian. He made an OnlyFans joke.
When COVID rolls around, I get bored at home, so I make an OnlyFans where I'm showing my meat.
Really?
And well, basically, I'm taking a steak and I'm rating a steak. I'd be wearing like just an apron. Of course, I'm wearing like boxers underneath. And I'd reach down and be like, "This is my OnlyFans," and this is an A5 Wagyu from down the street. And I would talk about it. And I sent it to Ian, and he got mad and called me and like said I was making fun of Anissa, and like I wasn't.
You'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
Yeah, it was. He
Shit
like said
like that.
stuff like that. And
Ian would respond to this on Twitter in a very hostile manner, saying that Donut was a pussy because he started an OnlyFans after his girlfriend started one?
What?
Yeah, this makes no sense. And of course, Anissa would chime in and attack Donut Operator on the fact that he's an American white guy that likes to shoot guns. She touts the fact that she's Canadian and how she hates gun culture even though Canada is number 8 when it comes to guns per capita. Anissa just loves to use her own identity to attack others and play the victim, but is always incredibly misinformed, kinda like what she does with her false Arab identity. All the bridge burnings so far would pale in comparison to this next one. Ian's boxing coach Mike and his wife Kate. Mike was another person who was disgusted by Ian's behavior around Ethan. Ian had been a terrible client for Mike, but Mike had kept his mouth shut on their personal interactions. However, after the release of the Content Cop, Mike and Kate broke their silence, spilling all the embarrassing stories they had on iDubbbz and Anissa. Ian and Anissa basically ripped them off. Ian had implied to them that they would pay them bonuses but never delivered. Even more egregiously, Ian had shoehorned his wife into his boxing training despite the fact that he was paying them to train just one person, not two. Mike and Kate felt uncomfortable asking for more money because they believed that all of this was for charity. Ian and Anissa would greatly take advantage of their kindness. Mike had to deal with Anissa's bullshit very often while training Ian. For example, Anissa was once playing her own music in the gym and Mike wanted to change it. Anissa then had a fit over this, and after Mike insulted her music, she went into a crying tantrum and stormed out. Then the next day, she came back and said to Kate that Mike doesn't respect women. Seriously? Honestly, if I was a boxing coach, I would demand triple pay if I had to deal with someone like Anus Jockstrap on the side. Mike and Kate, however, endured, while Ian and Anissa remained ever ungrateful. Mike and Kate had even invited Anissa and Ian to Thanksgiving dinner, a really good gesture from them. Well, here's how Ian referred to it when he responded to them.
She's saying that because we had Thanksgiving dinner with them, as a kind gesture, yeah, it was a nice thing to do for our coach and his partner, and I didn't expect that it was, like next level friendship or even like, bottom of the barrel friendship, really.
Okay, good gesture for you to do? They made you a beautiful meal and you think you're the one doing a favor for them? How high are you on your horse where you think that by showing up to someone else's dinner you're gracing them with your presence? And then you call them bottom of the barrel friendship? Maybe I ought to put you in the bottom of a barrel after I take a chainsaw and... Sorry about that, guys. As you may have picked up, Ian and Anissa were terrible, ungrateful, stinky, and problematic towards these two wonderful people. Despite this, when Ian found out about his coach going on the H3 podcast, he panic texted him asking for them to reconcile in a desperate attempt to save face. Many months after this interview, Ian finally uploaded a horrible response video to his coach and did a Twitch stream responding in more detail, burning his bridges. The stream is also awful. It's where I got the Thanksgiving dinner clip from. I doubt any coach would want to work with him after seeing his behavior and hearing Mike and Kate's testimony. Since Ian's been streaming, he has collaborated with few people outside of Noah Samson and, I don't know, Crimes New Roman? Both dipshits in their own rights. He and his wife had fled to Edmonton to escape fascism, apparently. We'll get to that later, don't worry. Both have confirmed that Hassan doesn't want to collaborate or even acknowledge their existence. This image really encapsulates how bad of a decision Ian made. He backed the wrong horse here for sure. And yet, he continues doubling down. Another bridge he burned is when he chastised PewDiePie. The two had occasionally collaborated pre-2020 and Felix even defended iDubbbz during the OnlyFans controversy. Ian chose to forget all of this so that he could chastise Pewds for his N-word incident because he didn't put in the steps?
Did PewDiePie ever apologize? He did. I think it's one of those things where it left, I think, plenty of people feeling like, do you get why it's a problem kind of thing? Like, do you actually understand it, or are you just doing it because it's literally the only thing? Again, I think there's a lot of people who are
from
suspect,
the NF guy,
unless it feels like someone has truly made the steps.
Hey Ian, just because you destroyed your entire career over your racist guilt doesn't mean that everyone else has to as well. Just look at how Felix turned out versus how you turned out. Let's briefly touch on Max and Chad, two members of the original Cancer crew alongside Ian. The friendship status with Ian is currently unknown. What we do know is that Ian missed Max's wedding, and many people speculate this was because Anissa was having a back tattoo appointment at around the same time. If this is true, it would be in line with how shitty of a friend Ian is to everyone else, but it's still unconfirmed. However, one clip I found very interesting is when Hamas Diddy Piker was in Australia at the same time Ian was, and Ian pressured Chad and Max into bringing Diddy Piker along when they went out drinking.
I thought you went out drinking with him and Chad and everyone, no?
No, I did, but it was like the end of the night. We were already eating at like this fancy restaurant.
Okay.
And then he was like, I'm here. And they were like, all right, meet us here. I think they gave him an address. But yeah, it seemed like he enjoyed it. I'm glad Chad gave the damn liberal a chance.
Yeah, Chad was like very,
Yeah, Chad was like, I don't know.
This to me is very interesting. It seems to imply that Chad has a lot of trouble with Hassan and didn't want to be around him. I have to wonder if Ian's political radicalization is starting to dissuade even them. Now, where does that leave Ian and Anissa? Well, they're all alone in desolate Edmonton, away from their old friends and family. We haven't seen them collaborate with anyone in person since. Also, Ethan might be suing them. Yep, you heard me right. A couple months ago, Ian decided to jokingly display a message on his stream saying that Ethan molests his own kids. He kept it up there the entire time as a watermark. Honestly, this might be the shittiest thing he's ever done. Ethan stated that he wouldn't have sent Ian a cease and desist if he was still in the US because in Canada we have a lot more limitations on our speech, which allows Ethan to potentially sue and even win.
In our great state, we have this extreme appreciation for free speech and the First Amendment. Now, let me tell you something about Canada. Defamation laws ain't quite the same up there. And when I spoke to an attorney about it and showed it to him, they're like, yeah, no, this is definitely actionable here in Canada.
Personally, as shitty as what Ian did, I don't agree with Ethan suing them because they're already suffering enough as it is, and it would make them suffer more if Ethan refused to ever acknowledge their existence again. However, remember what I said about Ian and Anissa escaping to Canada to avoid fascism? I really have to laugh at how they're now facing the consequences of more authoritarian speech laws.
Right.
And to think all Ian had to do to avoid almost all of this bridge burning was to say that the CPS call against Ethan was wrong.
No! Never apologize. Ruin your life. Gundam, what do you got here? Fuck 'em. That's so funny though. Like,
Modern Star Wars is a never
we need to escape fascist America, and they go to Canada and get sued over their speech.
ending train wreck that has lost its place in the cultural zeitgeist. And like boomers in Congress, Disney doesn't know when to quit. I knew it was a wash for the Mandalorian Grogu when Pedro Pascal was on The Late Show kissing Stephen Colbert, trying to queer bait the audience into seeing the film because heterosexual men were done with the franchise. It girl bossed too close to the sun. Thanks, Kathy.
People may not know.
What? That's creepy, man. I didn't know how creepy this actually was. Like, this guy shouldn't be around children.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Stop Feels great.
I just saw The Mandalorian and Grogu. This guy, still a total badass, but this guy, pretty much totally worthless.
You see, I'm quite gay.
It's a Gundam. He's sexy without knowing he's sexy, and that's really sexy.
The intro fight scene looked more like choreography dance routines rather than an actual heavy battle with emotional weight. It didn't come off as badass, it was laissez-faire, lackadaisical.
And how does this help sell movie tickets?
And Baby Yoda was there to cute things.
What do you mean by that?
While men burn to death in the background, this is a film that has no idea what it wants to be. Like a distressed gender warrior trying to pick a pronoun. Red Letter Media said that Sigourney Weaver looked like she was CGI'd into the film.
As an actor whatsoever, it sounded like a robot was saying those lines. And then Sigourney Weaver, I had to squint to see if she was just completely AI. And even flying her spaceship at the end, she was flying like a TIE fighter around or whatever, and she's like, everyone, let's go.
I thought they were exaggerating till I saw her lips moving a little funny. What the hell is even this?
Advance on the next mission.
What next mission?
Commander Coyne. Our missing ace of staves. No one knows what he looks like, and most believe him to be dead.
By the way, this is like 10 to 20 minutes into a 2-hour film. And I was ready to check out like Ray J after losing a fight to Super Hot Fire. The pilot helping out the Mandalorian is Zeb from Rebels.
That's one of the most interesting things about editing for Gundam. He'll throw out one of these like bizarre, obscure references that you never heard of, and you're just like, all right, I guess I gotta go on a field trip.
Because Dave Filoni believes every character he came up with should be adapted to the big screen. It's the usual Filoni baloney.
107. Big as he is and educated as he is, he's not beyond mixing it up with Ezra. He's not beyond getting wrapped up in these childlike chases and games that Ezra kind of goads him into.
Can liberals stay away from sci-fi,
To be
please?
fair, Bob Chandler was
You
also
don't know
proud
the
of Chris
medium
Chan,
or
and
the
look
tone.
how that turned out. The Mandalorian felt like a fever dream and not a movie, because I can barely remember what it was about. It felt like they took season 4 and turned it into a film, and haphazardly cut it together. The Mando is doing bounty hunter things. Pedro Pascal sleepwalks to his lines and picks up a fat check while doing it. And the film mostly stars the underpaid stuntman.
We know the Mandalorian greet you, the outcast, for letting an enemy see your face. Not if you all die.
This wasn't made entirely by an AI? That's my secret theory, is that this was an experiment.
Baby Yoda does cute things and uses the Force. He's so oddly capable for a creature that's supposed to be a toddler. His command of the Force is up there with a Jedi Master at this point, without training.
I mean, he's actually, you know how old Yoda is, right? So even like as he's a 50-year-old baby, and they have the movie starring a 50-year-old baby just so they can cater to their target audience. You know what I mean? Dirt.
Supposed to be a toddler.
Oh, Backrooms is good? That's good.
His command of the Force is up there with a Jedi Master at this point, without training.
I think
I'm not going to watch his edited videos.
First of all, the thing that we really aspire to constantly is quality.
The overall
Well, I mean, it's just in time for that being said tomorrow. Tomorrow they'll probably look at it, and then we'll see it by proxy.
The plot is that the Mandalorian doesn't bring Jabba the Hutt's kid back to his family members, some stupid twins, and they want him dead. for no reason at all. Because he has no interest in being a crime boss. He hates his father and goes into many diatribes about parenting and family.
Sure.
Because that's what Star Wars is about, I guess, now.
I guess it always was, but like, modern Star Wars, really, I don't know what the fuck it's about.
I could get a little emotional talking about Grogu.
Grogu, little baby Grogu. What a disaster. Oh, wow. What a total shit show.
That deep emotional connection exists in the way that the original Star Wars characters existed for me as a kid.
It's about family.
Rhoda the Hutt is a gladiator who's going to be double-crossed by a crime boss that specializes in being a salt merchant and an Imperial officer on the side. If you see a stormtrooper on screen, he is likely to be shot within 1 minute of being featured, and I'm not even exaggerating. Nothing has any weight or value or even makes sense. After the Mandalorian doesn't give up Rhoda the Hutt twins go after him and capture him quite easily. They then take off his helmet, saying that they will sell it to the black market because it's priceless. Then they drop the Mandalorian into the snake sarlacc pit. Pedro Pascal looks up dramatically and they give him back his helmet. Frankly, this scene was clearly just so Pedro...
I sold my franchise off to white slave owners.
Pascal could be seen in the film for literally less than 5 minutes.
Pedro Pascal's face is only on screen for 4.5 minutes in The Mandalorian and Grogu, the least amount of screen time for any main Star Wars actor. However, this is more than 4 minutes and 19 seconds throughout season 1 through 3.
Mando gets poisoned by the snake and then it becomes the Baby Yoda movie for 30 minutes. Obviously, the film ends with the rebels coming to save the Mandalorian. Dave Filoni does his usual cameo as an X-Wing fighter pilot.
He showed up in a cameo in this, Dave Filoni.
Yeah, he was flying an X-Wing.
He showed up and I was like, fuck you. Like, just seeing him in the movie, like, irritated me. I don't know anything about him. I don't necessarily have anything against him, but this movie was so uninspired. And he's like, I'm gonna put myself flying an X-Wing in it. I'm like, oh, God. It, like, annoyed me.
This is normal for him. If you've seen anything Filoni's been involved in, he even is the voice of Chopper in Rebels. If you don't know, he just does this.
The good guys win, the bad guys lose. Rhoda the Hutt talks about family yet again, and he joins the Republic to fight a clearly crippled and retarded empire. The film ends. Everyone's happy.
The good, the bad, and the downright adorable. Get away from him, you bitch!
Obsession surpasses The Mandalorian and Grogu on Wednesday at the box office, retaking the #1 spot domestically.
Japanese Star Wars fans seem more excited about the film than their American counterparts. It made me aware that The Mandalorian and Grogu was actually based on a manga called Lone Wolf and Cub. Much like the original Star Wars was based off of Kurosawa's Hidden Fortress, this explains why The Mandalorian Season 1 started off so strong. They clearly had a successful, little-known franchise to base their IP off of, and they still f***ed it up. And when you think about it, that's on brand for current era Disney. So, I took the time to look into Lone Wolf and Cub a little deeper. This manga was adapted many times and was even translated and brought to the US back in 1987 by First Publishing before they went bankrupt and Dark Horse took over. It was one of the first Japanese translations brought to North America ever. That's how big it was. The story is centered on the father, Ogami Ito, who was an executioner for shoguns. He had his whole clan murdered, and his only surviving member was his infant son. He becomes an assassin for hire to make a living while seeking revenge. I'm simplifying the story because it's way bigger than that. You can watch the TV show on YouTube right now, and you can find many movies based on this manga. In fact, the hardcover is on sale on Dark Horse Direct if you're interested in this sort of thing. There's one story about Ogami Ito planting rice in a rice field.
Story, you have Ito helping farmers prepare their rice fields by planting new rice shoots for the upcoming season. This was very unusual for the farmers to see, as it is unheard of for a samurai to help farmers with such a task. One of the farmers remarks that it is as rare as a black wind, a southern wind that helps farmers with their crops during the rainy season. When asked why Ito is helping them, He is evasive and asks the farmer to think of him as a black wind. At the end of the story, it's revealed why he was helping the farmers with the rice planting. In each of the shoots is a strand of hair of a young woman who was killed by accident in one of his previous battles. She was essentially sold as a slave to be a servant, and her last wish is to be back in her hometown to help with the rice planting. Ito fulfills this request by planting a strand of her hair with each rice shoot.
Dude, there's so many layers to that story. It's actually kind of crazy in the manga. It reminded me of the farmer arc in Vagabond in that regard. It's probably a source of inspiration for Inoue. I've had very little time to delve deeper into Lone Wolf and Cub. I've watched a little bit of the show, I've checked out some of the manga, I'm probably going to buy the books. But what I have seen is better written and more thoughtful than the entire Mandalorian movie, with a fraction of the cost of this film. If Dave Filoni took inspiration from this manga, then he really lost. Mandalorian and Grogu should have been season 4. It would have been a better idea in the long run. The characters and stories would have been fully flushed out rather than rushed. The movie's kind of like a mess. It's like from one set piece to the next. Nothing correlates that much other than him being a bounty hunter. Nothing is memorable or really meaningful. I can scarcely remember anything about it, aside from how dumb some of the movie choices were. They also relied too heavily on Baby Yoda's cuteness factor, which has realistically run its course like 3 years ago.
It's all just to get like childless women into the theater because they see the cute baby.
I want baby.
But not really. I want toy baby.
This is high quality content creation. You know?
If I was a kid or a modern Disney fan, then I'd probably lap up all the slop they just threw in my trough. And I find myself far more interested in Lone Wolf and Cub than The Mandalorian, because it seems like it's completely directionless. I think they just made the film because they promised Pedro Pascal a film. They also figured it's been 7 years since the last flop, so maybe people will be really happy to see this. I don't know what to make of what Star Wars has become, but clearly, what does it matter anymore? It went from being just so beloved in our country to just being content. And content isn't art. Content is something people use to pass the time and quickly forget about. Star Wars at this point is so dead that almost every release is painful. And Disney clearly has no clue what the fuck they're doing, because they refuse to hire anyone with any imagination or creativity. And at this point, it might be a good idea to get George Lucas back in the mix. Maybe adapt the extended universe that Kathleen Kennedy decided to write off. Completely pretend that everything Disney has done up to this point didn't exist.
Wow.
Or stay the course and continue to beat a dead horse.
Well, they can't bring George back. If they bring George back, then that'll be giving the detractors a W, right? And when you're a lolcow, that's all you care about, is whether or not your detractors are making fun of you or not. Not actually making good content or entertaining your audience. No, it's all about the people who don't like you. Those are the people you cater to. Which is literally what they're doing. Like, women don't like Star Wars, so they're like, oh yeah, we need to cater to women. It's like, why they don't like you? Why are you doing this? Let's see who to go raid. It is round 4. Let's see, tomorrow we got That Being Said. Today was a good gaming day. I played a lot of Vampire Survivors, or Vampire Crawlers.
Shit's fucked.
Yeah, Baby Yoda feels like it was made to sell toys, but also it was, like I said, it was to get women into the theater, because childless women love Baby Yoda because they want a baby. Oh, that's just recommended. Kevin, Justin Wong, Kershey. How about Kershey? Let's go say hi to the fox.
Thanks for showing us a great time and being nice, LWO.
Thank you, Carnox. Thank you. I try to keep my stream positive. I don't degrade people here.
I didn't go to bed, man. Go to bed, woman, now.
All right.
Fox, who hasn't
be back
seen
tomorrow,
any
same
moments.
time.
I did when I was in
For more
high
content.
school and college.
Good stuff.
And
May
when
the
I
good
had,
blood guide
like,
your way.
early
Bye, Lonely
shifts for
Sully.
work.
Suburban High, Moad is Carnox.
The best part of working at night is
Everybody.
sunrises like this. I can imagine. You work midnight, so you know what sunrises look like. They get super pink. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Toy needs sleep? What do you mean by this? The kinky
Spicy
cow
cat
god.
raid. What the hell is this spicy cat
Is this an
raid?
Indian thing? Thank you. Did I hear about the CIA agent that got busted with over 300 gold bars? I think I read a tweet on that. Ludwig World Order, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. And speaking of Ludwig, hold on, I have a clip. Let's up those numbers. True. This guy said, threatening to beat someone up for watching Madoka Magica is completely sending me. I don't know how we've gotten to the point where people claim to be fans of anime and have never heard of, like, Haruhi, and then try to, like, yell at people who talk about Haruhi, and now Madoka Magica is, like, for pedophiles or some shit. Like, what the fuck is happening? Oh, hold on. It's super low. Hold on. We gotta crank that. Soldier boy.